Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we are playing Path of Exile 2 today, a new action RPG that has the most character customization and build customization that you have probably ever seen. It is the sequel to the original Path of Exile game, which remains the game that I've spent more time on than any other, and actually the first game that we ever played on this channel. This used to be a Path of Exile specific channel. So needless to say, I am extremely excited to try this out. This is an early access version of the game, and we are in.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
All right, choose our character, and we can get a little bit of a preview
Sorceress,
for each of them.
you were banished by your Akara for experimenting with the elements. Arrogance has led you here, and arrogance keeps you on those gallows. Speak your piece.
So the Sorceress, who is all about the elements, the Warrior,
Foundling,
about tanky melee
it's a pity
stuff.
to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose.
Ranger,
Ranger, an outcast, lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt is clear. Plead for mercy, if you must.
the Witch,
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your twisted necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last.
the Mercenary,
Hired hand. Wanted in Oriath, you fled like a coward. Every life has a price, and your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you?
and then lastly, the Monk.
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
All right, so those are the various options. There will be more characters by the time the game rolls out for its full release, but we will be taking the Sorceress. And I think we'll go just standard for this one. We'll keep it simple. We've escaped!
Getting away! Stop her!
So today, I'm going to give you a largely unedited experience so that you can see for yourself if you like the game. Let me know if you'd like to see that for the entire campaign. But eventually, I'll do some character build guides and maybe some game mechanic guides as well. We'll go... apparently, WASD, they have put a lot of work into this, and people have said that is very good, but I am going to go mouse. That's at least what I'm used to. Well, let's turn off global chat.
For this
But-
humiliation.
We're in. Okay.
By the first ones, you're alive.
We are in to Path of Exile 2. I am very excited. Let's just chat with this wounded man. What could possibly go wrong here? It's not like we're thinking back to what happened to the first person we spoke to in Path of Exile 1.
I'm glad to see another living soul. But now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could...
Yep, see, they're not so dead anymore. Oh, Sutuke.
fell. Find...
Oh, no, I see. Okay, so
Death comes swiftly here. I should keep moving.
we get our first item, which we can equip in our inventory. So, new to Path of Exile 2, weapons have their own base skills. There's basically the default attack is now very different. Close our inventory as well. Also, we have our life flask and our mana flask. We might get some tutorial stuff on that as well. But we have some enemies.
Die once more.
You can see this fireball is basically our default attack. That did hit us once, for what it's worth. I believe there's also a dodge roll mechanic now, which I have to experiment with a bit. Ooh, we can move while we cast. Is also very interesting. More slowly, yes, but makes me tempted to actually go the WASD route. And we can inflict burns even with this default attack. That's interesting. So we're just taking out some simple enemies here. You can see this is our health bar. Our mana bar doesn't cost any mana for us to use this default fireball skill, although that will change as time goes on and we get more elaborate skills. This is our experience bar down here. Mini map, and obviously map itself that we are playing on. These ground enemies. Ooh, we actually have a little bit of AoE. Apparently. Two Flask looks so cursed. We shall see. That could be a pretty big difference between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, where the PoE veterans are used to there being 5 flasks, myself included. What is that? A porcupine crab? Oh, and it hurts. We can use one of those flasks to heal us up. So it costs charges on your flasks to activate them. So you can't just spam them non-stop. However, by killing enemies, you regain those flask charges, and that's how you sustain some of your health restoration. Yeah, I'm actually really tempted to go WASD route here. That might be our first drop, a Scroll of Wisdom. We'll talk more about that in a bit, but that's a carryover from Mass Effect 1. And we get Spark. Okay, so this actually is going to be one of the main skills that we want to build around here. Or, if not short-term, potentially even medium-term as well. So this will cost mana. It deals lightning damage and fires multiple projectiles. Projectile duration is 2 seconds. And the skill system is a little bit different in Path of Exile 2. As you can see here, rather than applying one of these skills by socketing it directly into a piece of equipment, instead, we put it here on the side, into one of the sockets here. And later on, we may be able to power this up quite a bit with support gems, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Launches a spray of sparking projectiles that travel erratically along the ground until they hit an enemy or expire after that 2 seconds. So now, let's see. We go here. We can choose what keybind we want on that. We'll go Q. That spark. Ooh, it looks different.
Inspiring.
We were about to die, and then we got enough experience to level up, so we didn't die. Those little porcupine dudes deal huge damage. But, now, as for what happens when we level up, we have one of the most characteristic aspects of Path of Exile 1, and now certainly Path of Exile 2, and that is the absolutely ginormous skill tree. Passive skill tree, that is. And no, your eyes do not deceive you. There are more than 1,000 nodes here, and each one of them will do a whole bunch of different things for us. Basically, whichever class you choose determines where on this skill tree you begin, but everyone is using the same skill tree. For us, we're starting up here in the top section, and this area, we can either begin with spell damage or energy shield, which is basically going to be an extra defensive layer on top of our health. We'll get a little greedy, though. We'll go offensively here with spell damage, even if we have taken a fair bit of damage from the enemies we've encountered thus far. That may be a checkpoint, a waypoint of sorts. No, it's called checkpoint. Okay, we actually have 2 directions we can go in here. A little surprised by that. Would have expected this to be very linear. Apparently that is not the case.
Return to your grave.
Shield drop, which we could equip, except our current weapon, I believe, is two-handed. Here's our spark, which actually deals less damage. At least less single target damage than our default attack right now. And I remember listening to some of the developer announcements, and they were saying how the default attack is quite a bit stronger than it used to be. So don't write it off. But they had to strike a balance a bit between making it strong enough to be relevant, while at the same time not being so strong that it made other skills irrelevant. These guys are a problem. Partially just because it's harder to dodge them. As I said, though, I think there is a dodge roll. Might have been more intuitive what the button for that was if we had gone to WASD, but I'm just going on keyboard and mouse. Or rather, on mouse, really. That's also a checkpoint. Interesting, okay. So, when it comes to, for metagaming a little bit here, in Path of Exile 1, typically, one of the goals of sorts, at least in the early game, was to speed through a bit, to try to power up your character more quickly, get good gear unlocks and other things as quickly as possible, so that you can get into the later content and get your stronger gear, so you're ready to take that stuff on more promptly. And this is a multiplayer game. At the moment, we're just in the first section where it is only us. But longer term, we will be able to trade with other people. Oh, this is our first boss of sorts. Well, we can actually see on his health bar a little number that showed us how much damage we were dealing to him. That's pretty cool. That just dealt a little 2 damage. Okay, so he does a charge move. He has a slam move. Dodge, press spacebar to dodge. Okay, that's what I was looking for. As for backseating, hold on, let me finish this fight, and then I'll have a better... I'll take a look at more specifically what you were referring to. I might have dodged the wrong direction. Okay, so there's the dodge roll. That's new, and that is, I think, going to be very helpful for us. Especially against this guy. Don't know if he's going to respawn these drowned ads, or if it's just a fixed number, in which case we get rid of them and they're gone for good. Now, he doesn't have them anymore. Okay, he can summon more, and I did not dodge that one. Confirmation, his hits hurt. So Path of Exile, certainly Path of Exile 1 in the early stages was... That still hit me. I thought I dodged that. It's time to dodge. In the early stages, Path of Exile 1 was a very difficult game. Then, you know, people got a little more used to it. And... and figured out how to... Oh, I know what it is. He can change the direction of that attack mid-animation a little bit. That's what's tripping me up a bit. I dodged once, and I think that I'm safe, but he actually changed the direction slightly. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay. So yeah, all that is to say, this guy, that, for example, I mean, I kind of dodged one way and then doubled back on myself. Oh, there we go. We got him. Okay. So we'll definitely get better when it comes to clear speed and all that stuff as time goes on. We get stronger, we get more custom with all the mechanics and all that. Oh yes. Okay, so when it comes to spoilers, though, I think what we're going to say is when it comes to story and encounters, bosses, all that stuff, we're going to say let's not do that stuff. When it comes to things like, oh, hey, I'm really liking this build that I'm using. This skill is really effective. You definitely want to check this out. Or, hey, make sure that, you know, you know how to, how this specific, like, I mean, I guess this starts to get a little backseaty if we start talking about mechanically how some things work. So maybe we'll be a little careful on that front. But, let's see. So now we are in town. We just successfully completed the first area. We did pick up a little bit of loot along the way. And one of the things that dropped is a blue straw sandals boots, but the blue label here is significant because the other things we got, like this shield, that's a common item, just a white label, which means it doesn't have any additional modifiers, but this Scroll of Wisdom, what it does is for any blue or, on later occasions, even yellow items, it will tell you what the extra modifier on this item is, and in this case it gives us extra intelligence, which is an attribute, which gives us some bonuses, including Energy Shield, which is that little blue border you just saw add around our life bar and potentially give us some mana as well. Let's chat with the people at town.
You're skilled with the violence, if what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it.
Yeah, like,
Well,
take,
no fear.
for example...
This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark times.
Take, for example,
Smith for
we
you
were
if
talking...
I
Well,
can.
his dialogue is way
If you're
longer than...
willing to bend your violence toward our defense.
Oh, select a reward. Okay, well, we only have one choice. It's an uncut skill gem. So the way that skill gems work is a little bit different
There's a beast of
in Path of
particular
Exile 2. We'll talk about that in a
dark
second.
power stalking us out in the Felin. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
Okay. Reward, uncut skill gem, and gold. Nice. We can buy and sell items there. But when it comes to spoilers mechanically,
Till next time.
take, for example, we were
His
talking
burden is
earlier...
heavy. He hides it well.
We were talking about poison. It works differently in Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 1, it was possible to stack multiple rounds of poison. That's apparently no longer the case in Path of Exile 2 unless you get other things to enable that effect. That's something that I think is fair to say. In other cases, you know, if we're getting into some mechanics that I've not yet discovered, then that, I think, goes too far into spoiler territory. So, that kind of thing. Okay. But Uncut Skill Gem, this is what we just picked up. This has changed from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2, and for what it's worth, since we have spent a lot of time in Path of Exile 1, I think we are going to be making a lot of comparisons between the two games, and that is obviously going to be the case for many people. Maybe not all, but many. So, what is the deal here? Alt Inspect creates a skill gem up to level 1. So, rather than giving us a specific skill, this gives us some flexibility to choose a skill of our choosing. So we got Spark automatically. That is the skill that I think we're going to want to use quite a bit. These other ones, I mean, we could use as supporting skills, of course, although not sure that they're as interesting to us. It does give you sort of recommended skills here. Since we're starting off as a sorceress, it's pushing us in the elemental direction, but we can also swap over to these other categories here, or at least some of them. Some of them are not out, as you can see on this side, as we are still in early access. Oh, and some of these we don't have the right weapon type to use. That's another way in which it's kind of pushing us in the right direction. Crossbow skills, sword skills, all this stuff. We do technically have a quarterstaff, but I think we'll probably just stick with something like Frostbomb's actually pretty good for just dropping and going. So we engrave it, and now we have turned what was an uncut gem into now a specific skill gem. So we put this here, and we'll put this here, so now we can use that as well. So I don't believe we can equip this, because, yeah, this is a two-handed weapon, and so we can't fit the shield on simultaneously. Let's actually take a brief moment, talk to the NPC in town, who I've already lost track of. Where'd he go? He actually ran away. Oh, we can talk to more people, though.
Welcome to the camp of the lost, stranger.
So I think we might want to do some quick trading. Flame Wall could potentially work well, too, because that has some interactions with other skills, I think.
All this began the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. After he returned, a madness grew in him. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, travel into the forest and begin your search. There must be some clue as to what took place.
And so usually, for Path of Exile 1, when we had already played the game several times before and we were just starting a new character, we would zoom through pretty quickly because we would skip dialogues. We had already heard all that stuff, and we'd focus a lot on the clear speed and progression speed. I don't think we're going to quite go all in on that this time around, because this is obviously my first experience with Path of Exile 2 and first experience for everyone who's playing right now as well, and I want to get the chance to get immersed a little bit more in the game, so probably going to go a little bit on the slower side today. We'll see just how many dialogues we choose to listen to in their entirety.
I fear this land's sickness will only deepen unless we do something.
Because there are definitely some cases where, take these quests for example, we probably could just go out into the world, fight the enemies, and do the objectives we need to do, and just complete these quests without ever technically needing to accept them. But yes, so we're going to sacrifice a little bit from the economic standpoint,
I've collected these over time.
is basically what I'm saying.
What do you think?
But we can buy and sell some items here. Now, new to Path of Exile 2, or this might have been recently added to Path of Exile 1, but there's a gold system. So we can sell things for a little bit of gold, we can buy things for a little bit of gold, but we will be using many other resources in addition to just gold going forward. We can't really afford much of anything right now anyway, so I think we're just gonna...
I
we
will
do that to
treasure
sell?
it.
Yep, there we are.
Stay
Okay,
safe.
here's our stash if we do want to store anything.
Her mind tends to
In
wander.
fact, we do have
She
some extra
reminds me
stash
of one of
tabs.
my
We should
sisters.
probably move these around a little bit. Oh, they look a little bit different in Path of Exile 2. This is our currency tab. Actually, let's not make this public. And this is where we can potentially sell some things to other people. Not so much with the currency tab, I don't think, but other ones, yes. Just take a second. We'll make these public, which means we can trade in them. So we'll have some ability to engage in the economy then, even if that's not going to be primary point of emphasis for us today. But for some people, that is a very big emphasis. That is very much a thing you can do. But we're going to focus more on that on future days. Essence. Oh, no map tab? Question mark? I do have a map tab. Maybe it doesn't show up because we obviously don't have access to maps yet. I don't know. Divination tab as well I had. I'm not seeing that either. Nor am I seeing it. Well, that was Essence. Okay. And we might also be able to mess around a little bit with some other stuff. Let's just see. Character screen. Get a little more details on our character. Strength, Dex, Int, level 2 Sorceress. We're in town. But some of the other things, other stats on our character, we'll look more at these in the future. But I was also looking a little bit at this. Can we see ones that we've unlocked? I think we can. So we want to. We can mess around a little bit with making our character look different. This is stuff from the things we got to get the early access. We could just go with the more or less preset appearance on that stuff. Some of these things are unavailable. I think they said, although MTXs from Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 will eventually be transferable, some of them have not yet prepared to do that for. So you'll see some things say they're unavailable. That's presumably why that is the case at the moment. Okay, there we go. Edit filter as well? Ooh. Oh no, that's not a loot filter. Okay, that's a different thing. Alright, now we look a little fancier. Let's head out though. Spent enough time in town already. There are no maps in the PoE 1 sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, we won't go there yet because that could be a mechanical spoiler of sorts. Okay, so that's the skill that we just picked up. We are in a new area. Ooh, and I immediately zoned out and did not realize there were enemies here. So that's the new skill we picked up. It drops a little icy thing on the ground that does little pulses of energy and then eventually explodes to deal larger burst of damage. I was hoping it was going to hit these guys. I did not place that in a very good place, though. It would pay to remember what the dodge button is.
I need more time.
Ooh, does that have a cooldown? It does. Okay. We have a little kiwi behind us. That's the important part. Okay. So. Ooh. Helmet. Sure. Throw that on. Give ourselves a little armor rating. So that. Oh, that doesn't look good. Yep. That was not good, as it turned out. Enemies deal a lot of damage. I am definitely noticing that. Ooh, that could be a weapon upgrade for us, potentially. Checkpoint here. Abandoned stash, which is sort of guarded. Notice
I have
criminality.
received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the land.
You are nothing!
Okay. I do like how it seems like the gold you pick up basically just by walking across it. You don't even need to manually pick it up. So I also have no idea directionally where we need to go. Oh, that's a waypoint. Okay, so that's... Oh. Okay. I didn't realize it was going to pop us up into this screen in the middle of combat. But this is a place where we can travel from one area to another. So we can go back to town from here. I didn't even realize that we could have gone in a different direction. Oh, this is a level 2 area, whereas... Oh, the riverbank is where we came from. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that is the level 1 area. Okay, but yeah, as soon as we get out of that page, then yes, the enemies are back, and that mud burrow looks like it could be a way out of this zone and into the next one. These guys are really nasty, because that attack deals absolutely astronomical damage. And our spark, I'm not using it that often, to be honest with you, because the individual damage of a spark is quite low. It's largely the volume of sparks and the ability to hit multiple people and bounce off walls and hit people multiple times where it gets its value from. Like here, for example, could be a little bit better. These wolves are nasty, though. I do like the look of the lightning effect. In general, the skills definitely look very cool. Is that right where we came in from? Okay, so this is kind of a dead end, and we circled back around a little bit. So, I mean, we're kind of fully exploring areas, which when it comes to clear speed meta is generally not the rule of thumb. You want to progress to new areas as quickly as possible, but that's fine. As I said, we're just going to take things at our own pace. We're going to discover things as we discover things. Someone is speaking to us. And I would think anyone speaking to us out here would probably be an enemy, not a friend. But, I don't know. We've leveled up again. That will give us another passive skill point and a little more in terms of base health and mana in all likelihood. The combat is definitely more fluid, for sure. Which in part comes from the dodge rolls, but also... Crossbow, new weapon type. In part comes from the dodge rolls, but also in that you can move as you're in the middle of an attack and all that type of stuff. Oh, I meant to hit you with that. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. So I will definitely want to go into that area that we saw the entrance to, but I'm kind of deliberately exploring all of the places first, and theoretically, since there's a waypoint right next to it, we can circle back there more or less whenever we want. Fairly easily, I would think. Woodman's Locker. That might mean good loot. I heard tell that there's been more... Ooh, I think that was just the shiny reflection off the water that made me think we had something there we could pick up. But I've heard tell that there's more of an incentive to explore now than there was before. Where there are higher rarity chests, like the one that we picked up earlier, right around there, I think was technically a higher rarity chest, which can give you better drops. And so when it comes to things like this, where you end up in a dead end, it's more likely that you will find something good out of that. This is around where I think the people were talking to us. Or at least we heard someone. And yeah, the default attack remains very effective. We do have that passive point. I suppose we're safe to allocate it over here. Let's do it real quick. Let's see, so we can go +5 boost to any attribute or more spell damage. I do think we're gonna try the spell damage early, because generally, first death of Rumi, it's gonna happen. I mean, as I was saying, the damage is high from all the enemies. And yeah, I did activate a fair bit of MTX in town. Not like, you know, fireworks or anything like that, but I contributed a little bit to that, I suppose. So there are multiple kinds of skills. There are attacks and there are spells, are generally the two main categories of damage dealing skills. We are primarily doing spells. Oh, okay, that's another way we can move on to a new zone. Ooh, okay, so that's a blue chest. Theoretically, higher rarity, and it does seem to have given us better results. I did see one of you guys, and I hate you guys, and there are multiple of you guys. Not good news for us. We did freeze one of you. Very nice.
I'm carrying enough already.
Ooh, okay, our inventory space is full. That did not really go where I wanted it to go, to be honest with you. Oh, you can revive enemies? I did not realize that. Also, we don't have any charges on our life flask, which is bad news, because that means we can't heal right now. Get him, Kiwi! Also, there are more enemies over here. That was not the intention of my having rolled in this direction. This is a new direction that we haven't really been... Well... Oh, that's definitely going to be a mini-boss over there. Because that looks a little bit like an arena of sorts. Okay. You know, as we just casually kite all the enemies in the area right next to us, we'll just drop one of these. Maybe that gets rid of some of them. Drop one of these. Maybe this will get rid of some of them. Except that I missed. Please take out some of these guys. I might have gotten one of them. We have, obviously, the health bar that we were talking about before, but we also have the energy shield, which I alluded to, is that blue border around it, which does regenerate naturally over time if we don't take damage for a few seconds. As you see, it's now starting to go back up. We can actually double back into town, heal up, and get our flasks back. Should still save the instance here. We just immediately go back out. Let's see. Test it. Yep. Okay. Oh, no, it doesn't restore our flasks or our health. Okay, that's new. Okay. Interesting. Well, that would usually be a workaround if you have taken a lot of damage, but that is apparently no longer the case. It does tell us we can portal back to town, but it's not as meaningful if that doesn't boost us up. I don't know if maybe we can, like, purchase healing and flask refills with gold or something like that. Oh, this was also a little checkpoint. Right next to where I imagine the little boss would be. And by little boss, I mean big boss. Does that heal us? Getting the checkpoint? It might. Okay, so this is going to be our first real test. The boss has energy shield. I mean, I would kind of rather get rid of the little guys first, because this is where I think we originally ran into trouble. We just kind of stumbled across the area where the bosses happen to be. Wish this would go off slightly faster. It's just so often we're trying to get the enemies in it. It just takes a little too long for that to work. Oh, but also those guys can resurrect them, which means this is kind of a pyrrhic effort. Unless we can get rid of the actual people who are summoning them back up. Would mean, oh, that is the boss. Okay, it has followed us. You teleport or something? Oh, there's multiple of them. Okay, so or maybe not. No, okay, that was just that life bar kept popping up. We're kind of technically still in the encounter with her, it seems. Is that the actual one, or is that just normal Vile Hag? I think that was just normal Vile Hag. Okay, that's a little misleading. Yeah, she's up there. Okay. Kind of tried to clear everything out so we could take her on by herself. There is something in town to heal you? Okay. Well, we did end up getting back to full health one way or another. I'm sure she's gonna kill us, to be honest. I also, especially if I accidentally attack things that I didn't even know were targetable. Okay. Is that her summoning friends? Yes. Also, that's probably not a place where we want to stand. Okay. She's gonna get energy shield back. I don't know. We might need to get stronger before we're ready to go. I mean, I know we're going really slowly right now, but technically, at least in Path of Exile 1, defeating enemies that people summon / resurrect does not give XP. I imagine that may be the case here as well. I don't think I saw our XP bar move at all. Ow. Yeah, that's a lot of places on the ground where we do not seem to want to step. Please stop summoning those enemies. I don't appreciate it. Ooh, okay. It's a new attack as well. Oh, that's my kills. Yep, there we go. Alright, it was just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time. Alright, well, it actually gets us back at the checkpoint, which is right in front of her. She does start back on full health, of course, and she's frozen us immediately. Okay, so I'm not sure that we want to, you know, just try to face tank her right now. I mean, I can try, but I don't think that's going to end very well. I think we want to build ourselves up a little bit more first. This is kind of an area where we could spam Spark. And die. Yep. Alright, let's progress elsewhere, maybe. We'll circle back when we're stronger. We also might have some gear that we can throw on here. So we have picked some things up. Yeah, let's throw that on. Chest plate. Let's check this out. Give us extra life. That's going to be better than this. It's an evasion helmet, so energy shield gives us that extra layer of defense that is functionally in addition to our health pool. Evasion gives you a chance to dodge hits. Iron circlet, that gives us more energy shield instead, although maybe since this has the bonus life, we still stick with that. Then I thought I saw some other things. No, I don't need to create a portal. Please go away. Oh, and the boss is kind of still targeting us. I would like to just have a moment to not have this popping up. But it really insists on us doing this. Okay, let's see, because I want to activate this belt. Gives us better life recovery from flasks. We actually have an uncut skill gem. I don't remember what that came from, but okay. And there is some inventory management to a certain extent when your inventory does start to get full like this. Let's see. You can summon skeletal warriors. I don't think that's what we really want, though, as our default skill here. And then you augments a magic item with a new random modifier. If we get a good item, we could do that on, like, you, for example. We were looking for movement speed, would have been the best for clear speed purposes, but it gives us some extra energy shield. So we're now a little bit stronger than we were before. But I think we might go into some of those other side areas. See, are these guys actually new enemies that are giving us XP, or are these? I think they are. Not just from the boss. Okay. This is more interesting, because we definitely went to this area of this zone. We defeated the enemies that were here. Now they seem to be coming back, and yet they're still giving us XP. I don't know, in Path of Exile 1, at least later on in the game, there is a penalty for dying. I didn't notice if we experienced any yet. Obviously, if you're in hardcore difficulty, that will always be the case. There will be a steep penalty for dying. I don't know if we like lost any gold or experience or anything like that. Standing there. Just spark a little bit more. Certainly can be easier to actually get hits with it. Yeah, there. We absolutely checked out this corner, and there were not enemies here previously. Not entirely sure what to make of that. We are running out of mana, which is going to happen if we spam a skill that costs mana repeatedly. But we do regenerate mana over time. Okay. So, this has basically given us a little more time to generate some more XP. Which does help. As whether we want to go into this zone or the other zone, I don't know, but we're going to see. Okay. And can we...
It is strange to think. The Vestiri was once home to such forests.
So, you may, at various points in time, want to head back to town just to empty out your inventory and sell stuff there. That's certainly not out of the question that we'll want to do that at some point. There are going to be new enemies in here, though. Including, werewolves. Apparently. Wow. Okay. I think that's kind of what we want to do. Drop the frost where we expect to be engaging with the enemy, and then you spam the other skills. You guys are quick and sneak up on you. I suppose they are true to their name as prowlers. Did level up again. Effigy. Oh, okay. That drops stuff. sure. I keep on thinking our Kiwi is an enemy, I'm going to be honest with you. Just the way that it's running around kind of close to us. All right, and we are kind of running out of inventory space / our inventory might not be organized all that well. I'm going to drop the really big stuff. Oh, well, granted, that is also a really big thing. So even if the items that drop are not necessarily useful for us, we can always sell them in town. And eventually, if we get things that are good enough that other players would be interested in them, it is actually possible to sell them to other players as well. But I imagine it'll be a little bit until something like that happens.
I need more time.
These fungal zombies. I'm not sure I want to know what they do. Well, we kind of just found out. So you'll see that occasionally we are freezing enemies. That comes from either critting with our cold skills, or in some cases, or at least it did in Path of Exile 1, they actually might have changed the way that works a little bit. In some cases, some skills might have increased chances to freeze. Our lightning skills can shock, which causes enemies to take more damage temporarily. Ooh, that's actually a good find. And then our fire skills can ignite / make enemies burn, which causes them to take damage over time. So not really sure where we are trying to go in here, but we're finding enemies, we're finding some loot drops.
I need more time.
That was a very nice round of cold burst damage. Oh, I saw some movement in one of the bushes. I was like, oh, is that an enemy? No, it wasn't. It actually wasn't. But there were enemies close by, nonetheless. The visual effects from those status effects is pretty sweet. Those enemies that crumble once they're frozen, that looks so good. Now, many zones will likely have a mini-boss of sorts, the likes of which we saw in the previous zone and had some issues with. So that probably will continue to be a thing, at least to a certain extent. Might not be one in every single zone. We'll have to see. Some of them may be tied to quests, others may not be. Ooh, an uncut skill gem drop. That seems like that could be a pretty good drop. I don't know just how common those are going to be. As quest rewards, yes, but from actual enemies, I don't know. Oh, and you see these enemies are blue, which actually means they are stronger than usual. Use a trail of ice, slowing us down. But it does mean that theoretically they give more experience and better chance of good drops as well. Okay, maybe I'm getting a little too eager to just face tank those guys, but that shouldn't. Oh, they leave damage over time on the ground. Is that what the fungal zombies do? Okay. That kind of makes sense, now that I think of it. This looks like a place where, oh, yep, we would find something. Do those, does that deal damage? Yes, it does. Okay. Tested it out. Yes, it does deal damage. Don't step on the mushrooms, in short. like to get some class charges back, please. Okay, there is another zone. It may be that the damage over time that I thought was coming from, whoop, the zombies themselves might have actually just been the mushrooms on the ground instead. Chance I misattributed that. Ow. We are getting pretty low on health here. And that is giving me mini-boss vibes. That and the sheer number of enemies that we are finding here. When we are out of flash, we are probably about to die. We are out of flash chargers. Please all blow up to that. We have successfully trapped ourselves in a corner. Wonderful. No, this actually isn't a corner. Never mind. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Light blast charge, thankfully. Okay, I suspect there's a mini boss here. Of the wolf variety. Maybe not? Maybe it was just an area that happened to have a lot of people in it? Have I opened the world map? I think we saw the world map when we got to the waypoint. I see the moving bramble on our mini-map. Yep, I think we found the boss. Not necessarily the type of boss that I was expecting, but we did find a boss. Oh, wow. Okay. Yup. Okay. Just kind of trying to figure out what his thing is. Lots of projectiles there. Again, just kind of trying to pepper him with these if we go the slow game. It's kind of a small arena where one could try to spam some sparks. We had time to spam sparks, that is. It does seem like the arena is getting more crowded. Oh, we froze him. Go for it. Go for it. That was very helpful. Ooh, okay. Okay, I imagine we don't want those things to hit us. Things that are following behind us. Oh, we should just do it right now. That apparently. Oh. Oh, good thing I flashed. Pretty sure I missed with that cold skill as well. I feel like he's going to be able to trap us in place if some of his skills hit us. That seems like a thing this guy would do. Our highest damage is still coming from our basic attack, to be honest with you. At least in terms of pure damage. Oh, like, don't stand there, for example. Okay. Oh, he's frozen. Get him. We've done it. All right.
To the soil.
Part of me, like my inner Path of Exile 1 player saying, oh man, that was the slowest boss kill ever. But I feel like that might just be the Path of Exile 2 experience to a certain extent. So am I kind of self-conscious about that? Yeah, a little bit. On the other hand, we might just kind of need to get used to the new playstyle. Okay, and we did get some decent drops from this. Gain +4 life per enemy killed. We do not have a high enough level to use this just yet. We actually have a couple of passive points we can spend now. Mana regeneration rate, more spell damage. I think we're gonna go offensively at the beginning here. So that is usually what is best to do in the early stages, at least for getting progression as quickly as possible. Mana recovery from flasks. I think we saw... Yeah, we don't have any gloves yet, so we might as well put those on. And you... Is this a quarterstaff? This is a normal staff. I honestly don't know what the difference between a normal staff and a quarterstaff is. This is more melee-oriented, it seems. Requires dex that we don't have. And we don't really care about powering up melee stuff. We can improve our mana flask. We'll do that. We can also... We have a few skill gems we can work with here. One of which is level 1, a couple of which are level 2. So that affects which skills we can possibly get with them. We were talking about maybe Flame Wall could be worth getting. Why don't we do that for one of them? Then for you... Okay, gives us a level 2 version of potentially the same skill. Or it seems like once you get up to rank 3, 5, 7, every 2 levels, you can unlock new skills altogether. Okay, but it doesn't seem like we get any new skills at rank 2. So maybe Frostbomb we've been using a lot, and Spark we've been using a lot as well. So maybe we upgrade those. And I'm sure we'll find over time, you know, what the optimal way to approach this is. We can try the world map. Let's see, this would usually be the hotkey in Path of Exile 1. See if that's still the case. Yeah, okay, so this is what we saw when we went to one of the waypoints. So this is monster level 2. Wait. No, we're here right now, aren't we? The Grailwood? This is level 4. Slay the Devourer, I imagine, is in the Mudburrow, which is that little area that we walked past but didn't go into. But that might be a quest boss. The one we just defeated might be a quest boss. I don't remember. Maybe we clear out a little bit more in this area, see if there's a way out on the other side anywhere. And potentially double back and go into that other area that we passed by previously but didn't complete. And I suppose as time goes on and we upgrade our other skills, our base attack might start to trail off more relative to those other skills. But we'll see. Another uncut skill gem. I think that one also said that was rank 2. Maybe those are somewhat common drops. Oh, they can come out from the trees from the side of the map. I'm realizing. They can, like, pounce out from nowhere, basically. That's cool. But does pose a little bit of a challenge. In a way. I'm guessing the exit to this zone is going to be down further. I'm just checking. Missed anything here? Maybe not. This could be an exit. Ooh, okay. You are blue pack. A little bit stronger.
Now don't move.
Maybe it's a placebo, but I feel like we're a little bit stronger now. It's also just a wonderful invitation for the game to kill us. Should be dealing more damage with our skills now. We should have more defenses now that we've put on some additional armor. Oh. Summon Una.
Has an abundance of energy.
This might have been tied to a quest. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. I remember this from years ago when they first teased Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon. Wow. Okay. Now we have a waypoint here. That's good. It means we can potentially circle back to this area quickly and easily, or go back to town. What is this? Oh, a person from town.
Here.
Okay.
This shade, is it still alive? Perhaps it can give us the answers we seek. Only the Count's sword has the power to bind souls to the tree like this. We must free it somehow.
Okay.
To release that being from the Tree of Souls, we'll need more than simply cutting his rope. The ancient runes that imbue the Count's blade created the binding, and only ancient runes can break it. There Renly will know
I
how
skipped
to
one.
forge
Sorry.
them, bring the runes to him, and then, perhaps, we shall find some answers.
Okay.
I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
So we cannot yet free this person, but in the future, perhaps we will be able to. So that's good that we kept on going and found that, because that is significant. The waypoint as well, also very significant. This is the edge. And at the moment, we don't have any passive life regeneration. You know, when we take damage, we are permanently damaged until we use a flask, but that could change as time goes on. Okay, so it seems like that's sort of the end of that area. Is there anything else going further in this direction? Or would this be a logical time to circle back? Oh, that's an exit. Okay. Unless that's the entrance that we came through previously from a different angle. It is. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. As I said, we're kind of going a little more completion-y at the moment. Does it reconnect over here? Sort of. Okay, I'll see this direction then.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, yep, because there's some stuff here as well. Yeah, I do like how it feels like we are being rewarded more for looking around, and it's not just like there is a superior way to path around every zone. Do we know of this exit earlier? Oh no, this is how we... That's how we got in before. The other part is new, or unless both sides take you back to the Grim Tangle?
Right.
Weird, it's kind of a lot of dudes. Okay, we are kind of running low on the inventory space. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I mean, some of this stuff we're gonna find is not very necessary, not very valuable, and we could just scrap it and wouldn't lose much from doing so. Yeah, I do like how it feels like I have reason to keep on exploring. And of course, we're also getting more experience, getting a little more gold and all that stuff along the way. That doesn't hurt. There also used to be a way, I'm sure you can in the UI, to make it so that the map isn't just in this top right corner here. It actually kind of overlays a little bit over the ground right in front of you, which, although a little bit disruptive initially, does make it very easy to see where you're trying to go right off the bat. Okay, but there was this spot that looked interesting over here. It said like cauldron. Something along those lines. This. Somebody's hut? And a checkpoint. Is this going to be an enemy or a friend? I don't know.
Vile sorcery.
Which who
hangs
has
on the air.
succumbed to corruption?
I'm carrying enough already.
She disappeared. These are both mana flask upgrades. Oh no, that was me. That was me pressing a button that caused that to happen. Okay, let's see. Like right now, we're getting a little pressed for space. Let's dump you. So we want to upgrade our flask. We already had medium mana. In Path of Exile 1, at least, you could trade 3 of a kind of a mana flask up into the next rarity, or next tiers, like 3 lesser, you could turn to a medium. I don't know if that's still going to be the case, but might hold on to that reason. Oh, yours? Oh, that's a different enemy. I don't know if that's technically tied to the person we just ran into, but you are frozen. Very convenient. This is not a mini-boss, technically. Also, the timing of my upgrading the flask was very bad because it's not full when you throw it on, which means we're about to die, potentially. So she's technically not a mini-boss. She has a yellow rather than an orange life bar, and that is significant. Okay, that's also not great. Although, if we can get a kill on some of you guys to get some life charges back, that would be wonderful. Not enough for life chart or life flask use? Okay. So technically this enemy doesn't have any plot significance you would normally think, except that it seems to be somewhat tied to the witch that we encountered here. I don't know what extent that's really the case. Is this just a coincidence that you happen to show up here? Really wish we had a way to get life back. I mean, we could portal back to town. Maybe we do that. Let's do it. Let's try it out. Mostly just running away, casting Spark until you can use a power charge and clear a wave of enemies. That's basically what we're doing. We're dropping the little frost bomb, and then as we retreat, hope that the enemies walk into it, and if it freezes especially, we have time to Spark and default attack. Died while burning and was unable to do anything. That's where flasking would usually be good, but if you have any, as time goes on, you will have more options. Okay, let's
Sorry, I was just... Please,
sell some items.
take your time.
Yes, usually energy shield for casting characters would be the way you would go.
I like this one.
But since this has the life bonus, I think we'll still stick with that. That's probably reason enough to go with it. We can disenchant some things as well, which I think only works for stuff that has mods on it that we don't necessarily like you. And we get a transmutation shard. And that's basically a portion of an orb of transmutation, which is a crafting item that turns a normal item, one that doesn't have any mods at all on it, into one that does have a mod on it. Oh, you mean you were frozen? Game didn't restart from checkpoint. That's strange. Don't know what to make of that. This is our highest level weapon, but it doesn't work that well for what we're trying to do, so I think I'm still going to disenchant it. Might have been worth a bit to sell, but
these over time.
what happens if we do what? Can we trade up 3 for 1? So I'm not sure we can really sell these in a bundle like that. Oh, we haven't equipped the flame wall yet either. And we also have that level 2 skill gem. Okay, we have several things we'd like to do here. That's probably a good thing we headed back to town. Regardless, let's sell you.
I will treasure it.
So I think life recovery, we're going to prioritize that, I guess. I think we're just selling the lower level flasks. And we could potentially use an Orb of Transmutation on the flasks. At least in Path of Exile 1, that was a thing. We want this. Grants level 2 Firebolt. Oh. Yeah, it's just a better version of our current weapon. Yes, please. Okay. Good thing we didn't just sell that. In fact, we could, and perhaps even should, use the transmutation on this. Let's give it a shot. Otherwise, boots would generally be the top priority. Life gain per enemy killed, that's huge. That's actually huge. Then we aren't relying exclusively on flasks to heal us. Sell this.
I like this one.
Okay,
Goodbye.
is it the well where we restore? Yes. Okay, restore mana and restore health. Use this real quick, get a level 2... Was it Flame Wall that we only got the level 1 version of? Yeah, so I mean we could just make a level 2 version here instead. Or we introduce Ice Nova to the equation. Let's do Flame Wall. So now, throw this on. Huzzah. Okay. So this level 1 Flame Wall, I don't really think we have much reason to use it anymore. So we could
Sorry,
just
I was just... Please,
try selling that.
take your
See if
time.
it does anything. Does it let us do that? Tell us how much it's worth?
Oh,
1 gold. Okay.
I like this
Not
one.
worth much. Not worth much. But okay, we are stronger now. Actually, let's see if we were to buy stuff. Is there
collected
anything we
these over
could
time.
consider adding here? This is a
What do
two-handed
you
weapon,
think?
so we can't put on a shield, although increasing spell damage would be very nice. We can't afford this anyway, though. These are some flasks that have modifiers on them. Recovery applied instantly, partially. Restored, reduced charges per use. Oh, that's good. We'll use most of our gold, though. Increased charges, that's also good. Increased amount recovered, increased charges gained, all those are good. Yeah, that would have been a tempting way to use our transmutation orb as well. Now I'm just eyeing these for potentially good skills too. Okay, alright.
Bye.
I think we're good for the time being, and we can go back through this portal to end up where we were previously. And now we are back at full health, and theoretically, more capable of taking you on. Stand right there, please. And I thought you were frozen. You are frozen. Also, you have some kind of damage over time that you dealt on us. Oh, that's... Okay, that is not our chill ground effect. That's your chill ground effect. That's good to know. Okay, if we were to say throw one of these on, the new skill, ideally I was trying to, yeah, set us up like this. Because sometimes if you throw skills through one of those firewalls, I mean, if the enemies walk into them, then it does deal damage to them. I don't really want to be near your ice. Thank you for asking. If enemies walk through one of these, then it deals damage to them, but using projectiles through them also can increase the effectiveness. Also, just other basic enemies here as well. I am, for what it's worth, this used to be a problem in Path of Exile 1, I am accidentally activating the default attack sometimes. That should be avoidable. Especially with some more creative key bindings. Almost down. There we go. Okay.
Corrupted or not, your kind deserve no better.
Lots of gold from that. Nice. Okay, now why don't we take a look at some of the potential exits to this zone. Ooh. Hello. So there's one over here. It wasn't immediately obvious to me, or at least after further investigation, it wasn't obvious if this was the way we came in, or if this is a different way out. Alright, we have to go through little opening here to access it. Because I honestly don't remember what... I feel like we came from the top right corner. I think this is gonna drop us off where we came in. Clearfell... Is that the name of the place we were in before? Was that the same name as the other spot? This looks familiar. Is it? Have we been here? Okay, we don't want to stand there. We know that one. This is definitely where we came from. Okay, so maybe we just try to take on the mini-boss that was over here, the one that we had to pass up on previously.
I need more time.
We should be a fair bit stronger than we were before. Yeah, and she was up here. Hello, friend. Ow. Put that right on top of you, more or less. Oh my god, the damage. Did you see how much damage we just took? Maybe we can't just face tank everything. Didn't really notice if that was because of a skill she was using, or if it was because we just had a bunch of other enemies directly on top of us at the time. But it was pretty bad. Is it this, maybe? There we go. Ooh, okay. I like the look of these rawhide boots. What was that other item that we just picked up as well? Some very good rarity stuff here. Let's see. So these boots, they're our first yellow item, which means they'll have up to, actually up to 6 potential modifiers. Extra evasion of several varieties, dexterity, cold resistance. We miss out on intelligence and some energy shield, but it's probably still on net a little bit better. Less total, or at least effective, life. And this looks like a quest item. Exactly. Okay, grants 10% to cold resistance. We turn that in. Okay, that's nice. Can use this. Oh, for support gems. Okay, we've not yet used any support gems. So we can get... These are basically gems that will modify and improve our active skills in a specific way. So depending on what direction we choose to go, Pierce allows the projectiles to go through enemies and potentially hit multiple enemies that way. Projectiles from supported skills deal less damage if they have pierced through an enemy, so it increases your AoE, and actually makes it possible in the case of Spark to hit the same enemy multiple times, I think. Supported skills have more chance to shock with conduction, which is the electric, or the lightning status effect. Or arcane surge, which 100% of your maximum mana on... Wait. Gaining arcane surge for 8 seconds after spending a total of 100% of your mana on supported skills. Arcane Surge gives us extra cast speed, is what we were looking at before we were starting up today, and this actually will be something that we're going to likely build around long-term, although we will find another way to get that. So I think we actually, just thinking about, from a Spark standpoint, Pierce would be really good. Would actually help our base Firebolt as well. Frost Bomb, it doesn't really help. Conduction is probably the most, and Arcane Surge are probably the most universally helpful. But we're talking about applying this to a specific skill. So maybe we go... Honestly, Conduction, I think. Oh, this was specifically for Spark? I didn't... Can we move it to another one? No? Okay, it's specifically for Spark. I probably would have done Pierce in that case. I did not realize that was going to lock into a specific one. Okay, let's head over to the other side area, which I think was kind of more over here. Now, the areas in Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, I imagine as well, are randomly generated. So the enemies are not going to be in exactly the same places every time. And the exact layout is not going to be the same every time. Ooh, a few decent chests here for us to pick up. However, there are oftentimes some similarities. One go around to the next. So, like, if the exit to a certain zone is usually in a certain direction, that usually, but not always, remains the case from one instance to the next. So, like, the exit to what I think might be a different boss place was over the right previously, and that may still be true here. Okay, don't really need to spam the firewall. Let's see if we can find that spot. There, here's what we're looking for. See it on the mini-map in the top right corner now. It's right by the waypoint. Yeah, we could have potentially just used the waypoint as a shortcut. First yellow for you as well. Irumi, nice.
Disgusting. Everything is wet and vile in Ogam.
Tunnels of a tormented creature. If we go here to the map, we can actually see what level this zone is. This is level 3. The Grelwood zone we were in before was level 4, so technically speaking, that means that the enemies around here are slightly weaker than that, so that's probably good news. And I don't recognize either of these names as the places where we were able to exit out of when we were in here in the Grelwood before, so we'll probably just use the waypoint to get there later on and hopefully expedite our trip to those other areas in a little bit. Let's see, we've got some Skelebros. Scrolls of Wisdom, never bad. And narrow hallways, actually, does work well. Or, oh, hold on, this is a checkpoint. I also see there's something down here. Oh. Okay. Mud Simulacrum. In addition to several drops here. Ooh. What did that say? That's a hermit crab?
I'm carrying enough already.
Hermit garb. Okay, I totally saw that as hermit crab. Okay, this is probably going to be our new chest plate by the looks of things. It's blue, so it has a mod on it, which is the obvious reason, but that mod is actually quite helpful. It gives us energy shield evasion rather than armor, so armor gives us physical damage reduction, whereas energy shield gives us the extra health layer, as we were saying before, and evasion, as we were saying before. It just gives us a chance to dodge hits altogether. We would like to turn this in, give us a passive bonus and clear out some inventory space, but we'll do that next time we're in town, because if there is a boss in here, we may have another item to turn in fairly soon. So these guys absolutely do just come out of the walls. Curious how effective our Spark is going to be here. Yeah, here you can start to see, this is where Spark shines. Lots of enemies, small enclosed areas. Spark can bounce around. This is where Pierce would have been a pretty big difference maker, of course. Oh, those guys are blue. They're stronger, and they are poisoning us, is, I believe, why our health bar is turning green there for a bit.
I'm carrying enough already.
Okay, that is potentially a useful energy shield for us. We just don't really have the ability to use it at the moment since it's our weapon is two-handed. Let's just see what this is, since it does have fire resistance. I still prefer the health improvements from that, though, to be honest with you. There's totally the enemies here, right? Oh, including that one.
I can't do that yet.
Hello, little bugs. Oh, big guy. Sneaking out of the wall again. Let's see, this connects back up here, which, I mean, again, I don't know which direction we want to go in. But fortunately, it does seem like even when we go the wrong way, so to speak, we can still find some decent stuff. Lesser mana flask, but it has a mod. Don't really think we care about that club. Might just disenchant once we get back to town. If it were medium-sized, then we would totally be interested. This, for whatever reason, this zone reminds me of the Belly of the Beast from Path of Exile 1. Just the layout. Oh, that is not a friend. The layout reminds me of it a little bit. The color scheme is obviously a little bit different, but... It feels like we're going backwards at this point. Getting the sense, yeah, up and to the left is the way to go. Not the same thing when you saw it. Also somewhat reminds you of Merveil's Cavern. Yeah! Merveil's Caverns. I could see that too. This feels like it's opening up into the boss room. It is definitely the boss room. It is the boss room. And that is the boss. Confirmed. Oh, wow. He hits like a truck. Okay, I mean, he's pretty huge, so that makes sense. And Devour is, in fact, an enemy from Path of Exile 1. Very powerful enemy from Path of Exile 1, even if it's a common enemy, one that would usually hit among the hardest. But now it gets its proper time to shine as a boss. Okay, you get a little bit of a tell there in terms of where he's going to drop down. We want to create one of these, ideally.
The tail.
Like, okay, you can see that. Yep. I wasn't fast enough to dodge out of the way. Movement speed would be very helpful for this encounter, it feels like. This guy definitely could be outrun. This area is a little bit too big for Spark to be effective, it seems like. It's useful for clearing out all those guys. Let's get that on you. Our damage is pretty solid, though, since we've upgraded ourselves a little bit. So it seems like... Oh, no. It seems like whenever he ducks down, he locks in on your current location. That was not the case there. Whoa, okay. Oh, what? He can attack with his tail now? Oh, that was a preemptive flask. I didn't really want to use one there, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure he's going to have other things that hit much harder than that. Ooh, okay.
The tail.
Is she saying the... Yes, she is saying the tail. I thought she was saying the tail, as in detail. I don't know why, but... that makes sense. Okay.
You will burn!
You'll burn. Hopefully. Also freeze. Okay, you're dropping there, though. Can we attack and deal damage to its little body parts? Maybe its tail? I don't know. Come on, buddy. There we go. Nice.
I have wandered the Vestiri. This was not a challenge.
There's still little guys here. No? Oh, yeah, they're still off.
I must travel light.
Okay, so that is another boss down. Don't think we need that. Check what this gives. Seems like the scepters are all about minion stuff, and that's not really what we're looking for here. But, let's see, those are both lesser. Shabby Hood is another yellow. That could be worth considering. Evasion, Life, Int, and Fire Res. Yeah. We gain life as well. Don't even lose net life after dumping that. That's definitely an upgrade. I would identify this, but I think we're okay. Sticking with you. Okay. Oh, and we can use this as well. We have all these guys already. Is there a different type of skill we'd like then? Oh, we don't have Ice Nova yet. I guess we'll take it because we can in that case. Yeah, I mean, we came back to fight this guy a little bit later on. So, I think that... Oh, we can take this out. Okay, good. And apply it elsewhere, because I didn't think that was necessarily the best skill to use it on. I think we'd like to put it on you. Okay. Yeah, because we came back to fight this guy a little bit later. After we had gone to a different, technically higher level zone. So I think that definitely helped us. I think we were more at risk to dying to some of the other bosses instead of this guy. Took defensive nodes first. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, I wrote if you were choosing to go in hardcore, then one of the reasons why I was thinking it would be okay for us to go more offensively was because we chose to go with softcore, which means we can emphasize speed a little bit more over defense and clear speed with damage. Whoa! That knocked us way back.
I must travel light.
Okay, we'll pick up this locker and then maybe we'll head back to town. Probably be, yep, a guy who drops here, and 36 extra gold. Worth it. Let's see. And this is gonna reconnect to a place we've already been. And I think this is kind of a dead-end zone that's mostly here for the boss and not as much, I don't think there's a new area on the other end of this. So I don't think we benefit quite as much from exploring this one all the way through. You have 100 ES already. Nice. Some. I haven't been prioritizing it that much. How much do we have? Yeah, just 20. Because didn't the skill tree stuff for energy shield gives you base energy shield, doesn't it? Rather than percentage energy shield, or at least I thought I saw some of it did that. That's a little bit different. That can be more powerful sometimes. First 2 nodes, at least. Okay, so now I think we use this waypoint. We might just head back to town, quickly sell some stuff. Afterwards, it goes back to percentage. That makes sense, I guess. Let's sell some stuff, maybe turn in the quest item, which I imagine we do somewhere over here.
Sorry, I was just...
Perhaps? Disenchant some stuff that we don't really care about. Like you. Can we disenchant when it's unidentified? We can. Okay. I think we will, to be honest, if we don't anticipate we're going to want to use those items. Oh. Wait. Oh, no, it's only worth 1. For a second, I thought that was worth way more. Okay. Is that enough for a full transmute now? It is. It is. Ooh. Could get a full energy shield robe. That would be nice. Oh, can we just... We didn't need to cash this in at town. We could cash it in whenever. Okay, well, now we know. Oh, there is another thing we can sell here. I thought there was a specific person we needed to talk to cash that in. Apparently not. We could dump you. I guess we will. Oh, this is disenchanted specifically.
Have
to sell this.
My collection. Another for
Think
my
we
collection.
will.
Thank you.
If we get a higher level base item with energy shield, we might craft that up. Have that be our chest plate going forward. Okay. How much gold do we have now? 650. We could get a little bit aggressive picking up a new life flask, although I think we might just start seeing better ones drop of their own accord soon. Okay. Let's head back out. Or do we need to go to the well to restore stuff? I guess we'll do it just in case. So now... So how does this work exactly? Plus 10 cold resistance. Oh, we got that. Okay. This was from defeating that optional boss in this zone. We got 10% cold resistance. Okay. I see. There's the witch. This is interesting. So it gives you a little bit more information about the types of things you can encounter in the zone. Forgotten witch. So maybe that was not a coincidence that we ran into that rare witch. Not a unique witch, but rare witch in that other zone. Every time you died to damage over time, Your game won't restart from checkpoint. That's weird. That feels like that's a bug. If it's specifically damage over time that's doing that. The Rust King and the Grim Tangle. Okay, so I think we want to go to Grelwood. We want to find the way out of Grelwood. And we fought Bramblegast. Okay. Yup. Let's go here. We have reason to summon you? Do we?
What happened here?
So we've already had this conversation. I think we're just looking for a way out. And now this instance will have reset. So obviously we have been to this zone before. But what happens is, if you leave a zone and you go back to it within, let's say, 8 minutes, I think was the timer for Path of Exile 1, then you will still have the same enemies you previously defeated will be defeated again, and the areas you've explored will remain explored and all that stuff. But if it takes you longer than that, then the zone will reset, including enemies and exploration. And as we were saying, since the zones are technically randomly generated, there could be some other changes for that reason as well. So, although I have some sense of the general direction we might want to be going in, that may no longer be accurate. We saw, I think, an exit in the top right, and top right, and then bottom left, I think, last time we were here. So that's kind of where I'm thinking we're going to head this time. Oh, and I suppose we've talked a little bit about resistances. Oh, and we leveled up. But we haven't really discussed those in detail. Basically, there are different types of damage in Path of Exile. Physical, which is the straightforward, you got stabbed by a sword type of thing, or hit by an arrow. And you mitigate that damage with armor. But then there's also technically four elements. Fire, cold, and lightning are the three straightforward ones. Ooh, this is new. Okay, let's go here. And the fourth one is chaos, which is sort of like poisonish. Technically, poison is a status effect, but like dark energy type of stuff.
I thought the Ezomites buried their dead. This must have been some battleground.
And for those types of elements, armor does not mitigate damage at all. You have specific resistances for those element types. Okay, so let's see. Here we have the Rust King. Weapons and armor still twist and move sometimes. Rumors say a towering construct can form from them. That concept at least reminds me of, what's it called? Is it Draugr from The Witcher? But that also sounds like what we needed to potentially get the person down from here. I think that's going to be the connection. Finding two-hander and crossbow better than shield and one-hander on early warrior. Oops. Two-hander better. Okay, interesting. We are using a two... Whoa! Oh, I recognize these enemies from Path of Exile 1. Maw demons. They're kind of disgusting. That much remains true. That's a quarterstaff. So I imagine enemies on average are going to start... Oh, that enemy has a bow. But I imagine enemies are going to start dropping higher quantities of gold as time goes on, so that's going to become easier for us to accumulate and spend in larger quantities as we progress. At least that's my guess. Don't want to stand there. Ooh. Oh, okay. I was seeing something poisoning us. I think I know what it is. Probably these dudes, if I had to venture a guess. I'd also love to be able to use the skill that I'm trying to use. The life gain on kill that we picked up is absolutely key. Not having to flask every single time we take damage. Pause grabs. Gloves. Double check what variety. Don't remember if we have anything special going on with our gloves right now. Spark single target damage is certainly quite lackluster. Okay, so this is a good base item. Higher base level, so that the base stats are better. It doesn't have any mods on it yet, but it means it has more potential if we were to use it as a crafting item, or use it as the target of crafting item. Wasn't there, did we get the nice chest? Is that what dropped that? It might have been.
Not yet.
Yeah, I've been largely underwhelmed by Spark thus far, and I know that's been partially due to circumstance, partially because we haven't upgraded it as much. We moved the support gem to a different skill. But it just feels like most of the time when we use it, it is noticeably less effective relative to the other skill. Right? Also, is surprisingly a little tricky to aim. Like, yes, of course it does. Oh.
That may hold what I see.
Okay. It does randomly scatter around a bit, but there is some aiming involved. At least the direction that you are facing has some effect on the direction that it starts to spread. Is this going to summon a boss? Of some variety. Or at least enemies of some variety. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. We can't dodge roll out of this. Thank you. Thank you. Big frost explosion. That was the escape route I was looking for. That has definitely been the thing we've had the most success with thus far.
The dead seem to rise in every direction. No matter.
Okay, do we need more of those to bring back to that area, or is the one enough? I don't know. Is this also a checkpoint? Oh, this is a different obelisk. Okay. Now, I think we have a better sense of what we're working with here. What if we proactively drop that? Ah, it was too proactive. Yeah, they are gonna very much close in around us here. Now. Ooh, there's a lot of people here.
That voice, it is bound to this place.
Guessing there's probably 3 that we need total. I think it might be kind of evenly spread out here. We got the one that's a little bit more to the right, one maybe that was a little bit central. Now we probably have to go a little bit more to the left. Finding 2. Oh, right. Also, huge note, when you die, items on the ground despawn. Oh, okay, that's good to know, for sure. I was wondering what penalties there were for death. Okay, yeah, see now, in general, we're starting to see items that have higher base stats. Ooh. Yeah, those are our new gloves for sure. For sure. This was the base that we could potentially use to craft a helmet if we wanted to use this transmutation, although might find some better stuff for that. going forward. Oh, no items out of that one.
I can't do that yet. Desert fire.
Okay. Expecting the third and I think final of those quest items to be over here in this corner somewhere. That is just so satisfying, the way that looks when that goes off and they all shatter. Oh, I thought that was going to be it. The quest item for a second. Oh, golden ones. Is this a crap of some variety? What do we owe the pleasure?
I'm carrying enough already.
That chestplate could be very snipping hammer? Almost sounds like that's used for crafting purposes. Oh no, that's actually, we've seen that base item already. Okay, let's maybe take a second here. See what we have to work with. Life, lightning res, life regeneration per second, physical thorns damage, which basically means we reflect damage back, probably only to melee attackers. But we can compare to our existing armor. It has more energy shield, we lose out on the evasion, but we gain health and some resistances and a little bit of health regen in return. I think that's definitely worthwhile. Unless this is like unbelievably amazing. Not really. Check for movement speed? Nope. Okay. In that case, I think we can probably dump these brimmed helmets. Don't expect those to really give us much. You're not that good. Let's see. Probably. Well, we'll get you just for future disenchantments, potentially. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah. Like the armor upgrade. How many mirror posts will we see on Reddit for dying? Oh man. Oh, we actually have a skill point. I totally forgot about it. I was just thinking, it feels like it's been a while since we leveled up. We must be getting kind of close, right? And that is sort of true. I went through. We already have one that we can spend. Armor scrap. That might be the first time we've seen one of those drop. That is a crafting resource. One that you use to, as you might imagine, increase the effectiveness of your armor. In terms of specifically how much of a boost it gives you for your base defensive stats, like energy shield. Ooh, I am out of mana. At this point, I'm kind of just waiting for us to level up again before we spend our points. So little damage to spark. For what it's worth, technically speaking, I believe this may still be the case in Path of Exile 2, but in Path of Exile 1, the way that the damage ranges from different elements worked was actually a little bit different. Lightning damage had the highest range of damage on its skills, meaning that on the low end it dealt the lowest, but on the high end it dealt the highest damage. So it could just be that I'm noticing when we get unlucky and get the low range of the damage for the lightning skills, and that stands out a bit. Yeah, let's just get a little bit more XP. Oh, Here's the last one, or at least I think the
The
last
last
one.
of what I'm seeking.
And there's the confirmation. Okay, so do this, wait a split second, then do this. This might be more difficult than the previous ones. As it turns out, he is fast. Okay. Hello, Rust King. Oh, that was weird. It's like I was just surfing a little bit there for a second. Okay, so trying to figure out what your skills do. If you just stay there and get hit by my skills that I placed there, that would be wonderful. I would appreciate that. I don't think the spark is going to help us all that much. Looks like he has big weapons that he's, yep. I'm trying to send in our direction. I think the big difference is when we land this. I am definitely firing the base attack when I don't want to be. Might take a minute after this encounter to also experiment a bit more with that. Ow. Please don't hit me. That shoots out projectiles. Yeah, a bit of a fan. Oh, is he changing it up a bit? Okay. Yeah, we might be an interloper. What about it?
I need more power.
Oh, we actually frozen? Hold on. Did not capitalize on that much at all. Much better with that freeze opportunity. We knew it provided us, but getting close here. Can't see where he's going. We are not a heat. How dare you say as much? Oh, that's a bad place to stand. Come on. There we go. One more hit.
Now,
Oh, and his friends are still up. For what it's worth. Please go away now. Okay. So that's another boss. I think he would qualify as a full-fledged boss, not a quote-unquote mini-boss. But what do I know? Take a quick look at these. I don't think... Increased rarity of items found? I mean, maybe. Let's see. Our helmet is pretty good, but we'll check. More rarity of items found. If we were really interested in going that route, we could pursue it. That's the quest item we need, though. Okay. So... I think... we might head back, talk to Renly for our reward. I don't remember who Renly is or where they are. That crossbow just needs to chill out a little bit, right? I think this is where we're trying to go, right? I feel like that's not the name of the person in question, but suppose we can head back. We've defeated the Rust King, so I think we've done more or less all we need to do here. So maybe we do go to town. Or does it let us go when we're not at a waypoint right now? I guess it doesn't. Oh, we could portal them. There we go. Microtransaction cosmetic related error. Ooh. Okay. So let's see. Apparently,
not here, not now.
there's someone we are supposed to talk to potentially in town. Oh, yes. Oh, this was the guy we saw at the beginning, who I then couldn't find because he ran off to a different area.
Ah, finally! Took down the Devourer, did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the first real success we've had against the darkness. We can breathe a bit easier now. Perhaps even go out and gather food. Now, this won't cover our debt to you, not nearly. But take it as thanks.
Okay. So this was for defeating the Devourer. We get a level 1. Oh, support gem. Oh, we also don't have room for it. One moment, please.
Here are your spikes, but be cautious. They stayed warm after forging, no matter how many times I quenched them. I would ask what you need these for, but I'm putting my trust in you.
So I think we needed him both to get the reward from defeating the Devourer, and this was for turning in those quest items that we just picked up. This gives us some inventory space now. And we can then pick up this reward after the fact. Okay, let's see.
Here's what I've got.
This is what you have relative to what the other person has.
Renly's done a fine job.
Oh, oops. Don't need to skip your dialogue, but disenchant stuff. I think we do want to do that a bit. Stuff that we don't really anticipate we're going to want to use. Increase rarity. I know it might sound really interesting to some, and it can be. It can be effective, but for the most part, you need to stack a pretty significant amount of it before it is of any significant effect. And for that reason, I don't think we'll be doing much of that here. Oh, these were not very good. We could have just dropped them, but I guess we'll sell them instead.
I like to hold on. It's beautiful. Except...
Okay. So, let's see. Anything worth noting here? Gain 18% of damage as extra lightning damage, +1 to level of all fire spell gems. This would be really good, for what it's worth. Although we would miss out on the life gained per enemy killed, which is a bit of a... I mean, it's very convenient, it's very helpful, but ideally you'd have that on something other than a weapon, because you would usually want to get damage from your weapon. So maybe we'll try to get by with what we have here instead.
Bye.
And let's check out the support gem, because support gems can be a very big deal. And as we were saying before, we kind of prioritized the conduction for, well, we use conduction, which we put on Frostbomb, even though that was not what they really recommended. Supported skills have more area of effect. For the Frostbomb, that would be useful. Less cooldown recovery rate, twice as many cooldown uses, so we can... Oh, can we spam 2 Frost Bombs? Honestly, the Frost Bomb has been the MVP thus far, so I am tempted to do that. I mean, we could do Pierce on Spark, which would make it a little bit more effective, but I am not sure that's going to be meaningful enough to be worthwhile. What is Fast Forward? Supported skills have less skill effect duration. That actually is... That might sound like a downright downgrade for the Frost Bomb, but it makes it so that it detonates more quickly. It does mean less time in which it does the little pulses, yes, but if you want to get the big explosion more frequently, then that actually is worthwhile in some ways. But I think the second wind actually sounds very helpful. Let's do that. I'm gonna throw it on you, and Frost Bomb was not really what I had intended to be the centerpiece, but it is becoming the centerpiece, and hey, I mean, it's those kinds of discoveries that we're going to make along the way, and again, you know, at some point we'll probably find some ways to power up the spark further, and then it will feel a little bit better, but we're not there yet. And now we can, oh, okay, we might have wanted to do this first, because we can now get a level 3 active skill gem, so this makes it possible for us to get some new ones. Oh, actually, Crossbolt is kind of similar to one of the ones that I was thinking we would use long term. And since we've been going more Frost-like as of late, this is actually a little bit tempting. Otherwise, Orb of Storms would be the straightforward lightning option. It's kind of similar to Frost Bomb in a way. Drop something on the ground that can deal lightning damage to nearby enemies every few seconds. Then after it does a few of those electric pulses, does it explode at the end like Frost Bomb? No, it might not. I guess it doesn't. Okay. Whereas this is a project... Yeah. If we combine this with Flame Wall, it might set the Frost Bolts on fire, oddly enough. So I might actually go this route.
Frost bolts
Oh,
chill
this is
the
cool.
ground and slow enemies. Target a frost bolt with Ice Nova to freeze enemies at a distance.
That is also a thing.
Use Cold Snap to explode the frost bolt.
Okay. We could
Frost
take this and then,
bolts
on a
chill-
future occasion, take Ice Nova.
Ice
Which
Nova
does that?
can
I don't know. I was thinking we were going the lightning route, but thus far the cold has been the way to go for whatever reason. Freezing with Frost Nova and then using cold supported staff attacks, simple but effective so far. I mean, I can't blame you. Oh, we did take an Ice Nova. We didn't even put a key binding on it because it got buried a bit. But what if we go Frostbolt plus Ice Nova, and then we go Frost Bomb there. Frost Bomb still has the supports rather than these other guys, but this could be interesting. Yes, our default attack is still fire oriented, but I think that's fine for the time being. Oh, we have an Orb of Augmentation. I didn't even remember picking this up. It makes it so that if you have a blue item that only has one stat, you can add a second stat to it. Now, we might be about to replace these gloves since they are relatively low level, so I'm hesitant to just throw it on that. But let's keep an eye out for potential targets for using that. Okay. We have our 2 skill points as well. Don't forget about those. Okay, so thus far we've done these little nodes that give us 10% spell damage, 8% spell damage, which is not that exciting. It's helpful, but then we see these bigger ones, in this case Raw Power, which is called a Notable, and these are more significant. It gives us 20% spell damage and some intelligence, which is obviously twice as good as some of these other ones we were picking up previously. And we can start to think a little bit more, now that we're kind of getting out of the starting area, about what direction we actually want to head in longer term. Mana regeneration, cast speed. Cast speed is not bad. Fire damage, cold damage, lightning damage, and chance to shock, chance to freeze, chance to ignite. That's where we're gonna perhaps want to start to get more decisive about which element we're going for. Although crit chance for spells is actually very nice as well. So we don't need to make up our mind on that stuff yet. Maybe we'll start making our way toward the cast speed side, and we will have plenty of skill points as time goes on to upgrade those things as well. But let's do this. More spell damage, more cast speed. So very much going in the offensive direction here, and at some point we absolutely will start taking some defensive stuff as well. Actually, intelligence does give us a little bit of energy shield as well. So the Red Veil... Oh, actually, we do want to go back here anyway to do another quest. The Red Veil, I think, was a dead end anyway. Frost Nova looks sick now. All right. That's good. So let's just quickly take a look at... There's the Frost Bolt that we just picked up, and we can use that. Usually, this is the Frost Nova. Usually it would just go around us. Like this. However, if you use it with the bolt, you can then make the explosion happen around the bolt, so it turns it into a ranged skill. So there's a bit of a combo there. And obviously, throw that in as well, and we're now allowed to put 2 of these down. So we have a lot of cold stuff going on now.
What happened here? Stab the spikes into the runewood markings.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
I suppose we can do that.
Good. Now the others.
Let's see what power the old clans wield.
Okay, what's gonna happen when we do this? Also, I like how this has its own specific animation. In Path of Exile 1, I feel like this is the kind of thing where you would just walk up, it would say you've used the item, the quest item, and then there would be no animation to go along with it, or something much more minor than this. Just gives it a little more flavor, a little more feel. Hello. Care to explain?
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. Though, this wound. We should take him back to Clearfell. He may be the only one who knows what truly happened out here.
Who is this person? Okay. Meet in Clearfell.
The wound. It should be fatal, but somehow he clings to life. I fear it will not be long until his song ends. He will never heal while the Count's binding still holds sway.
Do we need to disenchant some kind of curse?
Only by a Count's hand can this binding be released. I know an old tale. One that speaks of a ring we might be able to recover, buried 3 centuries ago in our ancient graveyard. A Count's signet ring, bearing his rune of authority. But how to reach it in time?
We can do that.
Grim Tangle. The overgrown sinkholes and gullies that run beneath Ogham can lead you there. The path is dangerous, but go back to the Grellwood. Find the entrance. We shall see if the spirits of this land still have the will to see you through.
Okay. We have a new quest. We completed that one.
Stay safe.
We have a new one.
If you can.
Let's see. So you're saying... Oh. Travel to the Grim Tangle. Okay. Yeah, we've been here. We need to go here. Gotcha. Alright. So let's head on out now. We want to go here and find the entrance to the Grim Tangle. Simple ditch becomes a labyrinth when the mind twists upon itself. Okay, actually, before we head out, let's just quickly... I mean, we were just here recently. Yeah, okay, we're fine from an inventory standpoint. Do we need to be at the waypoint, technically, to go here? Okay, there we go. Fair enough. Alright, so... I mean, technically, don't know how much we should read into this, but... according to the map here, the way to the Grim Tangle is up and left-ish. Should we try to go up and left-ish? See if that gives us a higher chance of finding our way out? So remember, we've mixed things up now. Now we're doing that. That might be, well, might be a higher level version of our current staff. However, our staff has some nice random mods on it. Ones that are giving us that life gain on kill, which we really like. Now we're getting some more combos going. Okay, I'm deliberately not going to pick up some of the stuff that I suspect is not of particular interest to us. Is that the way we want to go, or is that backwards? That is technically backwards. Okay. Not interested in that. I think top left more is where we want to go. These guys are fast. In general, I'm going to try to, go as far in this direction as I can feasibly go before we hit walls. Or dead ends. Is there any loot in this dead end? Doesn't seem like it. Not that time. Bye-bye.
Nothing.
Oh, there's a blue pack. Didn't even realize that.
Not yet.
That is one thing that's a little bit harder to tell. In Path of Exile 1, blue packs, meaning the ones that have the extra modifiers on them, were pretty obvious. They were pretty blatantly blue. It's less so the case here. I honestly haven't really noticed that much of a difference in terms of appearance between the normal packs and the blue packs. Until I actually mouse over them and see they have blue health bars.
I need more time.
I imagine now that we are spamming a lot more different types of skills, we're probably gonna, yep, flow through our mana more quickly. Oh, we still should make sure we have, we should have our frost, or rather our, firewall skill. That has been helpful for us. Having trouble sometimes actually having the Frost Nova detonate on the projectile. Sometimes it's insisting a bit on detonating right next to me, which isn't always a problem. The enemies are right up in your face, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Guessing this is going to lead us toward the exit. What is that? A little statue. Maybe that's a sign we're headed somewhere new. This is a blue pack. But you're still alive. It's also a little hard to tell sometimes when the enemies are still alive if they are frozen solid. That is where we want to go, is it not? I think so.
Out of mana.
Skill gem out of that. What's a blue pack? I'm gonna try to figure out the rest of the blue pack before we head over. Pretty sure this is where we were targeting, though. Yeah, this is definitely new.
Blocked for now. But I sense more than just life in these vines.
If the Fae spirits are still watching, I believe they will help us. Please, wait a moment.
Okay.
The old
Oh,
magic still thrives. The way is open. Please, hurry.
all right.
A tale
Oh.
woman of melody. Impressive.
They're so fast, these wolf enemies.
Out of mana.
Do these mushrooms not deal damage over time to us? Those guys, ooh, can poison us to a pretty serious degree. We are getting really nice freeze, however. I think that's, might be that one of our skills actually has increased freeze chance. Might be one of the reasons why that seems to be pretty consistent. I see, now we're getting chunks of 20 gold just for basic enemies. It seems like that's already pretty significantly more than we were getting before. I also have no idea what, if any, direction we are trying to focus on going here. This would be a very nice place to break out the sparks again. Even how small and enclosed this area is. He says as soon as the area opens up. Oh, so many choices about which direction to go. And obviously now we also get way less gold. Dead end. There's nothing of note. Okay. Oh. Checkpoint. Well, that's something. This is a boss. This has to be a boss, right? Some of these animations are great. This is 100% going to be a boss fight. Yep.
This was once a man?
Okay. We found the next boss. Oh, he moved. He teleported. I assume we want to avoid the mushrooms in the middle. Kind of experimenting to see how much damage and stuff it does. I imagine we don't want to get hit by that. Okay, that's your teleport. I see that. No, I don't want to be there. I don't know what that does, but... Oh, never mind. I walked into it after the fact. The freeze threw the timing off for me. That also doesn't look like a place I want to be. But I also wanted to hit you so that you stop regenerating your energy shield. Ow. Oh, don't stand there. Okay. So that teleports us into the middle if we're standing there when it sort of detonates.
Not yet.
Basically a channeling skill that he hits us with. Okay, he's also frozen. Okay, don't stand there. I was going to say maybe he doesn't seem to have that much that punishes you from being right next to him. Except if he does teleport you to the middle. Oh, that doesn't look good either. Okay, and it seems like the mushrooms that deal the... What is that?
Feel the chill.
Okay, that's a big projectile he can hit us with. Mushrooms can go away, it seems like, if you take a long, or once they damage you. But then after a little time passes, they will come back.
I need more time.
Come on. Slow. Ow, you stunned me. Hit him, frost bomb. No, he moved right where I was going to go. Oh, this is gonna be directed at us. He missed, unfortunately, and he is dead. Exalted Orb!
Take you now, druid.
Once upon a time, these were extremely valuable, but apparently they are going to be much more common now. I mean, we'll take it.
I can feel it.
We will definitely take it. But I don't think it's as big a deal as they once were. That was a cool one, though. Another support gem as well. Okay, do we continue going in on the frost bomb and go with magnified effect for the extra AoE, or do we? Let's see, frost bolt. We don't have the dexterity to do some of the things that it recommends. Spark. Ice Nova, let's see. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not... Wait, what? Is not interrupted by damage for 2 seconds when stunned while using support skills. That seems odd. Supported skills cause 50% more freeze buildup. Supported spells gain a seal Every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported spells are unsealed when cast. Their effects reoccur for each seal lost. That might actually have some potential. It's a little more mechanically complex. Or you just go magnified effect here. Let's do this. We'll go all in on that one, I guess. Oh, except it already has. Oops. Okay, we can get rid of the conduction and put that on something else. It already had 2 skill gems supporting it. We don't even have spark right now. I guess we'll go one of these two. Take your pick. Okay. I don't think we really care about that, to be honest with you. You're also not very good. Let's ID this. Mana drain, spell damage, chaos damage, which we aren't using. Max mana, 4 life gained on kill. I mean, if we were holding on to our primary weapon in large part because of the life gain on kill, it's not quite as much as we had before. We would also change our default attack from the Firebolt into a level 3 mana drain, which I do not know how that works. But we could give it a shot. Let's see. Now I actually want to accidentally use the basic attack. Let's see.
Die, scum!
It does basically no damage, but it is called mana drain, so that may be the primary reason for using it. Suppose maybe I shouldn't be that surprised in that regard. Does this loop around right next to where we had the waypoint? Or is that just a little trick of the way the zone curves around and it's misleading in that way? I'm not sure. Because if so, that boss is actually pretty close to the entrance. Lots of dead ends, though. I go here.
I need more time.
It's obviously a dead end. Oh, that's me accidentally draining his mana. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Can we set this to... Can we set this... Okay, this is what I want. I want this to be move only. I want this to be the default attack. There we go. That's better. Now we will not accidentally attack when we mean to walk. That's what we needed. Should have done that a while ago. I think either down or further up and to the left are the ways to go. Well, this is a dead end, so I think up to the left was the answer. Just got a little sidetracked. Going off to the side to get the boss. Unless... down here? Something. Can't actually tell if doing the dodge roll is faster than just walking. It might not be.
Not yet.
looked like a dead end, but for a second I thought there might have actually been something in that corner. See something here? This is going to connect to a little dead end down the door. Yes. However, is there anything over here? Because this looks significant. Definitely is something. That's probably going to end up being the way out. Yeah, go that way. Take these guys out and then we'll go. Okay, so here's another thing that we haven't really talked about. You see how that item has 2 circles on it? Those are sockets. And we've not really paid much attention to those thus far because... Oh, that one actually had an extra socket there. So I don't think we've seen many items that have additional ones, but they changed the way it works from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2, but that affects how many support gems you can apply to a given skill. So it actually is very significant. Ideally, of course, you'd have good sockets on an otherwise good item, and that is not really the case with that item, at least not yet. Okay, this is the way out, as we might have anticipated. Is there anything beyond this? Besides exploding fungi?
Quickly!
Oh.
My family has been abducted! That bastard tyrant Praetor Draven! He's taken my family hostage!
Draven, okay.
They're being held somewhere beyond these gates. I never thought he would stoop this low. I said...
Oh, sorry. I
This
keep
man
on
has no
skipping those
respect
accidentally.
in his life, but now he is simply lost.
Because sometimes it just automatically progresses you through the dialogue, and other times it seems to require you to click on it. Okay, our gloves are potentially replaceable, so let's ID these. Mana, cold res,
You numb in the
energy shield.
head? There's much to do.
Wait, does he react if we just continue to stand here? That would actually be pretty funny. Okay, we don't really need that. Or that, to be honest. Okay, let's see. Memorial Gate? 2 memorial key pieces we need before we can go through there. Okay, let's also take a quick look here. So that was the Grim Tangle. This has a couple of notable things. The Mysterious Shade. Search for the Count's grave past the Memorial Gate, which we can't yet pass. Find Draven and his consort. Then there will be potentially a couple ways out of here as well. Okay. Oh, hello to you too, Undertakers.
Feel the chill!
Well, there are a lot of enemies swarming us. That's technically a blue pack? Oh. That guy has a very large item. I'm pretty sure he's going to try to swing at us, and probably would deal huge damage if it were to hit us. Ooh, that's kind of nasty. I don't like the way you teleport.
Not yet!
Did you die or disappear? / teleport. We'll just nab that. Oh. Okay. Seems like this is one of the little side areas we need to go to. Also has a waypoint. Oh, okay. Okay. So these are technically going to be considered separate zones. There is a particularly big chest there. Or we could just open up the coffins.
Not tolerated where I am from. I shall deal with her.
Don't mind us. Don't really think we have reason to believe a quarterstaff is worth using. It's more of a melee thing. Yeah, you know, that's totally fair. that is totally fair. Ooh, that guy looks pretty big. Don't really know what I think of the energy drain as our default skill. Oh, I recognize these guys from Path of Exile 1. Well, there we go. That helps.
I need more time.
Take a second here. Allocate that skill point, which does potentially allow us to increase our cast speed a fair bit. What was this one? This was mana regeneration. This would be defensive, taking the energy shield. Wouldn't be the worst thing to start getting a little bit of that stuff going, but go with the big cast speed bonus for now. Woke up so early for this, back in bed watching me about to nap. No worries. Oh, okay. Apparently that can also spawn in new enemies, or maybe it was this red servant that spawned them instead? Hey guys, don't mind me as I just freeze people. I mean, that is the other thing about freeze, is it of course does help a lot defensively. Gives you a lot more of a window to attack people.
I'm carrying enough already.
Does potentially also give us a window to use our default attack to get mana back. Medium life flask. We were already getting those, right? It's not a rank up or anything like that.
I can't do that yet.
Lesser. It's definitely no good. Yeah, you know, I do like that. I think that's a clever thing that they made it so that destroying bones and whatnot can spawn in skeletons rather than just give you loot. Not that it's a huge difference maker, but it's a little bit of a risk-reward thing. And it just is kind of, you know, it makes sense. You don't see it very often in other games, but it just feels like that makes sense. Is this gonna spawn enemies? Yes. Ooh. Very big. And also, I know I said earlier that you don't need to walk on top of the gold to pick it up. That's not entirely true. You don't need to walk right on top of it. You just need to be a little ways away. This might be... Oh, yep. Haunted treasure. There's going to be a fight that goes along with this. of some variety, yes. Again, it's a yellow life bar. Means rare enemy, not unique, but rare enemy. Oh, periodic invulnerability auras. Oh, we've not seen that before.
Not yet.
We have not seen that before. I don't know if this guy can actually revive the Skelebros. No, I don't want to be standing here. You have successfully pinned me in a corner, and I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate when you pin me in a corner like this. Like, really don't appreciate that. I actually can't move. I'm just pretty sure I'm dead. Like, I can't do anything to stop you. Especially if you have invulnerability. There we go. Okay, note to self. Don't let this guy trap you in a corner.
Not yet.
So when he's glowing like that, that means that we can't damage him, I guess. Wait, what? What were we taking damage from? Extra energy shield. His shield is deflecting the attacks back at us. That's what was happening there, at least. Okay, this guy is... I mean, he's about to kill us, especially because we don't have any life blast charges, and we technically do have a tiny bit of passive life regeneration. I'm not going to open the coffins, I'm just going to open this. We have a tiny bit of passive life regeneration, I think. 1.2 life regeneration per second. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Eventually. Oh, we can also do this. Maybe not the best time, but yeah. It's weird because it is not obvious how we actually hit this guy. Found gloves with 2 life gain on hit. Oh, that would be amazing. We have some life gain on kill, and that has been game-changing. Yeah, so is it actually that it's not so much his invulnerability aura, it's just that he keeps deflecting stuff with his shield, and that's what's making it so that he's not taking damage? Maybe he can't block that? Yeah, that's dealing damage to him.
Grow cold.
The projectiles, though, not so good. This guy is testing us mechanically, though. We have broken through his energy shield, initially, at least. Basically have no choice but to use these skills on him, the ones that he cannot deflect. So we're learning. Ow. And getting hit still occasionally. Any day now. There we go. Okay, he did give us a support gem, which is nice, for sure. But that one had me wondering for a second. Okay, let's see. So, let's see. Frost Bomb we've fully supported at this point. Frost Bolt, we ended up putting the conduction, which was not really something we were originally intending to do with that. Debuffs inflicted with supported skills have 15% increased slow magnitude. Supported skills deal less damage, but fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skills have less attack and cast speed. That might still be worth doing. I think we do it. Lesser multiple projectiles from Path of Exile 1. Oh, do we not have the... We don't have the dex for it. We need more dexterity, which we may be able to acquire from something. Gloves. potentially, if we were to craft. Okay. We also can use a shield now that we're using a one-handed weapon for what it's worth. Let's maybe now engage with this stuff, see if we can get anything to drop. Maybe it's all enemies. Maybe those enemies will drop something of use to us. Or not. So theoretically, I think we have what we wanted to get from this spot. That was definitely a learning experience, seeing that when the enemies can consistently not only block and completely mitigate the damage that we are dealing to them, but actually knock it back at us, nearly killed us from doing that. Eventually, I recognized that that's how that was happening. But had I not, we could have been in some pretty serious trouble. And that's new. Really sure to what extent we stand to benefit from continuing to explore in here. We might just want to circle back more or less as soon as we can. Oh, wow. Okay. That electric circle on the ground. What dealt all the damage, it seems like. These guys, I'm pretty sure can summon the enemies back. Yep. Oh, okay. You are a rare. You have a yellow life bar. Yellow name. That's another reason why you seem to be significantly stronger than the other enemies that we have faced. Okay, and then we can circle back, I guess. That was actually pretty close to the exit. Found glove. Oh, right, the 2 life gain on hit. I mean, would love to get some life gain on hit. Oh, we can do this as well. Although, don't have much of a need for level 2 active skill gem right now. Unless we just go in a totally different direction with something. Sure, we'll take this for future use. Okay. Let's skedaddle.
Die! Gone! I need more time.
Armor energy shield. I think our current helmet is a rare, isn't it? It's yellow. I also was not sure how that area effect was going to work on that enemy skill. Why I just stood there.
I need more time.
Yeah, that attack, I'm sure, deals crazy damage.
Not yet.
It's right around where we started. But I imagine we kind of went in one direction. The next zone we want to go in is going to be in
Not yet.
another direction. We can't go to... Can't really go to this side, can we? Because there's the gate. Or maybe down here?
I can't do that yet. There!
Yeah, I kind of just pretty sure let that guy hit me.
I need more time.
Oh, we are out of life flasks. And that's not good. Oh, but leveling helps. I feel like these guys are just getting revived by their teammates somewhere. That might have just been a dead end. Take a second to allocate our skill point here, and now we need to think more critically about... I think energy shield probably starts to make sense here. Get a little cast speed along the way. Yeah. Hard to go wrong with that. I mean, it does mean that we want to make a more deliberate point of taking energy shield here. So you don't have energy shield just by default, unlike life. It's much more gear dependent. Fight all those guys. Let's try going up more. Oh, it's a checkpoint. Okay, this is what we were looking for. This is the spot.
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
Oh. Come on, buddy. Thank you. I'm kind of curious what, if anything is up here, though. Ow. Curious about that scepter as well. It's a base weapon. Please go away, Frostwraith. You're probably resistant to cold damage. That's level 3 Discipline. I recognize the name of that skill. I walked straight into that. It's a little intriguing, to be honest with you. That has quality. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat right now. Okay. Let's head in. Let's go to this area. It's where we're supposed to go. Okay, so we learned a bit from last time.
I shall bring you the storm.
Is the last one cold elemental? This one's be more lightning-y, it seems like. It's skeleton oriented. Okay, that's not really what we're trying to do here.
I need more time.
Ooh. Some of these might be good. Armor evasion, darn it. Energy shield armor. Our chest plate is a rare, isn't it? Yeah. Not impossible to beat that, but it would be difficult. Lightning rates rather than the frost rates. So it might mean that our cold damage is more effective against them. That was a good one. Oh, okay. You are a bit more of a complicated enemy than I was giving you credit for. It does also seem like we're getting to the point now where we're gonna run out of inventory space if we try to pick up every blue item. Your projectiles bounce off walls. No. No? That seems like that's going backwards. That's another one of those enemies we saw before. These ones seem like they could be kind of nasty. This area looks big and dramatic. Potentially leading into a boss room. This checkpoint. Yeah. I think we're headed in the right direction here. I think we are definitely headed in the right direction here.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here.
I thought that, okay, this is the boss. I thought that we were gonna have to turn in both of the items in question, quest items in question, before we would face him. Apparently not, though.
The spirit's hunger.
Oh. To be honest, I'm not really sure what that
The soul is mine.
Gold, thank you.
Meaningless life ends now.
did. Okay. I think you say so, buddy. You are frozen, and therefore I would like to hit you right now.
Rend your soul. Your soul is my beloved Assyria.
Oh, he's doing something. He's doing something, all right. Okay, I'm guessing we want to avoid the big dramatic circles in the ground.
Life ends now. Rend your soul.
Oh, does that still hit us?
The spirit's hunger. You're my beloved Assyria.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really get how you are supposed to avoid those. Not the circles on the ground, we just kind of got stuck there, which was unfortunate. But the one where he has the pillar on the, or the, like, straight line, that obviously you dodge that, but then it sends, like, a wave of fire to both sides.
Assyria, join me.
It's definitely doable. We now also know that we are going into a boss fight, which helps as well. Takes a little bit to spawn in.
To regret your intrusion here.
Oh, is that? I recognize that weapon, I think, from a unique weapon in Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 1. Path of Exile 1.
Come down. I will end your meaningless life. Rend your soul. The spirits yearn.
Not yet.
Cut down.
Hit him while he's there. So yeah, it was...
Your soul.
It doesn't seem like he has a lot of health. There are definitely times where it feels like we're just not doing much of anything damage-wise. Even though we are definitely hitting him. So this would probably help that.
Your soul is mine. Rend your soul.
I need more time.
I want you to be in that when it explodes.
The spirit's hunger. Through my beloved Assyria.
Oh, like obviously you avoid those.
Your intrusion will be punished. Your soul is mine.
Ooh, okay. Thank you for actually standing in that.
That yet.
That doesn't look good. This skill. Because it then has that wave of fire on either side. I guess it doesn't cover the entire length of the arena, but it covers a lot.
Your meaningless life ends now. Assyria.
Oh, he's frozen. He's frozen.
I am with you,
Now he's mad. When you hear his significant other, that's when he's charging up to do the big one, it seems like.
I can't see
Your
that yet.
intrusion will be punished. I require your aid, Assyria.
That doesn't sound good. Yep, that doesn't sound good. Okay. Yeah, maybe not the right time to stop and Try to hit him with more damage.
Obey! My beloved Asinia!
I am here, my beloved.
Okay. Oh dear. Oh, that was close. It staggers you a little bit as well if you do get hit by one of those, which does not help.
Asinia! Join me!
He's frozen. Oh, yeah, okay. Right, I do like the creative way it gives you those tells.
Spirits are mine!
And I think the way the spirits sort of circle in on him, that might also be a hint as to when he's going to enter that phase in the first place.
Succumb to the Empire. To me, Asinia.
Yep. Like this.
I am here, my beloved.
There's a big one. Should be good.
Rend your soul! My beloved Asinia.
Stay right there, buddy.
Rend your soul!
Come on.
Asinia!
There we go. Okay, we did go down through the first time. Second time around, we fared much better.
Welcomed. I am sure of it.
Ooh, amulets. Definitely interested in that.
I'm carrying enough already.
Okay, we do need to create some inventory space here. But yeah, that was an interesting fight. We did get the one that gives us discipline. Let's see. We do need to make space. So, I know you have quality, but we're going to drop you. We need the key piece. And I am interested in these sandals, potentially, for crafting purposes. I know we need... Oh, 2 more levels. Are we under-leveled right now? We're doing enough general clear that I had kind of assumed we were, if anything, over-leveled. No, we're right on the level. Okay, well, the enemies, going into some of the finer mechanics of Path of Exile, enemies will drop gear that is the same level as the zone, but if it's a blue pack, as we've sometimes commented, they'll drop items that are 1 level higher, and if it's a yellow, or in this case, even orange unique enemy, they'll drop gear that is 2 levels higher. So that's why we are in the same level as the zone, but clearly this enemy just dropped gear that is a couple levels higher. Ooh, that sounds like a nice staff Arumi. Okay, let's maybe dump you just because you're taking up a bunch of space. Well, I guess we don't have to. We do this. And then let's head out. Okay. Oh, for some reason, sorry, I also just kind of punched the microphone. For some reason, I also thought that was going to just teleport us straight back to this guy, but I guess he's not too far away.
You felled the Praetor! By the first ones! I can't quite believe it! But there's no time to waste. We must get through the gate. Find the Praetor's witch. Find the other key.
Wait. We went into the other area. Did we not get the item from that?
Are you lost?
Oh, this is what we really wanted, though. Strength, increase max energy shield. Ooh. So that's an item slot that we did not previously have anything for. Really would have liked to get some dexterity from that, because we need more dexterity to use this. We're not there yet, though. Can we at least use one of the keys to create space here? Only when we have 2 of them? Did we accidentally go into that other area and just not pick up the quest item? Because if so, then that stinks. I'd really rather not have to rerun that zone again. But we might have no choice. Also, while we're here, it might make sense to quickly stop off at town. Just get rid of our inventory stuff. Create some room. Okay, let's see.
I heard you heading for the village. When I fled for my life, there was no time for me to grab all my smithing tools. If you do manage to reach my forge, you should find them and bring them here. I'll set up a bench, and we can see about working on your equipment.
Ooh, very nice. Okay.
Here's what I got.
Actually, I think we want to
Go
disenchant a lot of this stuff. Where is the person who does the disenchanting? Wait,
Yes.
you? But you move around. That's interesting. I mean, I kind of liked this more than our current weapon, but we might still dump it. Is that better than what we currently have? You could make the case it is. Guess we'll still dump it, though.
I've collected these over time. It's beautiful.
The fact that this has 2 sockets in it, I don't know if that makes it any more valuable from a selling standpoint, but I think it's just very much not the type. It might have been worth stashing, to be honest with you, but okay.
Goodbye.
Tell you what is worth stashing. That, or really putting it somewhere else, but we don't really have any intention of using that with our current character. Okay, let's... That portal is still up for the Red Veil? That was a long time ago. Maybe the instances last much longer in that case. Do we only get 1 of 2 useful items in here? Oh, what? Huh. Wait. Oh no, these are, in many cases, zones we've already been to? And I think this is where we're trying to go, but just the fact that these other older places, these are like all the underground locations. Surprised that they're still popping up. Forgotten Riches there. Tomb of the Consort. Okay, let's try this just because I'm curious about those Forgotten Riches, and we might need to head over to the other one, though. Is this the one we were just in? To fight the big bad Raven boss dude? I think it was. But apparently we did not explore one or both of these areas thoroughly enough.
Guys, come! I need more time.
Excuse me. Take the wisdom scrolls while we're at it. Oh, you're very much still alive. Okay. Not anymore.
Out of mana.
Please go down.
I need more time. I can't do that yet.
Okay, so is there some other thing that we missed in here? Some significant.
I need more time.
This is a big room. Seems to be the center of the room.
Not yet. Build a kill.
Oh. Okay, that's technically a blue pack. The one that is very noticeable
Not yet.
with its ability. Don't think we want to be standing anywhere near that when those go off.
No mana.
Okay, no, that's a burning ground effect. It does hurt us even if we just stand in it after the guys are dead.
Not yet.
And these guys' shields can deflect stuff back at us as well. back toward where the boss fight was. Makes me kind of think that it's the other spot where we missed something. You would think you would only get one of the quest items per area. I really thought we picked one up in the previous spot. We might have done a silly. Also about to level up. Oh, I see the signs of potentially some detonate dead from enemies, which would be a little scary. That's not a good base out of deliver. Well, that's interesting. We're up here. We cannot get down there. At least not without going around.
Tale shall be legendary.
That is a new item, new crafting resource that I'm not familiar with. Oh no, Artificer's Sword. No, I have heard of this. It just looks totally different. Adds a rune socket to a weapon or armor. Oh, okay. It's like a jeweler's orb, except that it's more significant in this case. So we don't need links in Path of Exile 2. Oh, what is this? Sapphire Charm. Lasts 4 seconds. Consumes 40 of 80 charges on use. 25% cold resistance. Requires level 5. Used when you take cold damage from a hit. I believe this is an entirely new type of thing that we can put in there. Alright. Sounds good to me. I suppose we can use this point as well. And we were thinking, might as well go the defensive route with it. Yeah, we only have 51 energy shield, so it's not a dramatic difference maker, but long term that will start to add up. What's this? This is more mana and energy shield, and on this side, this is crit. This is elemental stuff. So, of course, long term, and once this skill tree has, now that we actually have the opportunity to see the skill tree in its entirety, we will have the ability to plan an entire build out in advance. That was not really something we could do until now. That is a blue, so I guess we should take it.
Just an
Feel the chill. I need more time.
There we go. Shieldy dudes. Not always straightforward to take them down, for all the reasons we've discussed. Okay, so yeah, that's where the boss was, right over here. It's kind of interesting how those guys start in the middle of these circles. I feel like we've basically done everything meaningful that there is to do in this zone. It's really the other one that we had gone to longer ago that is more significant. Check the map again, see if there's any other indication of stuff we've missed here. Otherwise, like this corner. Oh, does have a checkpoint. Oh, okay. Yes. This says Forgotten Riches. Switch. I see you. I see you. Okay. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay, we can actually pick all that stuff up just from walking near it. I take it back. What I was taking back before. Okay, well. I suppose it's not the worst thing that we circled back here. We found an essence monster as well. That's exciting. Let's see. Mana, life gained per enemy killed. It doesn't have quite as much energy shield, but I think those other benefits are big enough to warrant using you. And then you... Cover life when used. Chance to gain a charge when you kill an enemy. Used when you take fire damage from hit. What does this one do? No special modifiers on it. I assume we could modify it with our orbs of transmutation and whatnot. Let's check what you do. Gain a charge when you kill an enemy. It's better than what we have. We still aren't a high enough level to use these. Wow. Okay. Well then. I think that means this is technically what we were looking for here. We look on this side. Embattled Trove. And you... This doesn't look... This looks a little more grayed out than this one. That makes me think this is a boss slash mini-boss enemy that we need to fight, but we haven't defeated yet. Yeah, I think so. I think there's more, as we anticipated, there's more on that side. We also can't go there unless we're actually at a waypoint, which I think we can make happen by going into the boss arena. Which should not contain the boss anymore. Use this to teleport back. And then from here, it's a little bit easier. Okay. So yeah, it turned out that was all just a detour, but I think it did still pay off for us. Now we can fast travel here. Okay. Alright, all the coffins. Okay. I'm gonna be a little more direct this time around, I think. Since we've certainly killed our fair share of enemies in this area, and kind of just looking to progress at this point. So that guy is kind of terrifying.
I need more time.
Oh, and these are also explodey dudes, but of the cold damage variety, it seems. Oh, maybe attack the enemies who are directly in front of me. That too. Oh my god. But you're still alive. Go away. So I'm not necessarily going to make a point of fighting every last enemy that we see. I do see that chest. Or the blue variety, which is a little bit tempting.
Not yet.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I did kind of leave them there. Okay, this... Well, no, is this a dead end? I thought this was going to open up a new area of some variety. But apparently not. Oh, that is yellow.
I can't do that yet.
Not a type of thing that we're really... Oh, is that uncut skill gem level 3, I think? I guess that might not still be the highest rank we've seen, or tied for the highest rank, maybe. That could still be useful.
Do that yet.
Let's try over this corner. No, that's a dead end as well. It's probably just going to summon people.
I can't do that yet.
This looks like... Oh no, it's just another one of these night gaunts. Or nightmarish. The way it was Creating... Oh, that could be good. Maybe it was creating, like, ravens? Made me think that was going to be a mini-boss of some variety. Let's check what the deal is with you. That is energy shield base. Increase energy shield, cold resistance, life regeneration, plus stun threshold. Let's compare. Lose out on life, lose out on lightning resistant. Basically, you trade lightning res for cold res. Slightly more life regeneration. Basically, you get a tiny bit more energy shield at the cost of 14 life. It's pretty similar either way. We should check these just in case they have movement speed. They don't. They are decent in that they have life, which is a very good stat. But yes, we'll still pass.
Go, go!
Still looking for the big encounter, it seems like. Haven't found it. Oh, but might be through here?
I need more time.
Feels like this is a big area to walk to lead into a boss room, potentially. Maybe? What is that? Open focus. Ooh,
I must travel light.
That's an energy shield, and we are using a one-handed weapon right now. Once we get rid of you, we will definitely want to check that out.
Not yet.
This may be worth equipping. Increase lightning damage. It does give us energy shield, and we aren't equipping anything. So there's no reason not to use it. But it would be nice if we were still using lightning damage. We could augment this if we really wanted to. Not necessarily sure it's the best target for an augment. Maybe we use this as well. Rank 3. Could get Orb of Storms. Crossbolt we obviously already have. Let's try this. Which I am familiar with from Path of Exile 1. It looks like... Oh no, not that. Or that. Too many buttons to press now. It looks like this. This is definitely a bunch of enemies. The Ice Nova does not deal much damage. Now, that might be that we haven't used any support gems for it yet. I don't think we have, but okay, this is the boss fight. I think? No, it isn't. I take it back. It looked like it was opening up into a boss arena.
Not yet.
I was wrong. This is. And that's why we have a checkpoint. Okay. Any last-minute preparations here? We could augment this. Actually, might not be a terrible idea. Let's do it. Dexterity. Wait, is that enough for this now? It might be. It is. Okay. That's actually really... It's not going to be as big a deal for the boss fight, but for clear speed, it will be, because now we can actually get multiple of these. It was a little hard to tell from that angle, but multiple of those. And I think it is possible for them to quote-unquote shotgun a single enemy with their overlapping AoE. Alright, but here we go. Do we have a boss? Of course.
Let me
Arena feels a little bit
teach you
smaller.
the power of the Eternals, Maracat fiend.
Okay. Ow.
Conquer!
You might have been the one that the other guy was kind of summoning to create those circles in the first place. Ow.
Your soul is mine.
But you have energy shield, which is annoying because that means we don't consistently damage you. That's not good. If we don't consistently damage you, you are going to start regenerating your health. Or your energy shield, at least.
Conquer! Conquer!
I do like how you teleported right on top of the same place, where I could more easily continue to damage you.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, she's frozen. Get her. Get her.
Right of the full moon. Now,
Oh, that's not good.
I need you.
So you're gonna do a finishing move that absolutely annihilates us? I proactively used the blast.
Take that.
Do the right place.
Of the full moon.
Oh, she's slowing us down as well. I don't know what it is that does that, but that would. Oh, no. Is there a way out? Like from that angle? No, not quite. Kiwi, save me!
To me, Draven. No escape. Right of the full moon.
Good thing is that she's stationary during that phase, so if you can get one of your skills to land,
My love,
then it is going to do solid damage, theoretically.
Prison of bones.
No! How do you avoid this?
No escape.
I almost escaped.
Right of the full beloved Draven AD.
I need more time.
Now,
Oh no. I just used the last blast there.
forever.
Might have been too early.
I can't do that yet.
My love, I call to you.
Okay. I really need to figure out how to avoid the skill where she just traps us. That one. We got out!
Draven, I need you.
Get her! Get her! I don't think she's happy with us.
Now,
Yeah, nope. No,
you
she's
are
not.
mine.
We sort of rolled out, but not exactly. I don't know if we're gonna get hit still. We are.
Draven,
There was a little bit of an opening. Sometimes it seems like there's a bit of an... Maybe you can break through by dealing damage?
conquer,
That might be a thing.
wilt and right.
I need more time.
Prison of bones.
Nope, please don't do that. So like, can we break through?
Draven,
Yes, we can. Okay, that's how you do it. That should have been more obvious. Or well, I should have recognized that more quickly, I should say.
artificial soul. Wilt.
Otherwise, it just felt like, oh, this is an unavoidable way for her to deal a bunch of damage to us. Come on. There we go. And if we can break out quickly, then that could be a great window to deal damage to her.
Conquer.
I miss.
Right.
No, I didn't.
My love, I call to you.
Oh, nope, that was not safe.
Tormented death.
Please break through the energy shield. Oh, she's frozen. Okay, yep. Go at it.
My love, I call to you. Now, you are
Okay.
mine.
Yep.
Forever.
Now we can get her. Now we can get her. Okay. We got her. Once we figured out the way it works.
May your misdeeds be long forgotten.
Okay. Augmentation orb, gold regal shard, iron rune, another orb of augmentation. That's the quest item we needed. Higher base level energy shield chest plate, which is a good crafting base for us to work with. And then gold gloves with a socket. Let's check these out. Accuracy, not a big deal for spellcasting. Life, like it. Mana, like it. Increased crit damage bonus, mana gained per enemy killed. What are we getting from our current gloves? We are getting life gained on kill, which is still useful. I know we... do we still have it? We've some. Even if we dump the gloves. We can't equip this right now anyway, though. This, once we level up one more time, we would like to do some crafting things with it. Get more of these stacks and it becomes an actual orb, so it's a fraction of an orb. Is that like an armor scrap, but it isn't? Not entirely sure what the difference is between those. But either way, we are ready to go now. Okay. That means we should be able to proceed to the end of this zone. These instances last so much longer. To the point where I wonder if they're actually just permanent. Functionally. Or, I mean, obviously they can't be fully permanent, but practically.
Did it? Do my eyes again deceive me? You have the keys. You showed those eternal bastards. Use the keys to open the gate. Let's go and free my family.
This feels like a trap, of course.
At last, it's open. Praise the first one.
Is he about to get slaughtered as soon as he walks through here or something?
What is this? Graves. Isabel. Torko. Callum. The family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Okay, yep. That's how we end his suffering. That's how. Okay, he's the real boss.
Get back!
Okay, he's very big and slow. Presumably means he deals boatloads of damage, though.
More time.
What is that? Does he summon ads? Looked like he was doing some necromancy stuff. Oh! I did not dodge that properly.
I can't do that yet.
Okay. That is more AoE than I gave it credit for. Okay. This way. Oh, okay. Here's our window.
I need more
So
time.
we anticipate where he's going, and then we put down the frost bomb. Okay, that is a lot of AoE. Oh, okay. That kind of locked on. I did not anticipate enough where I put those. That doesn't look good. That attack at least reminds me a bit of Buddhist from Path of Exile 1. That was 200 dead of those. There, maybe? No, come around this way. No, wrong way. stand there. Not that close to him. Oh, I do actually need to move, though. Whoa. Oh, he's frozen. I did not even realize. Uh-oh. Missed opportunity. Missed window.
Not yet.
Yeah, those are hitting for a decent chunk of damage. I wasn't referring to his skill, I was referring to our frost bombs.
I can't do that yet.
Just barely got him still. Hello, friend. Oh, yep. Yep, didn't get the angle right there. I don't think he was quite close enough to get hit by that either.
I need more time.
It's too quick for him. That's not good.
I can't do that yet.
Now, I would love to be able to do that one more time. Oh, does that damage us? That cold ground? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It sure does. We have a tiny bit of health regeneration over time, but not a lot. And it's hard to avoid getting hit by this skill overall. Does that, then it kind of follows you around. Like that. He's low, though. Where is he?
You're dead. Come.
We got him. We were low, but we did get him.
Rejoin your kin, lost one.
Oof.
I will remember you.
All right. He was mechanically simpler than many of the other enemies that we had fought.
I have no space for that.
We will look to make space for that, I think. At least some of these things. It's armor, energy shield. Okay, that could even be worth using ourselves. Let's see. Oops. Ooh. Okay. Might be time to ID some of this stuff. You? Life regen alone? We might be able to do better than that. Yeah. I think so. Oh, and look at this. It's changed today. I was just so busy looking at our inventory, I didn't even realize that suddenly the surroundings are much brighter. Okay, we don't really need you, to be honest, and that probably helps us clear up more space as well. I'd like to check you. Movement speed on the boots. Let's go. We're in business. Okay, doesn't matter if these are rare, these are blue, we're taking these. Okay, that is very nice. We will dump you, well, dump you, make space for you. So movement speed is the best mod in the game on boots for the most part. Certainly early game when you are trying to progress as quickly as possible. How does this compare to our existing chest plate? Slightly less energy. It's somewhat less energy shield. More life. Lose lightning resistance. Gain health regeneration. More stun threshold. It's probably still better than what we have, although it's not like for like upgrade. Okay. Let's head over to the hunting grounds. Okay, and we probably do want to head to town.
These plains, though twisted, hold beauty.
Because we have a full inventory. We might get some kind of reward from that boss that we just defeated.
Welcome, violent stranger. I am Finn, and I shall be your humble provider of useful and diverse objects. That are most definitely not scrounged or stolen.
I see.
If I don't got it, I can get it. You just let me know.
Spirits in the trees be damned. You actually entered the Red Veil and survived. Every Ogham kid knows, if you step 1 foot in there, you'll be skewered and eaten. Well, those kids that are lucky enough to have a mother, that is. I have a grand quest for you, hero. The kind that'll get you woven into legend. It's not at all a minor personal matter that you might ignore. How do I explain this? Before this dreary place, you could say I was something of a, wanderer. There's a clanless enclave known as the Fraythorn that makes its home high in the trees near the hunting grounds. They helped me out a time or two over the years. A little while back, a group of strangers arrived out of the deep woods. They made strange altars and started whispering to the others about their religion. That was when I decided to move on. See, now I got to thinking, if Count Geonor and his men are mad enough to burn the village, then maybe the clanless are in trouble too.
Okay.
Well, you pay them a visit. I used to be mildly fond of it if
You can
you're
also
feeling lucky.
buy and sell. Oh, gamble. What? Oh, okay. You spend coins on the base item, but you don't know what, if any, stats it has. So it could be extremely powerful, or it could have at least really good rolls, or it could have no rolls at all, but you're taking a risk. So if you're up for taking such a risk, you can try your hand at it. Especially if, say, you don't have a ring, which is currently the case for us. Oh, we can't afford that, though. Alright, let's see. We would probably like to sell, and we might have stuff to get from you.
You found the ring. This will most certainly break the Count's binding. Give me a moment.
Witness the retrieval of the hooded one. Ooh. Okay, maybe we do that, and then we'll head back to sell stuff and whatnot. So that would be here, right? I think. Oh, wait. This is where we originally encountered the hooded one. Where are they now? Here instead? Oh no, that's in town. Oops. We didn't have to leave at all. My bad. Oh. He's here.
How long has it been? I was hunted. The Count, he stole something that is beyond dangerous. It will cause sickness, then madness. It can still be contained. We must put the seed back.
This shade is more than he seems.
Is that the source of Ogham's affliction?
Yes. Please, find it. I am still too weak. This will only grow worse.
So if we are to heal this land, we must find this seed. Beyond our clan graves is the hunting grounds. Cut through those to reach the village. Please, go as quickly as you can and see what you can find. I fear there is not much time.
Quest complete.
Yes?
Oh, interesting. Not sure what the identify items does, but he can refund passives for us. At the cost of gold, we can undo some of our skill points and allocate them elsewhere, which is different from the way it worked in Path of Exile 1. It's probably more forgiving than the way it worked in Path of Exile 1, especially since what, 93 gold apiece, and we have 2,000 something gold at the moment. A little over 2,000.
I don't know how to ask this of you, but I was forced to leave behind something of great importance to me when I fled. My lute. It was carved by my mother when she first taught me to sing. It's in my family home in the farmlands. If you happen to travel near those ways, it would mean the world to me if you could look for it.
All right, let's do it. Okay, now that we are in town, let's disenchant some things that we don't really want and sell other things as well. Regal Shard. Oh, is that because that's a rare item? Yes. Okay. Interesting. So it's a little more valuable to get rid of those then. Well, do we prefer this over our existing gloves? Kind of. I mean, we can't even equip this right now, though. So maybe we're okay dumping that. Just make sure we don't accidentally sell something that we still want, right? I think that's okay, though. Now we have a few orbs of transmutation, which we could use to... Oh. We would perhaps use to upgrade these, but no, we are sticking with these guys for the movement speed. Let's augment these. Stun threshold, probably not what we wanted. That's probably pretty bad, to be honest with you. This would be the next thing we would probably want to upgrade, and we're pretty close to reaching level 11, so we might just craft it right now. So if we transmute you... Darn it. That's really bad. It's not good. Does that guy... those are free identifies? Okay. I was wondering if we had to pay for those. So we could augment this, although not as intrigued after having gotten a bad transmute. But we can also do this. We already have those. We don't have the Ember Fusillade. Oh, or we can... I forgot. We can increase the level of our existing skills. I totally forgot about that. So, like, our Frost Bomb is only level 2 right now. It's been our primary source of damage. So upgrading it to level 3 probably would be good. So you know what? We'll take that approach. Okay. Might still hold on to you for future crafting purposes. And then... So our inventory can start to get crowded with these types of crafting materials. So that's where stashing some of this stuff and saving the crafting for when we come back to town can potentially be helpful. Although, or throw in the base items that you intend to eventually use for crafting. Obviously that means we can't craft when we're on the road. There's potentially a downside. But we might, of course, come across other items as we're going. So, okay, why don't we proceed? Unless there's, you know, a particular thing that we're trying to buy in town, but I don't know that that's the case. Okay, let's see. In the hunting grounds, several things we can do here, and then at least a couple ways out of it as well. Yeah, and I suppose if we're willing to be patient, we can get free identifies whenever we go back to town, so you don't really need to ever use a Scroll of Wisdom. If you're patient enough, at least. Bramble Roas. They look different from the Roas we've seen from Path of Exile 1. They actually look really cool. This enemy. That's a blue attack. Wicker Tiara. I suspect that's going to be a higher base energy shield helmet. Yeah. We like that. So those are little archways made of brambles. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I don't like that. I guess I do know how I feel about it in that case. These guys are fast as well.
Not yet. By Garukan!
Some monkeys as well. I just created a bunch of spikes in the ground. Oh, it's a bramble monkey.
I need more time.
It's no ordinary monkey. This is an area of some significance. There's the checkpoint here, and is this a boss arena? It might be. The Great Hunt? Trial of the Beastmaster! I recognize this! Oh my god, sorry, one sec. I recognize that helmet. Sorry, I just got a really bad cough for some reason. Okay. I think I've coughed that out, maybe a little bit. But Path of Exile 1, people, do you recognize that helmet? Because I sure do. Oh, there isn't. Oh,
Come, I will release you of your pain.
okay. It's the Crow Bell. I think is a boss we heard somebody mention in passing.
Not yet.
And now it just kind of seems big and slow, but I imagine at some point it's gonna have more nuanced stuff.
I need more time.
It does have a ridiculous amount of health, it seems, though. Where's it going?
Get
It's
back
running.
here, creature.
What the heck?
Enough of this.
Oh. Oh, we're in a tiny area with it now. Okay, and it seems like it's become stronger, perhaps? It's also frozen. Ow. Ooh, okay. I don't know if it can, like, break open one of these doors for us and make it possible for us to escape this tiny arena. Because that would be kind of nice.
I can't do that yet.
I would rather not be trapped in here with you. And you seem to be very melee oriented, and we kind of are not. Oh, I might have almost dodged into that. Attack him! Hit him!
I can't do that yet.
He does not seem happy with us. Did he break the... Oh, he's breaking through. Absolutely. It's gonna get increasingly complex as he continues to... Where is he going? Into the brambles. Oh, this is still a small arena. But that is cool. The way he runs around like that. You don't see that very often in boss fights.
Not yet.
The bell makes a big ring sound as well. That's cool.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, he can change the direction of that move. I think that's the thing. There we go. Still
Corruption spreads like wildfire.
Probably-
No creature is safe.
mechanically the easiest boss that we've fought thus far. Grants 2 weapon set passive skill points. Let's see. So, we don't have any Scrolls of Wisdom on us anymore. Ooh, rank 4 skill gems? Have we seen those yet? I'm not sure if we have. 2 passive skill points, 2 weapon set passive skill points. Let's take a look here. So we have 2 more points to work with here, but then new to Path of Exile 2 is if you weapon swap, you can basically have some additional skill points that are specific to the weapon that you are actively using, so that way you can have a certain build with one weapon, switch to a second weapon, and have at least some of your skills, your passive skills, change along the way to tailor more to whatever you're trying to do with that second weapon set. And that is really interesting, because that felt like a big area that Path of Exile 1 never fully embraced, but always had potential. You know, what if you have 2 complementary builds that you alternate between by changing weapons mid-battle? That now is much more possible than it was before. As for where we're looking to go, though, these skill points. I mean, we have been doing a whole bunch of freeze-related stuff. As I had said before, that wasn't really my original plan, so I'm a little hesitant to invest heavily in that right now. And I have not even looked at beyond what is immediately in front of us, what other things we might be interested in doing. Oh. Those would be really good. At least at endgame. Since resistance is the way that you or enemies mitigate elemental damage, not armor. Otherwise, crit technically... so in Path of Exile 1, critting with an elemental skill automatically, in the case of cold damage, froze the enemy, fire damage ignited the enemy, lightning damage shocked the enemy. Is that different, though, in Path of Exile 2? Because at least with freeze, we have seen that enemies have a freeze threshold, where after hitting them multiple times with a cold skill, eventually we freeze them that way, rather than each individual hit having a % chance of triggering the freeze. Because if we can still apply the status effects from the crits, then that's a very good reason to prioritize going for the crits. But if it doesn't work that way, then we might be better served doing something like this, where we get the freeze buildup. I do really like the freeze, though. I do really like the freeze. Let's do it. Let's do it! We can respec points in town by spending gold if we really feel like we need to. Now we have more cold damage and easier freeze application. Okay. I want to say what I was alluding to from Path of Exile 1 with the whole helmet thing, but I feel like there's still a chance we might see something come of that later on. So I'm a little hesitant to say exactly what it was. That's what a normal Devourer looks like. I know we fought, or more or less, I know we fought a boss Devourer in one of the previous zones. But yeah, I think the extra freezes are defensively going to make a huge difference. They give us much better windows in which to attack, and then that is going to make it better for us offensively, of course. It's another Devourer. Okay, so I'm deliberately not going to pick up the stuff that is lower level. We've already seen. It's old news for us. Is this something significant? I saw the Devourer drop down. There are several of them.
I need more time.
It doesn't seem like this is a dead end of sorts. Did we kill the Devourers, or did they just kind of teleport elsewhere and Now we've lost track.
I need more time.
Oh no, that's our Kiwi. Leave the Kiwi alone. He's innocent. So we saw that also there are apparently several things in this area that can be of some significance to us. Obviously, one was the boss that we have now fought. It does get more expensive as you level to respec, but don't see it being a problem to get gold. Been having magic enemies drop about 100 gold each, so it seems like a non-issue. Yeah, I like that. I think that's, in general, a good thing. Make it a little bit easier for people to respec their points. It's a little bit tricky to do that in Path of Exile 1. Wait a second. The base weapon has fire damage? Oh. That's new. Unmodified, this weapon has a split between physical and fire damage. That's very interesting. Right, especially considering how none of us know what we're doing when it comes to our builds yet, since we didn't have access to the tree. Seems like it's definitely the right thing to do to give us easier access to respawn. This, I'm guessing, is going to be the ritual encounter that somebody had talked to us about. Because, that's, I think, about to be our best life flask.
Not yet.
What are you doing, witch cultist? So this is going to be new for us.
This is no lost man effigy. The boy is from these parts. I should ask him of this. I can't do that yet.
You a little further away. There are a lot of enemies around here. That may be very significant for reasons we are going to soon see. There's a whole lot of enemies here. Wow. Go, Frost Bomb. Get rid of all the monkeys. Little monkeys. And the big monkeys, too, apparently. Ow. Greater Life Flask, even just the base version. I think we got one. Did we get one that had mods on it earlier? We got a Greater Life Flask of some variety. Let's take a quick look. Oh, hold on. Yes, we have one that has stats on it. We do have to identify them. I don't know if are we against identifying things ever? Let's do it. Gain charge when you kill an enemy. Let's do it. We're going to want to fill this up, however, before we engage in the mechanic that we are approaching. Oh, well, hold on. This is very good, though. Extra support gem. Yes, please. Okay, we legitimately do need to fill up our flask before we go to that thing that we were just looking at. Oh, there's a path here that we had completely ignored, apparently. Another support gem.
Not yet.
Oh, and granted, of course, now we start to fill up the flask and I start using those charges. Oh, that guy is a rare enemy. Not a unique, but a rare. And gotten some mixed signals as to whether those are of particular plot significance or not. Because in Path of Exile 1, I kind of said this before, but in Path of Exile 1, the rare enemies were still technically random. That has not necessarily seemed to have been the case. Oh, that's also something new and significant right there, of a different variety. Okay, we're getting a bunch of new stuff. popping up in this zone. A lot of new stuff popping up in this zone. Hit him. Get the big dude. He's almost down. Okay, except maybe don't just stand there. He's not that low. Now we have several things to investigate. And thanks for stopping by, Arumi. Good to see ya. Okay, so that one of the things was this. This rune altar. Interact to begin the ritual. What is a ritual, you ask? Let's activate the checkpoint. And then we'll check it out. Closes us in a circle here. And this is every enemy who we had fought in this area has now respawned. And in order to escape, as you might imagine, we need to defeat them. Why would I just want to fight the same enemies again, you ask? We'll see soon enough. Okay. Get some gold. Now the uncut skill gem. We're getting a bunch of those now. Summon Finn.
Wow, this is ominous.
Yeah, you could say that.
So, I was right to be worried. They're still making these damned altars, and this one's bigger. Something's wrong, hero. Something's definitely off. I thought I was imagining the whispers in the shadows at night up there. Thought I was just spooked by the cultists, but maybe not. Please, check in on the Enclave. I'm gonna get while the getting's good.
Okay. Alright, I guess on this occasion, it's not fully letting us
Tired of the slaughter yet?
interact in the way that we may be able to interact with those things on future occasions. But there was another very significant thing that we stumbled across somewhere when we were here-ish.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, hello. I actually don't know if Frostbolt plus Ice Nova can cause the multiple Frostbolts to detonate on a single enemy and basically, quote-unquote, shotgun them for extra damage. This was the other thing that I was looking at that caught my attention. Venomous Crab Matriarch. It's going to be a yellow enemy, so powerful, crit resistant, periodic cold explosions. It has an essence of ice. What is that, you ask? We'll not find out. Oh, okay. Well, it is stronger than usual. No way. The monkey dude. We're not the enemy we are focusing on here. Fortunately, you don't have that much health. This enemy here.
Victory is mine.
It's down. Get the gold. We get a withered wand. And an essence of ice. Upgrades a normal item to a magic with 1 cold modifier. So basically, it's a crafting item. And it functions like an orb of transmutation would, getting a normal item up to a magic or blue item, but it guarantees that you get a specific type of modifier, in this case a cold modifier, so it gives you a little more control over what you get. So there, as you can probably imagine, will be different types of essences and therefore different ways that we can tailor our crafts to fit whatever it is that we're looking for. So cold, I mean, now that we have been going more in the cold direction, could actually be kind of useful for us. We are out of wisdom scrolls, though, since we may have dumped them all in town. Okay, so we have done a lot of new things in this zone. Let's see. Ritual Altar, we found that. We beat the Crow Bell. What is this? Triadic Ritual Hunting Grounds? Rumors speak of an ancient circle of stones in the hunting grounds. Don't think we've seen that yet. And presumably following the path would take us somewhere of some significance. In the interest of getting whatever else there is in this area, and it's jam-packed already. Apparently there is more, though. Let's see what we can find. Oh, like a buried cache, at the very least, seems like a extra chest of some variety. Oh, there's a checkpoint here, so this might be about to approach whatever the other important thing is. Oh, it's more essences. All right, well, there you go. This one, Essence of the Body. That is not a name that was used for essences in Path of Exile 1. I don't know what the deal is there. But, ow. Let's get rid of these guys first, because there's a lot of them. Wow. And some of them were blue packs. So I know I was making a bit of a deal earlier about how we had the boss that was a Devourer, and I had said, well, even base Devourers were dangerous in Path of Exile 1. That is because there was a point in time when they were one of, if not the enemy that had the highest base damage as we level up. Mana Drain, not the biggest fan of it, though. Strength Int grants raised shield. Imagine we're running low on inventory space. Not exactly. Let's get this. Bone Wand grants Bone Blast. I mean, it had to be something bone related, right? Okay, now let's get you. I thought we got flask upgrades, though. Oh, we did. We did get one for life. Mana, we can go and improve that as well, though. A little less concerned about immediately swapping off that. Okay, let's see. Alright, we can't identify this anyway. Okay. We could use this to further upgrade one of our skills. One of our existing ones. I do like how it reminds you this is the level of the skills you have right now. And okay, Ice Nova is only level 2. The damage has felt lackluster there, so maybe that's one of the main reasons. Frostbolt is only level 3 right now. Oh, everything is level 3. I thought we had something that was already level 4. Apparently not. I think we have several of these level 4 ones, though. We could upgrade the Frostbolt for better damage. And then another support gem. Go here. Get the Frost Bomb, and then go the Nova. The last one. So now those are all very effective. And now a couple of the support gems. Let's see. What would we benefit from here? We went Frostbolt. Supported skills have less projectile speed. It makes it easier for the projectile to stay on top of an enemy for longer, hitting it more times with damage before it passes through them. Debuffs inflicted by supported skills have increased slow magnitude. Ice Nova, I mean, I feel like we might benefit most from doing something here. Unleash. Glaciation. More freeze buildup. I mean, we are getting pretty sweet freeze buildup already now. Energy shield recharge begins. Oh, right, we saw that. That seemed a little bit strange. Maybe the glaciation is the way to go. Yeah. Let's try that. I think, unless we want to get fancy with Unleash. Support spells you cannot cast yourself, making their effect recur when cast. Cannot support channeling skills or skills. You know what, actually? What if we do this? Put it on, yeah, on Ice Nova, and basically just make sure I remember how this works mechanically. So supports spells you cast yourself, making their effect recur when cast. Cannot wait. Oh no, I totally misread that the first time. Okay. Supported spells gain a seal every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported spells are unsealed when cast, and their effects recur for each seal lost. Let's try it. Let's do it. And did it immediately apply that? Yeah, it did. Okay, and then we could do another one if we really wanted to. And that could be, in this case, the glaciation again if we wanted to, or energy shield recharge helping us. Let's go with the glaciation. Okay. So additional projectiles and lightning mirages when hit for this one, and it has an essence of the body.
Now don't move.
It's also an empowered enemy. Those are the mirages. And I think they deal quite a bit of damage if we get hit by them. Fortunately, we did defeat the main enemy. A little bit of friends we get rid of. Essence of the body. Upgrades normal to magic with 1 life modifier. Now that is a big deal. Life is generally one of the most important stats. And getting guaranteed life on a helmet, for example, could be very useful to us. And then we could augment it to make it better still. We might use that right now, to be honest with you. It is giving us life. Some intelligence, fire resistance. It's not bad. We have anything that is... our belt isn't really doing anything at all. Could, I guess, go for a belt. We don't really have a... This is really the only base we have to work with right now. Oh, and we also leveled up, which means we can get even better freeze buildup. Oh wait, do we have to go around to do that? What? Huh? Oh, we already had this allocated, which would mean we could go here, unless we actually do have to go around to get it. Huh? What? Have we allocated this or not? Oh, we already have that one. That's why. That's why. We already have that one. Okay, I was like, something is not adding up here. Okay. So... we could continue going this way if there were additional things here we'd like. Faster start of energy shield recharge. That is very good defensively. We go this route. Otherwise, damage penetrates cold resistance. Would be nice as well. That's more of a long-term thing. When enemies are stronger, they're going to have more resistances, and that's going to be a bigger factor. Not as big of a deal now. Increase damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments. So if an enemy is already frozen, for example, we get more damage against them. Increased chance to afflict those ailments. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, if we are just trying to freeze stack like crazy, then, and by freeze stack, you can't get multiple freezes on the same enemy, but just keep enemies frozen for prolonged periods of time, that's pretty tempting. So, obviously I've not spent the time to go through and read every single note on the tree right now, so I'm just kind of reacting to whatever I happen to glance over here, and I may very well be missing some big stuff. I'll probably take some time off stream to just look at all the stuff here. Thank you, Boris. I will hydrate. We'll head in that direction, at the very least. Okay. So... Oh, right. We saw what looked to be something important over here. There was a checkpoint, which suggests there might be something bigger beyond said checkpoint. Yep. Some mention... Oh, that's going to be a mini-boss of some sort. Look at that freeze. It looks so cool. It looks so cool when he's frozen.
I can't do that yet.
So he's a yellow life bar, not a golden orange life bar, which means technically that is a rare, not a unique enemy. There was still mention of it on the map. So it does seem like it is even more skill gems, support gems. Man, wow. It does seem, though, as if that's basically a preset encounter. Okay, let's see. It's level 4 skill gem. Let's see what we want to do with this. Are there any skills we're using regularly that we would like to upgrade further? These are the 3 we've been using most. Could go back to one of the ones we've been using in the past. Once we get to rank 5, we'll be able to get some new ones. I mean, we've really just stopped using some of these other ones altogether. I mean, Spark, maybe we give it a chance, since that was originally the skill that I was thinking we would use, at least in the early stages. Oh, that's cool. Because that looks like the tree enemies that we were just facing, except that is an inanimate object. Okay, I think we'll go back to the path. Yeah, there we go. Because I think we have now basically done everything in that zone. I think there was at least one thing of note here as well. Let's see what it tells us. Oh, okay, another ritual. Weren't we technically supposed to go back to town to learn more about the rituals? Were we supposed to do that? If we run into another ritual here, are we gonna be locked out of engaging with it fully? I mean, we have a waypoint, so we might as well go back to town, I guess. Still, portal is still active from what is now hours ago. It's just weird. Not used to that.
Sorry, I was just...
Okay. Oh, we actually don't have that much stuff in our inventory. Oh, you know what we do want, though?
It seems
Please identify all of our items for us. Thank you.
Go.
Oh, yeah, because that's not great.
Yes?
That... We're not really interested in using this, even if the life gain on kill has been useful for us in the past. Oh. That spell damage is nice. Hold on. We actually have decent spell damage. It's better on this, but... Life gain on kill... Oh. Okay, we are still getting some from our gloves, but we'd miss out on some there. Okay. I think we might want to use this. And we had questions about, is it worth crafting you? And also just
Please, take your time.
sell this.
It's beautiful.
Well, I guess we could
I
disenchant
accept.
that, actually.
Finn makes fun of my
So you-
collection, but I think it's charming.
Can sell these. Oh, it's another support gem. Yeah. If we really wanted to, we could, but... Oh, you know what? Let's at least transmute the belt. Oh, we can't do it when we're talking to you? Okay, fair enough. This is technically a low-level belt, so the rolls... Oh, are we even allowed to? Oh, that's the shard. That's why we can't do it. Duh. Okay. I believe we have some here, though. Stash you guys, and we do have an essence tab where we can throw those in. If we go transmute you. I mean, I'm half tempted to buy a new belt that is just going to be capable of rolling higher level mods.
This hooded one is here on your honor. Don't take this as a threat, but it's your head if he turns out to be as evil as he looks.
Does look pretty evil. That is true.
Anything take your fancy?
So we could potentially buy... Ooh. That's pretty expensive. Just kind of looking for an unmodded one that we would just craft ourselves.
Till next time.
We can potentially buy crafting bases from that person, though. What do you...
Sorry. Finn makes fun of my
sell?
collection.
Oh, we don't have any
I
rings
think
yet.
it's charming.
Mana for enemy kill. Lightning damage to attack, fire resistance. Don't love that. Oh, we can also buy scrolls of wisdom? Okay. Maybe we do just craft this. Don't think it's gonna give us dramatic results. A little bit of life regeneration per second. Which is, it's helpful when we do find ourselves in a pinch. We could transmute you, although I kind of like our helmet. It's a little bit of a low level, and it doesn't give us energy shield, which is a bit unfortunate, but that health is nice. I mean, we could... Yeah, we were talking about using an essence, maybe. Let's do it. Energy shield and life. Okay, that's great. That's great. Now let's go...
Hello.
Disenchant you. Get some regal shards from it. And I think we were saying... We are interested in making that change. In which case we could disenchant this as well.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Oh, do that on that page. Okay. Oh, and that's now worth the... Oh no. Yeah, we did get another transmute out of that. Okay, nice. Let's see what else we can do support gem-wise. Our default attack is now a Chaos Bolt, which is an element that we've not really done much with yet. Oh, and once we get to Tier 2, we can start getting better support gems as well. Of course, that is interesting. Might try the reduced projectile speed on Frostbolt, to be honest with you. It's a little bit tempting. It's a little bit tempting. Otherwise, we slow enemies down more. Let's do this. It makes it easier. Oh, it requires more dex than we have, though. Okay, that has been a bit of an issue for us in the past. Oh, and we already have... We have the conduction on Frostbolt still, which is not really a natural fit. I mean, we can put it on there because it's the best option we have right now, but... We would probably like to switch to this when we get the chance. And we thought we might have needed to talk to you.
Yes?
But maybe
Take
not.
a pun.
About the whole ritual
you know
thing?
You want to.
This is the whole gamble thing that we could take our chances on. We really wanted to. We could try doing that if you have a belt. It's exorbitantly expensive, though. Yeah, no thank you in that case. Okay. Let's head back out then. Not really sure what we're looking for here, other than that we know there are some things in the area. Wait, hold on. Did I go to the right spot? No, I went to the wrong spot, didn't I? This is the previous zone, I believe. Kill these guys already. I believe this is where we wanted to go, actually. Yeah. Okay. This is more like it. Freezes. Oh, rabid dogs. They can go into the fields. And it's actually hard to see stuff in here. And there are actually enemies in here that are hard to see. That's cool. Yeah. Wow. That's interesting. The little mechanical nuance. We do anything with the pumpkins? Freeze them for storage. Scarecrow. It's legitimately very hard to tell if there are enemies chasing behind us, because there were.
I can't do that yet.
More dogs. Ow. I'll take the augment, though. I hear the enemies more than I can see them.
Not yet.
You kind of see the grass moving as the enemies go through it as well. A little bit. Ooh, something's going on over here. That's a rare enemy, yellow light bar. As we were saying before, it does seem to mean it's sort of a scripted encounter of sorts. Facing revives minions. That is good to know.
Not yet.
Down it goes though. Oh boy. Okay, there are a lot more enemies here than I realized. Hanging out in the grass.
Out of mana.
Did we end up crafting that helmet earlier that we were talking about? Because we did just pick up another base version of it.
Right blade. I need more time.
It is easier to see the enemies when they're frozen. So that helps. We also may have just been able to avoid the tall grass altogether if we had chosen to follow the path and we didn't do that, so that might be of our own doing.
Need mana.
Definitely blowing through mana more quickly, and I think that is in part because your skill cost does go up as you add more support gems to your skills, and we have obviously been starting to get pretty aggressive on that front. Ooh, that is a way out, which is of interest, but I thought there were still things we wanted to do here before we leave. Tall grass also makes it a little hard to tell where the boundaries of the zone are. Oh, this has to be something. Crop circle. Oh dear. Yup. You bet it is. Okay, it's technically not a unique enemy. Again, it's a rare, it's a gold, or a yellow, not a gold, I should say.
I need more time.
You are fast, which potentially makes it hard to do that, but you can still use that skill when you're frozen. How dare you? That should be illegal.
Not yet.
Come on. It's almost down. There we go. Augment. Their uncut gem. Okay, that might have been the relatively big thing that we were looking to do here. Might have to double check the map. There's still werewolves here. Someone's able to poison us? Maybe these scarecrow beasts, which with humongous scythe-like weapons. Everyone has a scythe weapon now, now that I look more closely. Oh, ow. Ow. Oh, these guys took blue pack. Okay. And we left. Blue pack, it can apply poison. That's what was doing it. Can we break through this? I don't wanna... There might be enemies who are about to come in through there. I don't wanna... Or right here. Double check. Okay. Seems like we've gotten rid of... Oh, no. Again, we're looking in the wrong place. Una's hut is still here. We did the crop circle. Okay, so yeah, that was one bonus encounter. But if we go to the hut, we can finish a side quest. Okay, we don't know where that is. That is one thing that remains incomplete. You might expect her hut to be in the middle where all the other buildings are, or maybe it's special, so it's not near where the other buildings are, because when we're out in the fields like this, there are not many houses. Oh, blue pack? Somewhere here. Some of those guys are special. Seems like whenever there's a crossbow enemy, it's pretty powerful. Deals a lot of damage. This could be the place we're looking for. Feels like we might be closing in on a larger hut. Well, then again, I see the waypoint, which might mean we've just gone in a circle. Which is fine. I mean, it means we've covered a lot of ground. Oh, that looks significant. We can pretty consistently just freeze every enemy around us. Is this where we came in, or is this a different area? No, I think that is where we came in.
Get back!
Bing. Yeah. Okay. Now maybe we'll take the straightforward approach and we'll more or less just follow the path and see if it leads us to more, or just go where the houses are. Oh, also this. So usually what happens in the skill tree is you have the small nodes like this that give you a little bonus for a particular stat, which, if it's a stat that's relevant for your build, is potentially very much still worth taking. The notables, these bigger ones that give you larger numbers toward those stats, or in some cases, stats that are a little bit more unusual, harder to get, like freeze buildup. But then these attribute nodes, by some accounts, the least valuable. Attributes like, that means strength, intelligence, or dexterity, they do give you some bonuses. However, they're not going to be game-changing amounts. In rare exceptions they can be, but other than just allowing you to equip some items and some skill gems, those are going to be, at least in the early stages, the primary ways that those are going to be relevant. But it used to be that in Path of Exile 1, these nodes would specify a particular type of attribute, like this would say +5 intelligence, +5 strength. It would not allow you to pick whatever attribute you wanted, but here we can choose. And we've been struggling a bit to get the necessary dexterity, so I think we'll take that. The other thing that these little nodes are good for is that they are usually much more spread out. So if you are trying to travel to distant parts of the tree, then they're usually the quickest way from a skill point standpoint to move to a more distant section. You just have to sacrifice a bit because you're probably not getting great value from the node itself. I'm gonna poke around a little bit more in and around these houses.
Fall before me.
Those are blue enemies? Okay.
Not yet.
Once again, a red. They can apply the poison. Okay. Where is the house we're looking for? I imagine once we find it, it'll be very noticeable. Oh. There's a checkpoint here. This is definitely it.
I can't do that yet.
Ow. Again, the crossbows. They hit hard. Okay. There's the checkpoint. This is her home. It's definitely going to be some kind of powerful enemy greeting us once we claim this.
Una will be most pleased to see this.
I assume? I mean, it was not straightforward to find that spot. Maybe that's challenge enough in that case. Just getting there. But now we should have everything that we need to get here in this zone. The exit. We go around this way, it looks like. Oh, this is where the fire dog was. Okay. This is the new zone. Okay, let's nab the waypoint.
I cannot control this much flame. This village is beyond saving.
Okay. Is it worth heading back to town? We could turn that in, I guess. We don't have that much in the way of items. Oh, right, we did craft this, and it actually turned out pretty well. Okay. Let's try to cash that in for a reward.
You found my loot. I can't quite.
No
believe
worries,
my
Warcrow.
eyes.
Hello
This
again.
feels like having a small part of my family back again. I can't thank you enough. I think I shall begin by composing a song about you. In the meantime, I would be happy to play for you, if you like.
I'm actually curious if she has a song to play for us. Grants 2 weapon set passive skill points. We'll take it.
Such a different sort of melody to Maya Karas. Haunting.
Alright. That means we have a little more to work with here. Eventually, that would be nice. What were we going after? The chance to inflict ailments and increase damage against enemies that are affected by ailments. And we could potentially go in here for some defensive stuff if we wanted to as well. But this is going to require some travel to get to these spots, as we were saying. We kind of did need Dex, at least for this, for example. Take the conduction off, deceleration off, and I don't really have much of a use case for you right now, to be honest. Might just stash some of our gems for future use and future characters who have more of a need for particular things. And
It is good to see you.
disenchants. Oh, that's worth identifying.
Bye.
The village has been destroyed, and madness has already reached a boiling point in the minds of the Count's men. You must infiltrate the manor and put a stop to this by any means necessary. The fate that befell Ogden Village is only a single raindrop in the storm that is coming.
Okay. Mostly I just wanted you to identify stuff for us. Ooh. Flat 20 energy shield. So it is more than that. We lose 10 life, we gain 7% rarity. I mean, again, that's not really enough to be that noticeable. So we might still stick with what we have here. I mean, that's almost 10 energy shield difference. So you know what? I take it back. We will go with that.
Thank you.
It is good to see you. These are just some odds and ends of mine. Oh, I like this one.
Ooh, let's disenchant that, actually.
These are just some odds and ends of mine. Oh, I like this one.
Okay.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Maybe we'll keep the Scroll of Wisdom on us, since that can certainly be useful at times. Okay. So, let's see. One other thought that just occurred to me was, might not be the worst idea to augment our shield, although this is actually not that high level of a shield, so I haven't seen that many energy shield drops. Feels like we've seen a bunch of other types
Take a look.
of shields. Or maybe I've just seen shields drop and I think to myself, oh, that's definitely not good. So we want these. Those are also movement speed, although not as fast. Movement speed, not quite as high. Armor, life is helpful. Strength, lightning resistance are going to be way more expensive, though. These ones, yeah, we'll take it. Only 600 plus gold. It's worth it.
That'll keep you alive.
They're a little bit faster. Yeah. Okay. But technically these had a socket in them, which was kind of nice. We'll maybe
Stick to the care.
throw these in here for future characters' use, because that might be helpful. In fact, make it public. Charge. Let's see. We can say Exact price, 1 orb of alchemy. I don't know if anyone will buy that, but that is now technically up for sale. Let's circle back. Let's see. So we're here. No. We did not find the entrance to this place, which does have a boss that we're supposed to fight. That's a little bit interesting. In fact, that's actually a lower level zone than the one that we just entered by a couple levels now. Ooh. Okay. Can we track that down? Can we track that down? Oh, cuffs. That's quite the name. So yeah, I think actually our gloves are perhaps one of the items that we benefit most from upgrading. They have the life gain on kill, which is really nice. I would like to keep that if possible, at least somewhere on our gear. Here is a ritual, although it's guaranteed to show up here. We weren't really able to engage in the ritual in the way that... What enemy was it that was doing that skill? Is that from the ritual? These guys? It's these guys.
I can't see that yet.
Okay. I mean, if this area is guaranteed to have rituals and essences every time, then I'm very interested. More so in the essences. The ritual, though, we couldn't really do the thing that makes rituals special. Kind of alluded to, but didn't outright state before. Which is why I'm a little less inclined to circle back for that. Also wondering if this path is just going to lead us back to how we got in here in the first place, or is it going to lead us to the exit? Oh. That is a rare enemy, the likes of which can make its friends not take damage, which is annoying. Is that the zone that we already gone to? It might be. Right, let's get rid of these guys and then we'll investigate further. Did that guy burrow and reappear elsewhere?
Not yet.
There are enough guys here that we are taking a lot of damage. Very stoic. Come on. Get everybody. Watch this have 15% movement speed. I would have been kind of mad if it did. This sounds like the place where we just were. Yeah, we're looking for Wraiththorn. That's what we want. Well, that's one that gives discipline. And I kind of deliberately went in the downward direction. It says Wraiththorn, which makes me think it might be in the direction of all the thorn-related stuff. Is this where we had the boss fight before? The crow? I think it might be. Not sure if we can encounter that again. The zone has reset. Would be here. Did we ever circle back after we defeated him? See if there's anything further in that direction? I feel like that's going to be a dead end. I feel like it's probably just the boss in that direction. go before, given how we did upgrade our boots to get a little more movement speed. Uncut skill gem. Okay. Is that a support or was that a active skill? I don't remember. Didn't catch it. Oh, this is the checkpoint with this mini boss. Okay, I mean we're here. I guess we'll do it. Oh, he technically freezes us in place a little bit with those vines. That actually is a thing in Path of Exile 1 to a certain extent. Yeah, what it is that can do that.
I need more time. Go!
Come on.
No matter.
There we go. Okay, just gold on this occasion. Where is this other area? I assume it's on the one of the edges, but it might not even be the case.
I can't do that yet.
Augmentation, yes please. Is this where we started from? Because it might be. Yeah. Huh. Okay, that's tough then. Can we go further this way, maybe?
I can't do that yet.
Dead end. Oh, yeah, no, it is. Okay, sort of. Might technically be able to attack you through here, but I don't think we can pass through there. We should be able to loop around, though. I wonder if that's where we need to go. This looks promising to me. Kind of just hoping that it's going to auto pick up the gold once I step close enough, but apparently not. Take the devourer. Could this be the exit? Narrow pathway? This is what we're looking for.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, to the scoundrels and cowards hiding among the trees of the clanless Perch. As the loyal men of Ogham lay down their lives to protect those who support them, you hide. As the women of Ogham sweat and ache, skinning beasts upon which we feed, you hide. As the children of Ogham play at war, preparing to serve the greater needs of the people, you traitors hide. I will offer clemency only once. Return to the manor immediately and serve Ogham, as is your duty, and your punishment will be deferred.
Okay. Interesting. Let's double check. What are we expecting to find here? King of the Mists. Some sort of boss that I think when it has that plus next to the skull there, that means we get some kind of passive bonus. Like this one we did before gave us 10% cold resistance. I think that's technically what we're expecting here, of some variety. And this was a well-hidden spot. For what it's worth, it was hard to find this. Okay, let's do it. I assume this is going to be more or less straight into a boss arena, but it might not be.
Ah, yes. Yet another wicked energy to contend with.
This might be the full-fledged zone. Interesting layout as well. No, it's not like it's just a boss arena. And it's presumably going to be the conclusion of this zone, the destination we were trying to get to. There's some chaos damage here for sure. Might be an indication of what we should expect of the boss as well.
I need more time.
Okay, those guys are blue.
Need banner.
Oh, what? Oh. Spine Snatchers? Is that what its name was? That's pretty messed up. They actually do look kind of like an enemy from Path of Exile 1. And now I'm curious if that was their name in Path of Exile 1 as well, and I just thought nothing of it. Definitely gonna be circling around in the direction that we came from. Alright, we can use our default attack, which I haven't used in forever. And I actually don't know. Our default attack, I think, is now Chaos Elemental. So I actually wasn't sure if that circle on the ground was coming from them or us. No, ours is much smaller. Just a little purple projectile. That's all. Not anywhere near as big as what we saw from one of their skills. I'm just gonna circle back here for a second. I think this will lead back to the waypoint, but oh, it's an altar. Okay. And we would think we would have seen this right off the bat, but we actually did miss it because we immediately went to the other direction. Okay, we'll try this one. I was a little put off by what happened with the original one that we encountered, where we didn't really see much of a reward from it, but let's see what happens this time.
Not yet.
Apparently we were not talking them with all of our crossbows, unfortunately.
Traveler.
Oh.
Who speaks to me from beyond the void?
We also had way fewer enemies in the area this time round, so the difficulty of these encounters does vary depending on how many enemies it revives in the region.
I can't believe it. The whole bloody place has gone mad. Cursed cultists. Please, hero, find the other altars and dispose of them. Put an end to this. I'm gonna check around here for any sane survivors.
It is also interesting how, in this game, the NPCs refer to you by hero, whereas in the previous game, they refer to you as exile, which, what with the game being called Path of Exile, made sense. Just a little thing. Okay, so there may be other rituals in this area, and we may have reason to seek those out as well. It seems like we need to do that in order to get the full ritual experience. Ooh, that's actually rare. Ooh, that would have hurt a lot. Chaos projectiles are kind of still following us. I would like them to go away now. Oh, what? Is that guy there all along? Oh, something is bringing them back, and it might be this altar. So, the first altar encounter might not have been that bad. However, subsequent altars will actually resummon all the enemies from the previous encounter, and obviously the ones that died around here as well. So they will get progressively more difficult. Get all of them? interested in that. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, yeah, we'll just take the gold by messing with your effigy. Seems like a good idea. Oh, you guys are still alive. I knew that. It's Dex. Trying to be a little pickier. We can go into the house. Trying to be a little pickier when it comes to just picking up stuff that is more energy shield based, since that is what is of greatest interest to us, for the most part. Can't go in that house. Oh, there's an enemy there. That might be why. Don't mind us. No, we just can't go in that one. We did level. We can identify you. Technically more energy shield, but other than that, a little more life regeneration, but missing out on the life. A lot of life we're missing out on. And the physical thorns is not a big deal. Okay. I think we stick with what we have then. Oh, what? There is an area over there. I thought that was a dead end. I did not see this part.
Not yet.
More coming from this direction.
Big mana.
Still more of these guys.
Grow cold.
Is that a blue pack as well? Yep, okay, these guys are a little bit stronger. I'm pretty sure that is an invasion chest plate, but it is rare. So I am intrigued.
No mana.
Ooh, you are a rare enemy.
I can't do that yet.
With a lot of energy shield.
Out of mana.
Freeze is just so good.
Out of mana.
Armor, energy shield, shield. There's a chance we could use that. Ideally, we would prefer your energy shield.
Will of the Marrakech.
Minion. Minion of the rock. Oh, okay. This is the last of the... I think what'll be the last of the ritual. Here, technically speaking, if we kite them away, it might not force them to respawn in the area, which you could argue might help us. This one, as the third ritual, would prove to be rather tricky. Kinda deliberately trying to kite these guys away. Not sure. They might still be close enough that they're gonna get summoned anyway. How exactly the game determines who does and does not get summoned by the ritual, that may differ from my expectations. Okay. Oh, we're still there. Let's change that. Except now you will come back. Alright. Oh. Suppose while we're here, we might as well have 12% increased damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments, because we are freezing a lot. Okay, so now we can punish frozen enemies a little bit more. This could prove to be very difficult.
Not yet.
Combos. The combos.
I need more time.
You guys in the middle. Alright, that might be the third and final one. There's a chance there's 4. I kind of hope not. I mean, we managed that one fairly well, but it gets increasingly difficult. We could be in trouble. Oh, there's a lot of them in this area.
I can't do that yet.
We are still expecting to run into a boss at some point. That's a ton of projectiles. Did that say of splitting over their head? I couldn't quite catch it. If so, yeah, it did. Or splintering. That's why they're shooting all the projectiles. That is what makes them special, as if the boss were there. This seems like the central area. Okay, so we think the boss could be in here. I see a checkpoint there. I don't know if we've encountered that one yet.
Not yet.
This one here? Maybe we have. I was going to say that might have been an indicator that we were approaching a major encounter again. Not bad. Okay. This area is a little confusing layout-wise, in part because we've been hopping all over the place a bit. Doubling back. Not sure we've gotten the top section in its entirety yet. I think we're probably going here. Oh. Well, it's a special basket. No, that's just a lesser flask, but it's an easy way to sell something for some transmutation shards. Okay, now it looks like we're starting to circle back to areas where we've already been. Can't go in those houses, darn it. Okay. I'm trying to be thorough for this zone in particular because I want to make sure that we do get all of the rituals, because it does seem like we need to do that to progress with that little side quest of sorts. And then obviously the boss. Can we... Hold on, is it... there is a hotkey that puts the map overlaying on top of everything, as I was kind of mentioning before, which especially in an area like this where it's big, and we've kind of been a little all over the place, would make it easier to know exactly where we have and have not yet been. Otherwise, we can kind of just loop around again and see if there are obvious places.
I got a con.
Little area. Oh, there's a lot of them. Okay, here we've not yet been. This is new. And that is definitely the last ritual. And it might also simultaneously be the boss fight. I wonder what happens if you get to this one before you encounter all the other rituals. So bear in mind, the enemies that we fight here are very likely to respawn.
The shadows here undulate with raw power.
Is there going to be a big, unique enemy in addition to all the other stuff here? Alright, Well, here goes nothing.
I can't do that yet.
May not all spawn in immediately. This does help a bit. Done a better job cutting them over to where I set up the crossbow.
I need more time.
Really like the crossbow come off cooldown. I want to get rid of range witch over there. I did on one of them, but there are more where that came from.
Not yet.
Probably not necessary life blast. Might be the last two enemies here.
Need mana.
Oh, okay. Then the unique boss comes in. I should have known.
I need more time.
Oh. Okay. Definitely some areas that we definitely don't want to go in.
I can't do that yet.
Those red spots. Also pretty sure we just got debuff, possibly from walking into them. Oh, he has energy shield. Okay, that is good to know. Does mean we have some pressure to keep the pressure on him. Can that go through? We can. Oh, those little mini totems that he creates. Uh-oh. I don't know how we break through. Time.
Not yet.
The Wild One's power is mine.
No, please don't restore all of your energy shield. Does see. Oh, okay. You are very different now. I see you have entered a new phase. It wasn't even your final form.
I need more time.
I'm always frozen. That was not the best way to do that. Uh-oh. What are you doing? I don't know, but I don't like it. Can I destroy those? Because I would... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would have absolutely annihilated us. Pretty sure that would have been the case. Also, can we punish him while he's frozen? I was not really fast enough to do as much as I would have liked to have done there. So that's the sign that he's going to do that skill. Uh-oh. I don't know what you do with that information. Okay, probably don't step on those.
Not yet.
Get him while he's frozen. Okay, that's the big projectile, I think. It kind of chases us. No, it just goes consistently in that one direction. Okay, so now I just want to be as far away from you as possible, I think. And that's going to trap us, so I want to not be next to you when you try to do your slam. Okay. Oh, I doubled back. It's probably not the right... Okay, get him. Well, he's frozen. Come on. Uh-oh. Run as far as possible. He has the tiniest sliver of health. His energy shield came back. He is dead. Alright, that was an interesting encounter. Very complex. You had the ritual, first phase of the boss, second phase of the boss. Keeping you on your toes.
I'm carrying enough already.
Alright, and plenty of stuff dropped as well. Ooh, we are definitely checking those out. 10% move speed. Armor, mana, fire res. We lose out on 5%, which is kind of the whole reason why we got those in the first place. Probably going to stick with it then. Okay, that we are going to need. Let's organize ourselves a little bit better here. You are taking up a lot of space. You will also take up a lot of space. Actually... This. Do that. Okay. I think we're good now. So now, once we've completed all the rituals, we can interact to view favors. Which is where we get points based on, I think it's the number of enemies you defeated in the ritual, so technically, you know, hiding more enemies in them does actually make it more possible to get good rewards. And we have the choices here to buy with, this is functionally a currency of sorts. So we can buy orbs of augmentation. They actually differ in price a little bit from one to the next. Could do that. Don't really have any interest in you or you. If you had movement speed, you would be pretty sweet. You basically have everything else we would potentially want. But without that, no thanks, so I think we're just taking the orbs of augmentation. And now we can't afford any of these anymore, so they're no longer lit up. And this is specific to this zone. This does not carry over from one area to the next, but if we do find other tributes in other areas, then it'll be similar to what we had there, although I think you can potentially still purchase things after each individual tribute. You don't necessarily have to wait until the last one to do so. Obviously, more enemies, more rewards if you do take the risk of going through all of them, but that's kind of up to you to make that choice. At least that was the case in Path of Exile 1, because this was a specific league mechanic from a previous Path of Exile 1 league that they brought into PoE 2.
So the cultists really did have a king lurking out there in the shadows. Shame. I might have followed him myself if he'd simply promised decent meals instead. Thank you, hero. It's not the result I was hoping for, but at least I know the truth. Clearfell's all I have left now. If I was a drinking man, it'd be a sobering thought.
Oh, let's see. We have a sapphire charm. Is there a reason why we are more concerned about what? Well, actually, technically speaking, we can go here to see our resistances. Right now we have 10% cold resistance, which is exclusively coming from that passive bonus we got from killing one of the bosses. Otherwise, we have no elemental resistances at all. So that's bad. That's very bad. Or at least long-term, that's going to be a major thing that we're going to want to focus on. So technically speaking, cold is the element that we're least concerned about from that standpoint. I guess we'll take the fire one in that case, although we also don't have room for it right now. So what if we could probably drop you. You're pretty bad. We'll take this.
Bye then.
All right. And we were thinking about using this as a crafting base, but now we can probably do better than that. Okay. We have 9 orbs of augmentation in our inventory. Wow. We could technically augment this, I suppose. A little bit of max mana. Could be worse. Anything else worth throwing one of those on? It is applicable. You can't do it if you already have 2 mods on a blue item, because blue items can only max out at 2 mods. You have to go up to a yellow to get more than that, and at that point, that is no longer an orb of augmentation that does that. Oh, grants max spirit from using this. Okay. And gives us an uncut spirit gem. Let's take a look. So, spirit has not been a factor until now, really, because it's a specific type of skill that you use that activates it. Basically, it's sort of like a passive effect. Generally, they're going to be aura-like abilities that give you buffs over time, or in some cases can deal damage or debuff enemies on an ongoing basis, rather than being an active skill that you press repeatedly. So let's see what our options are here. Mana Remnants. 25% chance to spawn a remnant on killing a shocked enemy. Spawn a remnant on critically hitting a shocked target. No more than once every 2 seconds. Each remnant grants 35 mana. So it's a way of potentially restoring mana based on our shock ability. Doing mostly freeze right now. Conjures an icy barrier that gains stages over time. While the barrier has stages, melee attacks that hit you will remove a stage to cause a burst of ice that deals cold spell damage to the attacker. So it has some cold damage and per stage, and can actually stack that damage higher. Okay. Then Raging Spirits, which is sort of a minion thing. These are both skills from Path of Exile 1. This is not, although they've been reworked a little bit, of course. Minions from this skill convert 70% of physical damage to fire damage. Limit of 10 Raging Spirits at a time. Fire area spells summon a spirit every 1.5 meters of radius. Projectiles from fire spells summon a spirit on hit. Maximum 5 spirits at a time. I think Arctic Armor makes the most sense for us. For several reasons. Does it actually give us any damage reduction? Or is it only an offensive tool? It just so happens to activate when we get hit, which makes it seem like it's a defensive tool. But why don't we activate it? Do we even have to? Because they did change the way this stuff works in PoE 2. How do we activate you? It's not any of those. Is it that we have too many of these active at a time? No. Huh. Strange. That is strange. Okay, I mean, we don't appear to have it active at the moment, but we'll figure it out at some point, I suppose. Or an enemy will hit us, and maybe we'll get confirmation that it actually is up right now. But our inventory is fairly full. I guess we actually could create space for something else if we were to... This. It may make sense for us to head back to town at this stage, because we definitely now finished everything in this area. So the spirit basically makes it so that you can activate more of those passive aura-like abilities. And I think the one that we chose cost 30 spirit, and we gained 30 spirit from doing that, so that's not bad. Did we ever get the... Oh, yes, we did get that. The loot. Okay. So... do we have reason to head back to town? I mean, if we, for some reason, needed to talk to them before... Oh, we can't do it from this area anyway, because we're not at a waypoint. Unless we did this. I don't know if we need to talk to someone in order to activate one of our skills. That would seem strange. But it's not listed here.
Best not do that here.
Oh. I am not sure how we activate that. I mean, we wouldn't be able to activate it in town anyway, I suppose, so that's maybe not the right place to be looking for it, but
to see you.
we can disenchant some things. could identify... Well, I guess when we're in town, we might as well identify for free.
Quickly. Time is short.
Yes.
Does give movement speed, not as much as what we have. Really? Oh no, that's medium. This was the one that was a little bit tempting, but I think we'll still dump it. This one, it gives us a regal shard. Oh, actually, we can't sell it right now because the sell tab is kind of clogged. Technically, we could have organized it a little more neatly to make it work, but there we go. Now we do have a regal orb. We had enough shards to make it happen, so this is what upgrades a magic or blue item into a rare yellow item. So if we have something that has 2 mods that we like, and we'd like to be able to add more, then we would need to use a regal orb to make that happen. I think these, however, are pretty rare, comparatively speaking. And then once it is a yellow item, if we like what we see and we want to add 1 more mod, that's where the Exalted Orb comes in. Once again, just kind of put these in there because we don't have much of an immediate need for them. Why don't we craft this, though? Chance to gain a charge when you kill an enemy. Augment it. Increase duration. So when we take fire damage, we gain fire resistance. I suppose that's, yep, now one way we can get more resistance. It would normally last for 4 seconds, but now it's 4.6. Usually uses half of the charges when it gets used, but now those charges can get replenished more quickly. Okay. Seems like these are kind of rare, so maybe we do hold on to this one. In case we have reason to want to prioritize cold resistance going forward, which very much could end up being a thing. Okay. So, this would be next. Find the forge to get Renly's tools. That was one of the NPCs in town, gave us a side quest. Also, search for the seed of corruption. And there's a boss of some variety. I mean, this looks like we're getting close to the end of this whole area, right? We looped around all the way here. Oh, we never got that, apparently. Although we seem to have found a whole lot of loot in that area, so I'm a little surprised that does not seem to be grayed out. But this might be the last spot of this entire area. Where would you go from here? Maybe further that way, but I'm not seeing it. So we might be getting close. And this would not be the only zone in the game, just to make that clear. Huh? Oh. That's not what I expected. I thought that guy was alive.
Piercing frost.
That's actually interesting. Our character said piercing frost. And we were using a frost skill that pierces. That was accurate.
I can't do that right.
And obviously specific to the situation.
By decree of the Count of Ogre, your whistle spire is not gone unnoticed. I see with this world.
Ow. We are taking a lot more damage. This is a higher level zone, for what it's worth. A significantly higher level zone than the one we were just in.
All lay dead in their tracks. Every villager must report to the manor immediately for questioning. I alone will crush this revolt. Anyone who resists will not only be considered a criminal, but an avowed traitor.
Yes, this is a checkpoint, so there might be something significant here. Or even, this looks like a little place we can go in. boss encounter, perhaps? The Forge, maybe? Yep, I found the smithing tools. This guy is a rare. He's not pleased to see us. Fortunately, he is very freezable. It seems like a lot of enemies here have fire damage, and as we previously established, we don't exactly have much in the way of fire resistances at the moment. Ooh. Also, didn't really care about the mace. But this, we very much want. In fact, given how close we are to the waypoint, it might even be worth just... And we could also just use a portal whenever. That's also different for what it's worth from Path of Exile 1, which is why I'm sometimes not just immediately dropping the portal. As in Path of Exile 1, it requires that you use a particular item to do that. You can't just do it at will. With some minor exceptions. But while we're here, it feels like we might as well just turn that quest item in and get whatever reward we get from it.
You found my tools. Oh, this is wonderful. Now I can set up a proper bench here for you.
Okay, quest complete. And it means we now have access to the salvage bench. Salvage equipment items with quality or sockets for quality currency and artificer shards. Okay. So this is where we've occasionally seen some items with sockets, additional sockets in them, where we've said, well, that's kind of the only thing that item has going for it. Maybe it has a use case going forward. They didn't seem to have any way to benefit more from us selling them. That now changes. We now do have a way to basically benefit from selling them. I guess also we can dump slash disenchant you.
Be careful.
Okay. Let's head out. Just a quick little pit stop. Obviously we hadn't done much yet. Okay. So yeah, getting fire resistance is perhaps something we would like to make more of a point of doing going forward. Especially in zones such as these. So, and you might be asking yourself, if you are unfamiliar with the way that at least Path of Exile 1 treated it, why not just get 100% elemental resistances and never take any damage from fire, cold, or lightning skills? And if only. If only. Not because it's impossible to get that much. That was kind of hilarious, the way that enemy just slid while it was frozen. But in Path of Exile 1, at least, even if you continue to get a bunch of gear that gave you more elemental resistances, there's an elemental resistance cap at 75%. So you cannot resist more than 75% fire, lightning, or cold damage. So that is your way in which you can't go too overboard with that stuff. And I don't know if 75 is still the number for Path of Exile 2. It might be. Might be something different. But it is, at the moment, not as if we need to be right at that number. But there will definitely be a time when the game is basically acting on the assumption that for balance purposes, you have maximum elemental resistances, and if you don't, you're gonna feel it. We shouldn't be at that point yet, but the fact that we have basically zero fire resistance, that we will be feeling. So now that we've gotten the tools, is that the only major thing we were trying to do here, or is there some other objective? Oh, search for the Seed of Corruption, okay. Apparently that is here as well. Oh, that's not... Oh. Wait, that had volatile in the name? That's so fitting. What was that? Volatile boar or something? People who played Path of Exile 1 for a long time... Oh, yep, there it goes. Another one. Will know... The word volatile will strike note of fear in their hearts. Okay, so like that has quality, and apparently we might be able to sell that, scrap that for extra value for that reason. Now that we have that bench.
Die once more.
Basically, volatile was a special modifier that some rare, meaning yellow name bar enemies would randomly have. That made it so that when they died, they exploded and dealt absolutely humongous damage. Some of the largest damage sources in the game. And it was very often the thing that killed people on, or in any circumstance, but on hardcore mode when that was especially relevant, where it was most significant at least. I think I'm doubling back a little bit here, but again, I'm just kind of being a little more thorough in this area. In part because we still have an item that we're looking for, yes, although I think that one's going to be more obvious when we stumble across it. Feels like in this direction is where whatever the big thing is going to happen. It's opening up a bit here. Would be up. No, I think that's going to get in here. Or not. Oh, okay. Now that seems telling. The fact that yeah, there are some bodies hanging from the rooftops, basically. Decrepit mercenaries. A dead end, or is this... Oh, that is the dead end. Okay. Kind of curious what the siphoning one does. Power siphon? That makes sense. Up here. Oh yeah, through this, as we anticipated. Might be the... Yeah, checkpoint here. Okay, this is what we've been looking for. I anticipate there will be a boss of some significance here, since it seems like we are approaching one of the more significant end of area type encounters of the entire zone. You regret starting Warrior, knew it was a risk? I mean, there's always the potential to improve the character. Courtyard of Death. The air sings as the axe swings. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, didn't they say there's an executioner in this zone? Pretty sure that's what we're about to find. Alright. Oh. Oh, is that the guy who was at the very beginning of the game?
The Marrakech do not forgive.
Oh, okay, we were right there.
Nor do they forget.
Not realize we were still standing there. Okay. This is gonna be cool. That is a humongous weapon he has. Definitely the big slow type, but that usually means he has some large AoE skills, and they probably deal humongous damage. His health bar does also seem to be huge. Here's our window, though. Okay. Okay. Some more swings to that than I had anticipated, and that was not too far away. Bringing friends? Does seem like it. Oh. Okay. Oh. What's up with the fire? That was not me. It's frozen.
Get down here.
He's charging up something big, I think. Okay. Fortunately, we slowed him down a lot, which also makes it much easier to dodge his attacks. Not really something we've talked about much when it comes to... That's actually chill that's doing that. Chill is slowing them down. The freeze is actually freezing them altogether. Okay. He's frozen.
I can't do that yet.
Get down here.
Below half health. Whatever that's worth. Oh. That might mean he's breaking out new skills. Oh, that might mean he's breaking out new skills.
Not yet.
Please stay away. Ooh, that, I think, did hit us. Oh, we froze him? Oh, no, I wasn't ready to capitalize on that opportunity.
I need
Missed a
more
window.
time.
Ooh, I dodged into that and we didn't get punished. Okay, don't stand there. Okay, I'll be honest, that did not hit as hard as I expected it to. But that's maybe not... We would not like to tempt fate in that way. Ooh, okay, that has large AoE. Yup. Those. Please stay there. Those will hit you. Oh, okay. Nope.
Lunarite blade!
What you doing? Some kind of big move? He's frozen. Get him while he's frozen.
Not yet.
Oh, did we freeze him as he was starting to charge up that attack? Charge up another attack. Okay, close call.
I need more time.
Range. And then I moved into that. Ooh, what? He one-shot us when he had a tiny sliver of health. Oh, snap. Here I was thinking it was just a game of patience. We'll whittle away at his health and we'll be fine. Not so fast. Ooh. I thought we had him. But I got sloppy with the positioning. Okay. Okay, and as we anticipated, the hit we took not very representative of just how much damage he can deal. That's the challenge, though. There's so much... Oh, and is that the case with you with the warrior? I mean, in general, I would say that is definitely something that I've noticed a lot more with Path of Exile 2 relative to Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1 is like constantly moving, using skills, dealing damage, all about the clear speed, and positioning for boss encounters matters, especially because bosses you're generally not going to immediately kill. But for Path of Exile 2, certainly against bosses, but even against basic enemy packs, it's a lot more dodging and maneuvering. So, although that might feel like, oh, I'm doing something wrong, and part of me feels that way as well when I'm playing, just starting to get a little more accustomed to it as time has gone on. It seems like that's sort of the deliberate design choice, and that allows the game to have a little more nuance with the dodge roll and blocking for other people who have shields. Technically, we have a shield, although I'm not sure if we can block with this little one. Let's give this another shot. I think this is definitely doable. It's just the margin for error when it comes to taking hits is perhaps smaller than, well, I mean, at first I assumed that he was going to clobber us if he hit us, but then we had a false sense of security. It's just annoying that we had him so low when he killed us. And was it truly a one-shot, or had we already taken damage from something else?
Do not forgive, nor do they forget.
So he definitely gets significantly stronger as the encounter goes on. First, in this phase, we saw him doing a whole lot of that ability where he just swings his club, whatever you want to call that. Oh, okay. Like, that seemed to be more or less the same skill. No, that one is what we got hit by. The one where he charges up and, like, glows red a little bit, like that, which I think means that's hitting harder. Part of me wants to deliberately get hit by that just to see if it deals the same amount of damage, or if for some reason in the later phase it does more. But yeah, you definitely have way less uptime on the damage. Pretty much all of your stuff, it seems like, in Path of Exile 2. I think I have nowhere to run. Then I freeze in the middle of that animation. Okay, never mind. Joke's on me. Ooh. Faster attack than I expected you to have. I'm wondering if he, like, hit me with a skill that I didn't see. It lowered my health significantly last time, so it was not nearly as powerful as it seemed as though the skill was. Look at how quickly he can change direction, though, even when he's frozen.
I need more time.
Ooh, keep on walking into those ones where he basically has a double attack. So that one, he basically launches the skill where you're standing. Wherever you are standing at the time when he initiates it. Ooh, okay. Thank you for the freeze. Okay, don't like that. Don't like that. That was close. That might have been the skill that killed us last time. Okay, that's the one where he launches it where we were standing when he initiated it. I wonder if his damage goes up over time as his health gets lower, in general. Ooh, I'm trying to run. Make no mistake. He's frozen. I'm always frozen.
Not yet.
No, nope, I'm not interested. You also weren't supposed to do that. So low.
I need more time.
There we go. Okay. We got him on the second attempt. It's a cool encounter. Oh, also that guy is still there. We should probably not just completely ignore this. Ooh. Decent gear drops. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, still these fire circles dropping from the sky. I'm not entirely sure what they're coming from. Probably these guys. Okay. Is everybody down for reals now? But this is cool how it kind of comes full circle where it seems like this is the place where the game started at the very beginning with the character selection screen. And that was the Executioner, who, of course, nearly took us out. Yeah, it's the bossing that's been tough. Bossing is definitely a lot more dodging. A lot less attacking. Let's see. This energy shield could definitely replace what we have. Well, the energy shield, good. Fire damage, not as relevant, at least for what we're doing right now. Cast speed, very good. That's a high cast speed roll. Intelligence actually gives you percentage energy shield increase and then some resistances. So that's very good. And it has an extra socket as well. Okay, that's very nice. That is just a better version of our mana flask, so we'll take that. Okay. All right. Oh, and this was I think our first level 5 skill gem, which means it opens up new options to us. And this is where it gets tricky because, yes, we've been focusing a lot on the frost skills early on, the cold skills. As I was saying, that was not really the intention long term. I was planning on going with probably Flame Blast plus, let's see, Firestorm. But as you can see, it's going to be a while until we unlock those. And it may be that we have learned in the meantime, we are a bigger fan of some of the other things. Just having to throw out a totem and dodge all the time in the early game bossing. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why, somewhat similarly playstyle-wise, we've been relying heavily on Frost Bomb, because it's another thing where you drop it, and it ticks away, and after a bit of time passes, it causes damage, and you don't need to be actively controlling it to make that happen. So you can be dodging and moving around while that gives you what is kind of a passive damage source. So I could see how the totems would be kind of similar to that. And the other thing is that that's one of the reasons why freeze and chill have been so helpful on this character, because that has been the primary time when I have been able to damage the enemies with active skills, because I'm dodging a whole lot and just throwing the frost bombs until I see them get frozen. That's, for the most part, at least against the bosses, when I move in and start using the other skills. So, finding some way to crowd control enemies / bosses, it could be freeze / chill, it could be stun, potentially might be more doable for your character. I have not experimented with that at all yet, but that could be a way to buy yourself some more windows to attack directly. Let's see. As for what we're looking for, ooh. So Incinerate would be an alternative to Flame Blast. It would work very similarly to what I was thinking about doing originally. We did, of course, start to spec into some cold-related passive points, which we could spec out of course. Otherwise, if you go Lightning, Arc would be the way to go. This has potentially better area of effect than Spark. It's probably easier to set up. It chains between different enemies a fair distance at that. Unlike Spark, which is just a little hard to control, and that was part of the issue we had. The damage also just seems like it's quite a bit higher to start off with Arc, even if we're comparing to the level 5 Spark. So it's not a good idea to be switching elements all the time, at least not once you started to spec into the tree, but freeze has been so helpful for us. Cold Snap would be the cold chill we could take here. Let's just read up on this a bit. It is a skill from Path of Exile 1, but we'll see what, if anything, has changed. We can get the preview if we do this.
Explodes the ice on frozen enemies, dealing a lot of damage in a small area. You can also cast it on a frostbolt to explode the bolt and deal damage in a larger area. Cold Snap explodes the ice on frozen enemies, dealing a lot of damage in a small...
That would synergize well with what we're doing right now. And based on what we've seen in the past, it seems like eventually we will get a lot of these skill gems to drop, so at the beginning, we'll take the thing that synergizes most with what we're doing, but as time goes on, we'll be able to branch out a little bit more, and maybe we'll look into whether it makes sense for us to start going with either fire or lightning gems again, but at least for now, cold has been very useful for us. Might dump the flame wall, since we aren't really using that much anymore. Cold Snap. And support gem. If we go for something on Cold Snap. Supported skills deal more crits, more damage with hits and ailments. They cannot deal crits. That might be fine, for this skill specifically at least. Deal more damage, but have 10-second cooldown. That's interesting. So, also, I don't think we've talked about this yet, but very important thing for Path of Exile is the phrasing of some of these modifiers is very important. We've seen increased damage many times before, but more damage is distinct from increased damage. More is significantly better than increased. It relates to the way in which the numbers are calculated. Basically, increased damage only multiplies the base damage number that you have, whereas more damage multiplies basically everything. So, especially once you start to get multiple layers of damage increases, more damage becomes more and more important. So, having a 40% more damage multiplier is pretty huge for a skill that we might already not be using that often in Cold Snap, because it seems like we basically just use this when enemies are frozen, and we are freezing a lot, but maybe we can get away with only being able to use this every 10 seconds, and this is the way that we would then punish enemies significantly when they do get frozen, so good against bosses in particular. Let's do it. Let's try it. And DPS, look at that. The DPS numbers in Path of Exile 1 were notoriously very inaccurate. I'm curious how accurate they're going to be in PoE 2. I mean, it's going to be hard for anyone to know in the short term. It'll probably take a fair bit of testing, but if we take that at face value, 1,000 DPS is a ton. Relative to these, it's an order of magnitude more than our other skills. What's the next highest we have? Is Frost Bomb? Yeah. And that has been a big source of damage for us, so yeah, I'd like 1,000 damage. See what this lever does? This might take us out of this area. Oh, or... huh? Hello, person.
He killed Eamon. Just killed him. I don't know what to do. Clearfell is safe. We have to get out of here. We can talk there.
Okay. I guess we're heading back, but at the same time we can go to the ramparts?
These walls are oppressive. Who chooses to live this way?
Surrounding walls of the Wolf's Den. Okay, we have the waypoint. Wanted to make sure we had that. Okay, ramparts and then the manor. Yeah, because I was wondering, where are we going? Since it seemed like we were headed toward a dead end here. We can't go much further, but we can go inside this building. Let's head back to town, though, because we are supposed to chat with somebody at town. Switch to Bone Shatter. We'll add stun support to the totem. Yeah, if you could get stun support from a totem, that would allow you to have the totem be more of a setup for then you to be the one dealing much of the damage.
My name is Latus. I appreciate the rescue, but Eamon, everything I know, it's all gone.
Wait, Eamon is the name of someone from Path of Exile 1. That's why that sounds familiar.
But take this. Perhaps it will aid you against that monster.
And there you go. There's another rank 5 skill gem. Getting that one very quickly. In fact, was the original one that dropped, was that just by chance, and this is the way you would usually get the guaranteed drop? So we have our Cold Snap. As I said, Incinerate does intrigue me as well. It's basically like a flamethrower effect, and it counts as a channeling skill. Basically, you hold it, and it gains power over time. And I was thinking that long-term we would use a channeling skill and then use some support skills in the future that hopefully will drop, that will give us the ability to automatically trigger other skills as we are in the process of channeling things. So Incinerate basically sets us up to activate other skills along the way. Might actually be better than Flame Blast for what we're trying to do in some ways, because Flame Blast, you charge it up, and while you are charging it up, it is gaining power, but it does not activate until you release the charge, and then it deals huge burst damage. But while you are in the process of charging, you are vulnerable. Whereas Incinerate, it does gain power the longer you hold it for, but you are immediately still at least dealing some damage, so you're a little bit less vulnerable in that way. So, here we can see the
Hold
preview.
down the button for Incinerate to launch a jet of flame and ignite your enemies. Holding for long enough causes the flame to lower enemies' fire resistance and leave burning ground.
Okay. Let's see. Alternatives. Solar Orb creates a fiery orb that periodically releases fiery pulses. Enemies that are very close to the orb are ignited. They take fire damage over time then. That's kind of interesting. Oh, is that basically Orb of Storms but for fire? Okay. Cold Snap we obviously saw, and then Arc. I think Arc might be next on the list, but after Incinerate. Maybe we'll stash these for the time being for future use. We do have a level 4 one here, which I guess we could use to upgrade Orb of Storms, but I mean, here you see, we have a bunch of things that are already quite a bit leveled up. Everything that can be level 4 is now level 4, at least of that category. Of course, we can branch out into other things that are a little less common for this type of character. Let's try using this salvage bench to get some of that stuff. Okay. Okay. Improving the quality of other items, which increases their stats. Probably just gonna...
There is only one thing for certain. Count Gianor must die. He ordered the guard to round up everyone in the village, and when we resisted, they burned it to the ground. Enter the manor. Take our vengeance upon him.
That we can do. So I'm guessing that is going to be the final boss of this entire area.
Thank you.
It is good to see you.
Let's disenchant you. And probably you as well. And we'll just
These are just
sell
some...
you.
It's beautiful.
Is there anything we have reason to purchase? Our gloves are still not great, outside of the life gain on kill, which I do really like. Shield is now really good. Wait, do you even...
Please.
Do you sell gloves?
Take your time.
No.
Be careful.
But you might. Let's see. Ideally, we'd be looking at energy shield gloves. Dexterity, like this. You get some life gain on kill still, plus mana, crit damage bonus, some fire resistance. It's definitely better than the ones we have. Would take a decent chunk out of our gold stores, but that might still be worth doing, because that is seemingly our weakest spot right now. Our helmet is a little lackluster as well. Boots outside of the movement speed, but that's what matters. That's the important part. Let's see what other stuff they have here. Life per enemy hit with, attacks, not spells. We are using spells, so that would be the important part. Ooh. Does have 10% movement speed and other interesting stats. Yeah, let's just go with, where was it? Where are the energy shield? Well, these ones. Yeah. Twice the, or more than twice the energy shield. Lose a little bit of evasion, but that'll be fine. Okay.
You'll survive well in that.
Expensive, but hopefully still worth it. We actually do gain, we lose a little bit of life gain on kill, but I think we'll be okay.
Go well.
Hello.
And I suppose you have a choice as to whether you want to disenchant or sell items that have mods on them. And, you know, we've, for the most part, anything that's a magic or rare item, we've been disenchanting to get more orbs of transmutation. But if you were really concerned about gold, then you sell those, they're probably worth more gold. And we could stockpile back up on some of that stuff. Okay. So, let's see. Let's go back to, Freythorn. No. Okay. Next on the list would be here, and apparently there's some extra loot in the gallows. Okay. This reminds me of plays from Path of Exile 1 as well, leading up to the fight with the Act 5 boss, who I will choose not to name to avoid spoilers for those who have yet to play Path of Exile 1, although I imagine it's not that much of a spoiler. Slash wouldn't mean anything to those who don't know. How do we get out of here? Huh? Is it this way? I thought this was where we came from. Apparently not. Also, no, it's definitely not faster to roll. At least not when we have movement speed boots. I've been slowing us down in that regard then. Don't like the looks of you. Oh, that's the Kiwi. He's innocent.
I need more time.
Oh, I did try to use the bursting cold skill. No, that was another storm. Oh, that's... Wait, what is that enemy? Yeah, no, that is a rare. Stun resistant, powerful minions. Ow. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to make of powerful minions. I was like, do you call any minion powerful? Or is that actually an important distinction? There's also another rare here as well. That looks like a gargoyle.
I will learn
We have
all the
leveled up, but that guy
secrets
looks
of this world.
cool as heck. This guy here. All damage chills. Is it extra physical damage for allies? I don't think I like that. Also, you are taking basically no damage.
Not yet.
Onyx Clatter is also a pretty cool name. I believe that is probably randomly generated, or at least it would be if it is a totally random enemy, like it would be in Path of Exile 1, but again, it's not clear exactly how they've approached the rare enemies in Path of Exile 2. Here, for example, we're doing a lot of dodging. Treating him almost as if he's a boss, because he sort of is a mini-boss. Come on. That's a normal version of him. He's a gargoyle. Suspected as much.
I can't do that yet.
Come on. His friend is down. Now, so is he. Okay. We did also get a skill point there. In the middle of that encounter. Okay, so I think inflicting ailments is still fine. The thing that we might potentially want to double back on is the whole increased cold damage thing and freeze buildup. Or if we can find a way to still freeze with non-cold damage, which is not easy, but that is potentially still possible. Chance to inflict ailments. Increase damage against enemies that have the ailments. And this one is what? A combination of those two things? Increased chance to inflict ailments against rare or unique enemies specifically. Which one do we actually prefer between these two? Maybe inflict the ailments? I mean, we might just want to take everything in this cluster, to be honest. But we'll see. That's... yeah, I don't think that's worth picking up. Okay. As for the other rare enemy over here, there you... oh no, that's not you. It's you. He's actually almost dead. Excuse me? It is now easier to freeze you. Okay. Oh. A little bit of a roadblock, but good to see the interesting enemies popping up.
Not yet.
Go this way, technically, or back up there? Don't know. Also, apparently this area has a spot where there's a bunch of extra loot, so maybe something to be said for exploring a little more thoroughly. So that has a socket, which apparently means we can trade that in town to get some additional rewards from the new bench. Hello? those up because they're blue. Oh, 2 sockets. I don't know if that actually means it's worth more to sell than something with just 1 would have. That might be interesting. Is that a special enemy? I don't know, but we used our new powerful skill to blow it up. Looks like this is gonna loop back around toward the other area where we were thinking about going anyway.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, that's nasty. That's nasty, as it turns out. Ended up had we gone the other way initially. Okay. Worth noting, if I press the button to deal the higher damage against frozen enemies, it will still use the cooldown even if there is not an applicable enemy, it seems.
Get back!
Looking at the corner of my eye. That might be worth testing a little bit more. Oh, this is a blue pack. Okay.
I need more time.
Ooh, I was not paying close enough attention to the enemies over here and too much attention to the enemies over there, / this distracted me. Whoopsie daisy. That was bad. That was just very sloppy execution. Can't go through there. There we go. That's the big finishing move of sorts that we now have. Ooh, very nice. Did the enemies respawn here? Because we kind of went in this direction previously. We're still kind of learning how the game treats the whole death thing. People were saying makes the items that were previously on the ground go away. Enemies definitely respawned though. Unless this is exactly where we died. Might even be. Might have been. Okay, maybe the enemies didn't respawn and that just was slightly different pathing. No, we definitely would have seen this, I think. Okay, one thing I'll be honest, which I think might have actually contributed to the death as well, is that now we have enough combo-related stuff that we're trying to do that I'm occasionally looking down at the keyboard. Oh, that's a rare. Occasionally looking down at the keyboard to go, is that the skill that I meant to be pressing in that situation? Oh, that's fancy. And obviously if I do that, then I'm not paying as close attention to the enemies in front of me as I perhaps should be.
Out of mana. Victory is mine.
There we go. Or shocked. And that's the same base field that we're using, and then that is blue weapon, but it's very big inventory space wise. It doesn't make a lot of sense to hold on to it if we're just trying to use it specifically for selling purposes. the feedback on the cold snap is a little weird. Maybe that's part of it, is one of the reasons why I felt the need to occasionally look down. It's not always obvious if it is activating. This is another, getting a whole bunch of rares in this area. Yeah, that is one more. And I'm like, did I press the right button? Did that activate? Better look down to double check. That was it. You can see, because it dealt basically half of its health. That was it as well. It doesn't activate immediately, I think is also part of it. It has a little bit of a charge-up time, almost. Maybe that's it, is sometimes I'm expecting it to activate immediately and it doesn't. That throws me off a little bit.
I'll break you.
Those gargoyle dudes? They look so cool. That one seemed to activate immediately that time, though. I don't know. Not sure what to make of it. Seems like this is a big square. And I don't mean the shape. This is more of a rectangle area here. But, square as in, like, of a city. And as in, there's probably something in the middle of it, like right here. Is this anything? Seems like a pretty dramatic gargoyle statue thing of some variety, but maybe I'm reading into that too much. Gargoyles. Spooky tough. Thought I pressed the button. There we go. That was it. Oh, regenerates life. These blue gargoyles, so we... Ooh. How quickly? Oh, and he has the shields. We can deflect our skills as well. This guy's actually going to be a problem.
Not yet.
Oh, and that's a perfect example of me accidentally using the skill that has to hit a frozen enemy when there was no frozen enemy to target. And then it just eats the cooldown without doing anything. I feel like might be something... I feel like I kind of disagree with that mechanically. Like, if it doesn't activate, then you shouldn't use the cooldown, because it never did anything in the first place. This guy is going to take approximately 1 eternity to kill. Okay, hold on. That helps a lot.
I need more time.
There we go. And, there could be more of them. That was not a boss. There we go. Going this way? Oh, checkpoint. Okay. Yes, we are going this way, that would suggest. Okay, the gallows. This might actually be the place where the game technically started then. I thought it was with the executioner. Oh, okay, some of those ice abilities are coming from them. Not us. Also, those puddles they leave on the ground do something to us. I didn't see if they dealt damage. Or if they slow us down or something. I kind of want to double check. Okay, this apparently is the place where there's some extra reward. But as to whether there's a boss there... Oh, yep. This looks like the place where... They both were gallows. When we face the executioner, and also where we are now.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, effective immediately, All crimes are now punishable by hanging until death. Hanged criminals will have their bodies thrown into the pit.
Oh. Wonderful. A little hard to see in this corner here, but there are enemies behind them. And we leveled. There's one guy back here. I think we got him. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's exactly what I was looking for. It's interesting. Gives us more lore, if anything, but it's not as if that was a huge amount of loot that we got from that. That shield does have a socket, again, means it's worth something to sell, although I'm not really sure just how worthwhile it is to pick those things up. Some of them do take up a lot of space. How would you non-space? Like that has 2. That might be worth more, but obviously it is also taking up a lot of space. Yeah. Stick with what we have for now. Well, we could further upgrade the Cold Snap. And it might also just be that giving it that 10-second cooldown or whatever it was is just not a great choice after all. And we have 2 support gems. Okay. Let's see, if we go back to Cold Snap, do the controlled destruction, that just gives it more damage. It already has huge damage, but why not give it even more? And then here, already using that. Oh, we've already used all the support gems for Cold Snap? Okay. Or is it... Wait. Hourglass? Oh, yes. That was this one. I was like, I don't recognize that name. Control Destruction we just took. Unleash. I'm confused why it says we can't do that. Is it just because we're running out of sockets here? And we'd have to put Cold Snap in a different spot? Let me actually put up our skill here. So like you'll see here, we only have a maximum of 3, or 1 active skill and then sockets for 2 supporting skills. We don't have any that can go further than that unless we were to start using something like this that has 2 extra sockets on it. Or this, for example. But we don't have anything that we currently would like to use for our build that has extra sockets, so that is why we're a little limited there, so we might just hold out on using that. Okay. This looks significant over here. Oh, we also have the skill point that I forgot about. The Cold Snap can hit multiple enemies. I'm not sure exactly what the area of effect of it is. Oh, what is that? Why was there some other thing coming from this direction? Is it you? Oh, that's Huey again. That visual effect. Oh, you are a rare. Okay. Didn't get the chance to see what your mods are. Damage taken from minions first. Extra fire damage. That's interesting. Oh, pretty sure I'm just trying to use Cold Snap right as your clues expired. Kinda stinks. There we go. One. That looks like that'll do a lot of damage if that hits, though.
Victory is mine.
2 sockets for this. Might be worth dumping some of that stuff. It might just be that additional sockets start to become much more common to drop. Dump you. Well, at least I do. Lots of rarity, but not really what we are prioritizing here. Let's take a second to allocate this skill point, and now increased chance to afflict the ailments. I mean, it does work well with the cold snap, of course. Then we'll get the damage with those hits for that one. That area that seems significant that we wanted to go to? Oh, this looks significant.
Soldiers of Ogham, the outside threat grows ever stronger. Whispers of betrayal echo within my very halls. We can no longer tolerate any risk. Use lethal force against those you suspect of foul play. Speak carefully with your men. Ensure they are who they claim. Hang any suspects. Seek out resistance within the village and raze their homes to the ground. We must send a clear message. Leave no stone unturned.
Someone's a little paranoid. Okay, maybe just everything down below looks like that, because that's what I was noticing before. I'm not sure that you can actually go to any of those places, but this is definitely the next zone. It seems like we've done everything here of note. Okay. I suspect this is the last area overall in this section, Act 1, so to speak. Which means there would be a very big boss.
This mad wolf. May he howl like a ravaged deshret.
And apparently it's a wolf. The big bad, mad wolf of Ogham. Might be worth heading back to town real quick, though, because we do have a full inventory. Doing any sort of upgrades that we can get while we're at it.
It is good to see
In addition to disenchanting and selling stuff. I guess, before we do this, general rule of thumb, we should probably identify stuff first.
Hello.
Also, he might have had something to say about that spot like that. I did not give him time to talk, / I did not really consider whether he was going to have something to say to us. Oh. That's fine. That's fine. I want to see what happens when we go here with the stuff that has the sockets. Gives us fractions of an Artificer's Shard. It gives us 2. I'm guessing it's 1 Artificer's Shard per socket on the item that you target. So those were twice as valuable from that standpoint as ones with just 1 socket would have been. Okay. No, we can't stash that there at all. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, and this is probably trash to us now, as is this.
Yes.
Just gonna sell
These
these.
are just... It's beautiful. I accept.
Oh. Any obvious things we want to upgrade here, since we are likely about to go into a big battle? We do have an extra socket here. Oh.
Stay
Hold on a
safe
second.
if you can.
one of these should have an extra socket. I wonder if we do... Where is it? Oh, we also haven't figured out how to actually activate this yet. I'm pretty sure we've just never activated this. Would be probably a good thing to do. I'm looking for... Where'd it go? Cold snap. There you are. That just gives us more detail. Damage per second, average damage per use, total damage. Cast per second, 2.54. What does that even mean? Explosion radius, 0.7 meters. So it does have a little bit of an AoE. I was wondering if this extra socket basically meant that we could add one more socket to a skill of our choosing. I'm not entirely sure how that works. Okay. Or what if we, like, put a support gem in there? Does that do anything? No. Yeah, I'm not sure from a UI standpoint how this or how the Arctic armor works, for that matter. Those would be useful things to figure out before we go into what is likely to be the most difficult fight we've had thus far. Ooh, and we can get a little more detail if we look here. Okay, so that's obviously the big bad boss, but it looks like there are... Oh no, these are all the other little cave areas that we've been in before. Count... I don't remember how you say his name. Oh, and then if you get this guy, it's a optional boss who, since he has the plus next to him, gives us some kind of bonus. Okay, well, let's get there. And maybe like to figure out how we activate that Arctic armor. How do we do that? Skills can be managed from the skills panel. That's where we are now. Preservation 30 spirit. Huh. I don't know how we activate that. I'll mess around with that later, but... What the heck? Those guys look pretty messed up. Okay, I see purple. At least I saw purple there, which usually means chaos damage. I saw Iron Enforcer was the name of the first crazy looking guys, which makes me, had originally made me think this was going to be a bunch of fizz damage. Now I'm not sure what to expect. Okay. Do those guys all explode as soon as they get to me? Is that what they do? I think we had, in the past, basically killed all these guys before they got to us.
I need more time.
Didn't really find out for sure. Oh, apparently cold snap is still on cooldown. Oh, these guys are cold resistance. Well, that's not good. That's not good news for us. Please go down and stop being resistant to cold damage. I don't like it when you're resistant to cold damage. I don't appreciate it when you're resistant to cold damage. But this one's just fast. So that's technically two blue packs, two separate blue packs on top of each other. very fast moves. It seems like many areas just have
do that yet.
a designated fast enemy. But why not letting me do that though? Definitely frozen enemy, and I feel like I had not pressed that button for a long time.
Not yet.
Why not? There we go. Theoretically, there are 2 things of note in here. A mini-boss of some sort that gives us a bonus. Ooh, that hurt. And then the big bad boss. In general, it's not a great idea to flee into rooms you haven't cleared yet. If you're trying to avoid engaging a particular enemy, rolling into a path of another enemy is probably not what you really want. And that is actually how we died most recently, I think. We should do other things we've talked about as well. Those guys, I think that big attack that you kind of just saw it use can move us closer to him. I feel like I've been pulled into like that. Well, no, that I think is different. But we've been pulled into melee range before. Ooh, I don't like that. Oh. So that looks really significant. It looks similar to what we saw in the opening cutscene. So that makes me think this is going to be toward the main boss. Whereas maybe if we go more into one of the opposite corners, we might find the optional boss, which I'm thinking we would want to do first. Again, we are faster if we don't roll, which need to override that thought. Okay, well, in most games, other games, rolling is fast. Is that the only way, though? I guess that is the only way. Oh. Alright. I guess we have no choice.
Time is nigh.
Oh.
Our triumph is at hand.
There he is. Just a man. Nothing more.
I don't see him, but also I don't think he's just a man. Everything we've heard suggests that he is actually a werewolf. We've also seen several werewolves along the way. Oh, he's gonna be up here, I bet. But what if we go off to the side first? Maybe? Certainly has more friends. We know that much. Ooh. A food bag or 2. Okay, okay. We did get stuck in the little puddle that those guys created, and we were taking some damage. Not sure if it was from that puddle or from the other enemies who were also directly on top of us. It's also cold resistant. That's not allowed. Yeah, that's the attack that I was referring to before, where it seemed like it was basically freezing us. Or rather, moving us in place. Speaking of frozen, though, please get deleted. Resist this. Yeah, well, it kind of does freeze us in place. Stuns us, probably, is technically what that is. I missed the cold snap. I pressed the wrong place. He was frozen. You can see how much of a difference it makes when the enemies are cold resistant. Why? Well, hold on. We brought that. Just so we have an alternative approach that is not entirely reliant on cold damage. There we go. Not the cold snap win. He's already on low health and was probably overkill at that point. Is there another one there though? Maybe it wasn't overkill. It stunned me. Well, that was accidentally a cold snap. There's no frozen enemy. Now the enemy is frozen and we can't do it. It's on cooldown. There we go. And that's why having cold penetration would also help, because that means we reduce some of the enemy's cold resistance. And you can see how big a difference that could make against enemies such as those. Yeah, you got me.
Not yet.
Oh, it's on cooldown still. Oh. Potentially very nice. Not worth it. And unlikely to be worth it? Okay. Yeah, so I think the boss is going to be... the big boss is going to be over there. I think. And I can't say that definitively, of course. But that's a checkpoint. So obviously that suggests there's something of significance here. As for whether it is the big dude or the apparent supporting boss who gives us a bonus of some variety, that remains to be seen. A lot of projectiles there. Energy shield. Oh, is that the lowest level of that? Might be no good for us. Please go away now. Thank you. Ow. But I was wrong.
I can't do that yet.
And that. I did go past the thing that had the checkpoint, in part because I was trying to see if we could figure out more based on this. So this staircase suggests to me that's going to lead to the actual final boss. The checkpoint probably is the mini-boss. What's up, big country? In Horizon Forbidden West, sliding is the fastest way to travel. It's definitely in many games, I feel like. In almost every game I've played in which you can roll, it is the fastest way to traverse. But I don't think our movement speed affects our rolling speed. So, at least, especially because we have increased our movement speed,
Not yet.
we are faster that way. We don't have any additional movement speed. Maybe that's not the case. That's the way down. let's go see if we can find ourselves a mini-boss. Preferably one that does not have a lot of cold resistance. Or it could be something else, but... Chapel of the Fallen, of Wax and Wick, he was cursed. Oh. I mean, it's definitely a boss of some variety. Oh, you can see it little shaking a bit there, like he's about to break through.
First ones, hear our laments.
Oh,
sanity recedes ever further into the dark.
And werewolves.
Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits, poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Not even here.
What foul energy gives life to you? Not yet.
Okay, this is not the final boss. Based on the name, at least. It is not the final boss. It is a boss, though. And that's a really cool move. Okay. We can find out how better dodge that. Did it that time, I guess.
Not yet.
Now we do this, get huge damage there. You really get to see how big the cold snap can be. Hold on, you move. That was bad. That doesn't look good. Yup. Fortunately, we did kind of still manage to avoid it. At it again. It's something again. Although we haven't really been punished by those big booms yet. I feel like it's going to be like the Executioner, where we have been misled, and it actually hits a lot harder than we're giving it credit for. He's also constantly doing these big moves. We have no downtime at all. It also has a sound effect whenever he starts initiating a big move, which is actually kind of nice. But it just further emphasizes how that is constantly happening. So you probably just think that's part of the music at this point. It's not. That is coming from whenever he initiates one of the big moves. That little, I don't even know what instruments call it. It's like percussion. That. So all it takes is potentially for us to get hit by one of those things, and that could be the end of us. He might be able to one-shot us if that does happen. So, yes, we've dealt decent damage to him. That doesn't mean we're in the clear here. Not by any means. Oh, he's frozen. Get him. That is how we really punish him. For sure. It does kind of seem like being up close might actually be the best way to fight him. Not gonna lie. Potentially. Don't quote me on that. Ooh, okay. Technically, it improves the angle, you would think, of our dodge, making it a little bit easier to get out of the way of some of the big ones. Okay.
I need more time.
Ooh, okay. Was not confident I was going to dodge that last one, but there we go. Did not die to him.
Defiler of flame.
Ooh. Did you get your ascendancy, Arumi? Nice. Well done. Arumi, you are flying. Okay. We get max life from this. It looks gross, but we'll take it. Oh, I thought we were doing it right now. No, that was just an optional boss fight. Cool one at that. That's good defensively, if we had any interest in an armor evasion shield, but we kind of don't. think we want this either. Probably save our wisdom scrolls. Okay. I think we are probably going to head down, because now at this point, we've done the optional thing, and we are going for what I strongly suspect is the final boss of this act. Which probably means it's very difficult. The tough thing with that guy was he just was constantly attacking. Yeah, no, I'm in Act 1 as well, but I think this is the end. I think this is the end. We might be about to go into the boss fight. Here's the checkpoint. Search the manor for Count, however you pronounce his name. Does he have friends down here? Or is it just the boss? Oh. Oh no, he does have friends. He does have friends. Okay. At first I was going to say it reminded me of Brutus from PoE 1. In that it seemed like we might have had this big, long, dramatic area where it was going to build the suspension of there being a boss fight without actually having a boss for quite some time. Like all this foreshadowing, though. Not quite the case. It does seem like this is more going to be a standard type of area. Oh, I kind of pushed her out of the area where the frost bomb was. Oops. Also are cold resistant. It's no good. Don't give me the cold resistant enemies. I don't want them. I actually wonder if that's a coincidence or not. 'Cause it definitely feels like that's what we are running into the most, is cold resistant enemies. There's a chance that the game is recognizing that we are using more or less exclusively cold skills and deliberately giving us those types of enemies for that reason. Also, I'm pretty sure I just heard a werewolf, which is probably the foreshadowing that we were expecting. That has a socket. And that actually... no, that's a lower level, lower base item, right? That's not going to be worth pulling on. Or not going to be worth equipping. Does technically still have more energy shield. But we miss out on the life restoration and a fair bit of just flat life. Yep, you can hear werewolf-like sounds. Seems like. Sort of attack around corners. Could potentially craft that. I'm sure if it's worth it. It's the same base we have right now, so it's not like it's an improvement per se. It will require that we get lucky good stuff. Oh, that's a little scary. I was distracted by this seemingly dramatic staircase. This does seem like, yeah, this is a dead end now. Not the place where the boss will be. No, that's a kiwi. We're good. We're good. Oh, freezing shards, you say? That does look cool. And I do really like our shield right now, so I'd rather stick with the one hand rather than two hand, but I'm tempted just to check that out.
Yes, another one! He's under there!
Oh, okay. Are we just continually getting lower and lower in until eventually we get to the bottom floor, and that's where we're going to encounter these guys? That's what I'm starting to sense. So we might have to go down once again before we actually find him. Okay. Getting cornered a bit. Grab that. There we go, level up again, nice. Good to get that before the boss fight. Okay, more friends. I also haven't stopped to look, but there is a status effect that we haven't really talked about at all yet, which is bleed. There's a chance these guys are applying it, but I haven't really noticed. I feel like it would be more noticeable if that were the case. I've also totally use Cold Snap on you. Like that feels like that skill should apply bleed, which is physical damage over time. Unlike what's up, similar to a burn, but basically the physical version of that. But I think I would have noticed it. Again, it's of ice. Cold resistance. That does not feel like a coincidence. And I feel like once upon a time, like several years ago, I remembered one of the developers saying in passing that they made the blue packs smarter or something like that, such that they're specifically designed to counter your build a little bit. I wonder. Yeah, assuming there is a bottom right format. Let's see. It's possible to... Well, this is a rare, and this is just a blue magic item. Oh, we have a level 5 skill jump here. We've not yet taken... I thought we took Incinerate, didn't we? Maybe we have it in town? We definitely have it in town. Which actually makes it hard to... Like, I know I wanted to take Arc at some point. Have we already taken it?
Oh.
We might be about to double up on Arc. Let's do it, though. We'll be okay. Worst comes to worst. We have one extra copy of it. Oh no, I was gonna say, it looks like it is heading down, but it's not an actual entry into a new zone. That would be. Okay. Oh, wait, but this would be too. What the heck? That goes down, so that would seem to bring us closer to the boss, but then what is this? Huh? Oh! It's his bedroom! A little bit of gold and a journal.
I sense Oriana knows. And I cannot deny that which I know deep down
How do I
to be
recognize that?
true. That fair-haired villager, an eternal descendant, she knew. At that moment when our eyes locked, we both knew. She clung to her children like I would end them then and there. She is of no risk now, but how many others must I fear? Is my blood truly impure? Oriana assures me we can right some of the wrongs of the past. She promises a way forward for Ogham. A way forward for the clans and the clanless alike. And a way forward for me. We must continue with our task.
So it seems like he's struggling a bit with the whole, hey, I'm kind of a werewolf thing. What do am I impure? Okay. Ooh, and this is a big one. Big increased damage to enemies that are frozen, since that's the primary status that we're dealing, and then increased chance to inflict the ailments against rare and unique enemies, like bosses, so that's the enemies where it's most significant to get that. So that is definitely very good timing to pick that up. Okay. And I don't know how many floors there are, but this one might be the last one. Once we head down here, at least. Any things we can break? Alright. And there's a checkpoint. I think this might be it. Maybe. I don't know, but it's not opening straight up into a boss arena. Maybe there's one more? Take that. There's clearly something happening over there. Actually, not horrible. It is worse than what we have right now. But, well, actually, that's debatable. Less energy shield, more life. I think we'll stick with what we have, though. Okay. So this does not seem to be exclusively a boss arena, as I kind of expected it to be. So maybe there is one more floor after this. Because there's definitely still more enemies for us to take down. Definitely looks more corrupted here than it did before. I totally just missed with the Twin Snap. Hopefully we will notice our improved damage against enemies that are already frozen. There are more enemies here than I would like to fight at once. Okay. Freeze and chill help us. It does have a socket, but we're kind of a little bit low on inventory space. Yeah, I suspected one of you was a rare. Not really sure I want to attract the attention of additional people down here. But it's a void pack as well. Oh no, we're stuck in the corner. This is not good. This is very not good. This is very not good. Okay. Please go away now. All damage shocks? Okay, so shocks make us take significantly more damage. And if all of your damage shocks and we get surrounded by you, we are absolutely toast. I'm actually kind of surprised we aren't already dead, to be honest with you. Okay, got rid of some of them. Just trying to whittle away. Periodic lightning explosions, resist stuns, I think was the two things you have. You also have energy shield. Cool. Oh, don't stand there. Frozen for a second? Apparently not. I made it! Stupid gold stab. And I almost dodged into that. Slash, might have dodged into that. Please go down now. Thank you. Bolt of Alchemy. That might be the first time we've seen one of those drop. We've seen some shards from selling things in town, but this is what takes something straight from a normal item, meaning no mods at all, into a yellow item with 4 mods on it. Alright, Warcrow, thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Ooh. Gain 8% of damage as extra cold damage and cast speed. Lose the spell damage. Get a higher level default attack, which we have not been using much at all as of late. I'm not sure whether that is actually an improvement or not. And we could look at the DPS. Oh, it doesn't actually tell us DPS on this screen. We can get it here. Tells us. We swap. Let's use what? Cold Snap as our point of reference. 1,100. Does technically seem to go up across the board. Again, these numbers are maybe not super indicative of what is actually happening, but maybe that's reason enough to give this a shot. And we cleared out seemingly the biggest enemies from this area, but there are probably still more. I do really wonder how much we could improve from getting rid of the cooldown on Cold Snap. Because it is really strong, but that 10-second cooldown is really limiting. If we're freezing enemies regularly enough, we could be using it way more if it didn't have that cooldown. That may be worth...
Yes.
Oh.
More.
Checking.
Don't stop. The beast hungers.
Okay. So, one more floor, I would imagine, gets us down there. Let's go back to that skill screen for a second. I forget what the hotkey for that is. G. We get rid of... What is it? The hourglass. It suddenly doesn't have a 10-second cooldown. We lose the 40% more damage. I wish we had a support gem with us. We could replace the hourglass that way. I mean, if we portal, we should be able to do that. Maybe we do that. What's up, Fords? How's it going? Yeah, at least one more floor. It's hard to tell, because when we were at the very top, I mean, obviously we weren't on the correct floor, but it didn't look like we were 3 or 4 floors away, or however many it was.
It is good to see you.
Let's... I guess, technically we should identify stuff first.
Greetings. Go.
It is good to see you.
Now we can see like that. I mean, the life is nice, yes, but that's not reason enough to do that. Should be worth a lot. Yeah, Regal Shard. It's good. If we had a need for that type of thing, it would be good. Oh, and then stuff with sockets. We want to cash that in elsewhere.
Be careful.
Here. Okay. Probably just... Oh. You exist.
I like
You, we would like to sell stuff to.
Any that catch your eye, I will treasure it.
Oh, that actually can be disenchanted. Both of those can be. Oh, okay. Alright. And now I want to see... We... thought held on to some support gem stuff. Yeah. You. And you. We also have this conduction just hanging around, but I'd like to see if we can get something to replace hourglass on Cold Snap. I don't know why it's... Hold on. Let's unswap socket. Hourglass. Take this out. Now, will you let us put something else on? No. Huh. Really only letting us use Hourglass. I mean, I'm honestly wondering if we are better served just with no support gem in that spot. In that case, yeah, we lose out on a lot of damage, but being able to use this way more often, I feel like that could still be more damage overall. At least against basic enemies, yes. Against bosses, that might not be the case, because some bosses might have resistance to freeze effects. We might also just generally not be attacking them as much, because we're going to be doing a lot more dodging. So maybe against bosses, you just say, alright, you know your attacks are going to be few and far between, make those count as much as possible, so Hourglass is still useful for that purpose, and we are about to go into the boss fight, so I guess we'll just stick with what we have, and we could always take this in or out whenever we want. The question was more so, do we have an entirely new thing we want to add to the equation? That would have been a little more complicated. Did we have an arc already? We did not. Okay. We did not. It's a good thing we did not accidentally waste one of those skills. Okay. Oh, not this way. We want to go through the portal unless we want to buy and then probably subsequently craft anything. Like, we don't have any rings at all yet. That is a fairly rare item slot.
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
But just the fact that we have nothing at all there obviously means anything we would acquire would be a net gain. It's also definitely possible we could upgrade our belt here. It's not so great.
Stick to the cairns.
Owner's house. Renly's house. They had real places to live. I was always so envious, but I guess they're like me now. Vagabonds. Vagrants. Well, it begs the question. Is this home now? You've caught me at a moment of sappiness, hero. My apologies. Never had any love for old Count Geonor.
Geonor's how you say it.
A stab or two for me?
That we can certainly try. Okay, so you...
None of it's junk.
We could gamble to get a ring from... No, we cannot gamble to get a ring from you. We cannot afford to do that. Okay.
Later.
I thought you were the person who just sells rings straight up, but you don't seem to
I like
have
to hold
any.
on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye?
Okay, I guess we are not picking up a ring right now in that case. I think we're just heading back. So do you see those guys working with this foul, cursed creature? Seems to be the thing that the hooded one in town is alluding to. Oh, okay. Well, in case there was any doubt, at all, is there anything else we want to do on this floor? Any other enemies we want to fight? Drops they might have that would help us before we head in there? No, I think we're just going for it. And this will be, I think, the final boss of this entire act. So definitely, I would imagine, by far the most difficult enemy that we have faced. We're expecting some kind of werewolf dude, but beyond that, I have no idea. Let's do it. Oh, it's a dramatic elevator as well. Hey guys, how's it going? Don't mind us? Okay, no, do mind us. Do mind us, apparently. Praised guard. Oh.
And you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
I think not, Mad Wolf.
So, he may very well have multiple phases. Okay. Looks like cold damage. My guess is his first phase, he's a human like this, and then he has the second phase where he turns into a werewolf. That's my guess. Ooh. He definitely has some combos. And based on what we saw from other enemies recently, I would definitely expect him to deal more damage / have more powerful moves as time goes on. Okay, that's our biggest combo, for what it's worth. One we just used. Oh. Whoa. Okay, that did not work the way I expected that to work. And he has a big sword, which you would think would mean you do not want to be close to him. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so he has a lot of damage. I imagine that skill that he just used would one-shot us if it were to hit us. Yeah, we got stuck in that before. Yep, there he is. Werewolf form. Okay. We suspected he might be able to do something like this. He's probably... Oh, okay. Don't go anywhere near that. We also need... We definitely need to use our crossbow more often, because that is our primary setup, especially for that.
Agnar, to me, you will falter.
Okay.
Run, little rabbit.
I don't like it when you call me a rabbit. Please get hit by that. Okay, you transform. Okay, don't move there. Oopsie daisy. Oh, we are frozen. We are frozen. We are so dead right now. We are so dead right now. Yup. You bet. You bet.
Agnar, to me.
Okay. How much damage did we deal to him? We got at least a third of his health down. So, what have we learned? I mean, he has some really big skills, obviously. They're fairly well telegraphed, although even the ones that have those circles on the ground where you don't want to stand, you don't have that much time to move out of them, and when you are frozen and can't do anything, then you are kind of out of luck. So, see how we fare this time. Okay.
Yes, more.
I know what
Don't
this is.
stop. The
And it is
beast
not
hungers.
And we did see that, you know, as expected, our cold snap is the thing that's doing the big chunks of damage. I did not get as many frost bombs down as I would have liked. I think that's going to be offensively the big difference maker, because honestly, just the frost bolts and ice novas do not do much. Not do much damage. So this might take us a few attempts. And of course, if we find ourselves having some real trouble with it, then we could always go back to other areas and just grind up some more levels.
I need more time.
That is an option. I'd rather not have to do that if we don't absolutely need to. Okay.
I'll remove your head myself.
I think not.
Comes down.
Mad Wolf.
Do that.
First one's iron.
That was close. Closer than I would have liked it to be. Ow. Yeah, and I think he just doesn't do as many combos when he's on high health here. The big area of effect sword cold attacks. I was not expecting him to have cold damage for what it's worth.
Easy prey.
Okay, there we go. That. I mean, technically using the cold snap like that. I think he's going to transform now. Oh, nope, nope, he's going to do that. I did not dodge that well. Oh, I thought we were going to hit for a lot of damage there. The cold snap gets rid of his freeze, so if you want to be really clever, you tech now he's in. If you want to be really clever, you deliberately wait to use the cold snap until he's close to the end of his freeze duration. Try to hit him with other stuff first. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. Okay. You can see that coming a little bit because it does give you the red icon around the wolf form when he's about to do it.
Ragnar, to me! Run, little rabbit!
Oh, I seemingly did walk straight into that. Yet I don't think we really got damaged by it. Oh, we are stuck? Question mark? We very much deserve to die there. To be honest with you.
You'll pay with your life!
Wolf form? Wolf form. That's the sign that he's going to do. No, he's summoning more enemies there. That's the sign that he's going to do that. And I honestly am not sure if he's frozen there or if that's just a long animation for one of his skills. That's him. No, that's not him transforming. That's him using the big move. Okay. We could definitely still stand to benefit from also not dodging into his big attack. That would help.
You'll pay with your life.
From better understanding his tells.
Easy prey.
That's going to be a transformation, I think. Yes. He's frozen. I mean, you can see the amount of health he's doing the big move. You can see the amount of health we remove when we do a cold snap. Anything else is like such a small amount. It's not noticeable at all. I did not realize that was a big move.
Ragnar, to me, first dawn's thrust. Easy prey. Run, little rabbit.
I can't do
No,
that
we're on
yet.
cooldown with it because I accidentally pressed it, but it was not applicable. Silly me. Okay. Now he's at half health. We see. I think we got him. No, we did not get him down to half health. But it might mean things are going to change now. Get a little voice line to go with it.
I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How
That's a
dare
bad
you
thing to say.
after all I've given you!
Knows wolf mode. Does wolf mode have new moves? Ah, he's at full health now. He's combined. Ooh. I'm surprised that didn't deal more damage. He's combined. He has a sword as a wolf.
And savor each bite.
Oh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have stood that close to him when he was charging something up. Oh, he's in the smoke somewhere. I think we need to find him.
The pack suffered but endured.
Okay. Where is he? I mean, he does poke out to attack us, but I feel like we need to quote-unquote discover him somewhere in the smoke, and I just cannot find where he is. And so we're gonna die. We're going to die now. Because I can't roll out of what seems to be a group of enemies.
Killing for us.
Okay, well now we seem to have just outlasted that phase, but I'm pretty sure that's not what you're supposed to do there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to not be standing anywhere near him when he does that. That doesn't work. Ooh, that was close.
I smell your blood.
Okay, don't want to be anywhere near you.
And I am ravenous.
Okay, hello.
Freezing gale. Solstice of pain.
It's just so hard to get any attacks into him. Oh, and he hit us. Well, I did not dodge that well.
Desolation.
Like, these little frost bolts are doing nothing. Oh, does that suck me in like a vacuum cleaner? It does. He's back to this phase. Okay, so do we just dodge around trying to avoid him, or do we actually need to, like, find where in this smoke cloud he is? Because I might have just totally misinterpreted the way you're supposed to do this part of the encounter.
forsaken frosts.
I really think this is going to be the death boss.
As cold as death. Of baleless misery.
Yeah, definitely.
The pack
Definitely going to be our death.
Yes.
You're out of class charges. Okay, don't stand there, actually. I also got all my key bindings messed up when we were in that phase and just totally messed up my hand positioning. Also, have you noticed how little damage we've dealt to him? No, that does not count as being cold snappable. He might be cold, freezable in this phase. I would not rule that out. And that kind of is the source of all of our damage. So... Oh, that was a horrible place to stand, and we're gonna die. Yep. Okay. So this feels like we just don't have the damage to get through right now. Especially not when Cold Snap is our primary skill. And in this phase in particular, it may be impossible to freeze him. He does talk about cold things a lot. So, like, if I just was able to dodge more and attack more, or dodge more effectively and damage more effectively, we could whittle away at him, but I mean whittle. Because look at this, for example. Frost Bomb, 176 damage. Ice Nova, 46 damage. Cold Snap, the skill that I want to be using, but may just outright not work against him. 1,244 damage. If we can't do this, then it is very hard to take him down, and that just means more time in which you have to dodge his mechanics, more time in which you can potentially get punished for messing up. So... do we need to pivot a bit here? He also may just resist cold damage more than he does other elements, because he very clearly is cold oriented. We did pick up an Incinerate back in town, and it is possible for us to build around that. The one downside... oh no, not this one. Passive skills. Passive tree. One downside is that we would no longer benefit from 10% cold damage and 18% cold damage here, increased freeze buildup. But the whole thing is, if he just can't be frozen, then, you know, it kind of makes the whole thing that we've focused on for our build not so meaningful anymore. So we might need to reevaluate here. We might need to pivot. And break out this Incinerate. It is a channeling skill, which means you kind of need to hold it down for extended periods of time for it to work well, which is not easy when you are dodging a whole lot. So that does concern me a bit. We do have a rank 4 gem we could use here. This is rank 5, isn't it? Right? Yeah. So this would not be as powerful as this, by some accounts at least. Can we cancel out of this if we activate it? Like, can we check what our options are and then change our mind later? We're gonna see. I think we might be able to if we just exit there. We've not tried this. What is the deal with the Ember Fusillade? Conjures a blazing ember that hovers above you. After a short duration, the ember launches at an enemy, dealing fire damage in an area on impact. Recasting the spell resets the duration for all active embers. Multiple embers fired in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. Flat fire damage. Embers deal 5% more damage for each previous ember fired in sequence. Hover duration 1.3 seconds, can accumulate up to 6 embers. This is a new skill. I don't really know what to expect out of it. and trying to use it for the first time against what is basically the final boss of the area is maybe not the best of ideas, but we're gonna try it. We might just be doing a big time transition here, because Frostbomb might still be fine. It does technically debuff him if we can get it to hit. But I think we might have more potential, especially if we get rid of this. These are the ones that have been tricky for us. Oh no, Cold Snap, I mean, just might outright not work. But the Ice Nova and the Frost Bolt. It would help if we knew how to activate Arctic Armor. That would probably help. If we go Incinerate, we don't really have good support gems for it, I don't think. Amber Fusillade, do we have any steel gems here? We have a couple, okay. And then some of these might still be applicable. Let's actually see. Go back to this and here. So Incinerate. You can see under it, Incinerate, Spell, AoE, Sustained, Fire, Duration, Channeling. Those are generally the categories that we can potentially buff it in. So Unleash. Would this work? I don't know if it would. Hourglass with the cooldown, definitely not. Controlled Destruction. That could be very good, with whichever one of these we feel is more promising. Maybe the Fusillade, though. I don't know. I like how this seems like it's a little bit more passive damage, which is kind of intriguing for when we're going to be spending a bunch of time dodging the boss attacks. Scatter Shot. Let it shoot multiple times. I don't know if that works with it. I'm not sure if that's what we want. More freeze buildup. I don't think that's going to be that helpful. So maybe we try getting one more support gem for Ember Fusillade here and see if we can find something that works well for you. Doing this. Is that the one that we already put? I think it is. Supported skills have less skill effect duration, just so that it has some bonus effect when the duration expires, so that basically makes it expire more quickly. Or supported skills have less cost. That's not really what I had in mind. Increased ignite duration. Supported skills have less chance to ignite. Oh. Actually, can we just see all gems? Many of these are going to be not applicable. What if we search fire? Attacks, this is a spell we're talking about. Supported skills have 100% more chance to ignite, giving us some damage over time potential. That's the one we saw before. What if we go... Is there anything that just does elemental damage? Perhaps later on, but not yet. Not unless it's minions. Not what we're trying to do. Let's see, spell damage of some variety. Spells have less area of effect. Cascades from supporting skills have less area of effect. Wait, support spells that affects an area around you or target location, causing those spells to also target additional areas on either side of the target area along a randomly chosen axis. Cannot support channeling skills or remote skills. So we couldn't use it on Incinerate, but maybe on the Ember Fusillade. Still might not count. It's curse related. Unleash, we've seen. Debuffs inflicted with supported skills have 15% slow magnitude. More damage with hits and ailments, but cannot get crits. Have we already used that? I thought we might have. Arcane Surge. 8 seconds after spending a total of a lot of mana. Arcane Surge gives us mana regeneration and cast speed. Supported skills have more cast speed. That's generally solid. That is applicable to almost any and everything that we use. As for whether it's the best option, that is not necessarily going to be the case. Yeah, okay, so control destruction we do have, and then where did our cast speed go? Where did it go? Is it in our stash? Yes. Okay. That would also actually be really helpful for Incinerate. I don't know. Since we've never used this skill before, I have no idea, and it's new, I have no idea how to build it. So, I mean, we could just casually have a bunch of skill gems in our inventory to mix and match. Get the support gem one, it's gonna make it so we have less space to pick stuff up if we do succeed in the fight. But the other alternative is, of course, to go back into other areas and just try to grind out a few levels, get stronger that way. Potentially upgrade gear along the way as well, but let's at least see what this skill does. Okay, so it puts those things over our head. It can hit, and then when the duration expires, it deals damage. It said that it will always try to have the damage split across different enemies, so that would make me think for single target damage, it's probably not generally a good idea. Then here's Incinerate, which is cool, and would theoretically have, one would think, more single target damage potential. The problem with it is that it kind of requires that you stand still for a long period of time. And that is probably not a good idea against a boss. And that gives me significant pause. Give it cast speed, then I imagine that makes the damage come out a little bit quicker and have it scale up a little more quickly. So it is better. Is it good enough? I don't know. Throw this on as well. Make this one be Incinerate, make this one be the Ember Fusillade, and we'll put something else on the Ember Fusillade. If it feels like it's actually the Incinerate that we want to have be the point of emphasis. Have the Fusillade have a chance to freeze him. I don't think that's really going to work much. But, sure. Wait, how much damage does Cold Snap have? Well, wait, it only works if we freeze them, and we're now basically accepting that we're not really going to freeze them. So now we just have a random mix of skills that don't necessarily synergize with each other. So, this is what we get for trying to do a bit of an unorthodox transition on relatively short notice. We do Scatter Shot and have the Ember Fusillade hit even more things that way. Oh, whoops. I meant to do that. Make the Incinerate better. Have a Scatter Shot, I guess. I still don't really understand how Unleash works. I know it did exist, kind of, in PoE 1. It looks cooler when there's more of these. As to whether it's actually more effective, you know, that may not be the case. Let's give it another try. I am not terribly optimistic that we're going to fare better this time. I think Incinerate is going to be tough to use, even if it might have more damage potential when we're standing there. But we might need to just take the hint and try to spend a little more time elsewhere to improve in other ways.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Oh, we didn't have any friends this time.
Not, Mad Wolf.
Okay, so now I'm just literally being greedy just to test damage. Honestly,
Easy prey.
that was a lot.
Run, little rabbit.
Yes. We're now taking more damage. That is so much more damage that we are dealing. So much more damage we are dealing. It's not hitting you. Not unless you get closer. That would have been a great window to hit you, but I did not. Oh, you're not happy with me. You're not happy with me. That was me getting kind of greedy. Okay. I mean, just look at how much faster it is when we can deal this much damage. Even if we're taking way more damage / generally much more vulnerable. And that's going to kill us, potentially. But it's encouraging from a damage standpoint.
As night falls.
This I still don't think. I would like to just experiment with this. Are we just supposed to dodge and accept that we are going to take damage whenever he dashes out like that and try to time this properly? Or are we actually supposed to like search for him through the mist and eventually uncover him? Because it seemed like I had done that, or attempted to do that previously, and it just never worked. And now we're gonna get stuck and die. Yeah. So I still don't really understand how that phase works, which is a problem. But I mean, we got through, we dealt like almost the same amount of damage we dealt last time in a fraction of the time. So if we can find the windows to hit him, it seems like this is definitely preferable. And that's just from Incinerate alone. Wasn't even really using many of the other things because they don't really synergize with Incinerate, and the damage is just so minor in comparison. Have the cast speed. Let's try this real quick on Incinerate and see if it encourages us to do anything else. Supported skills have increased chance, right? Increased ignite duration, less chance to ignite. Yeah, we saw that before, but I think that's just a little too unreliable. We did get, I think we did get an ignite, or it was possibly the burning ground on him in the very beginning of the fight. You could see just the pretty crazy damage over time we got on him. That was perhaps the most encouraging thing. He does have some phases where we can definitely hit him, so I feel like it's doable with this setup. And I think I'm just gonna go the dodging route once he eventually gets to that phase. Yeah, just keep on dodging through that phase while he delivers his monologue. That seems like what you're supposed to do. Just based on... I mean, I went through... That time I didn't get through that much of the fog, but on the first attempt, there was at least one time where it felt like I went through a full 360, and it's not like I ever, quote-unquote, found him and removed the fog in the process, so maybe it's a thing and I just got really unlucky, but it does seem like you just kind of need to dodge. It's a lot of damage when he does hit you, and the timing is a little bit tough. So you basically just have to predict it. It's quick enough that you can't really react. You just guess when he's going to show up, and you dodge that.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
So Incinerate does also gain power the longer we have charging it up. So I kind of deliberately want to charge it up proactively. Like here, you see he's taking damage over time, even after we stop attacking him, which is really nice. That's interesting. That might be our first time actually getting hit by that attack. Now we can understand what it does. Kind of pins us. It's not quite as dangerous as some of the other things we've seen later on. Like that. It's a great chance to hit him for a lot of damage.
Easy prey.
That was close. Goes Wolf Mode. This is also a window. This is just him summoning stuff. This is not going to be something stuff. This is going to be... Oh, or... Okay, that was actually weird. That was weird. It teleported. I don't know why that happened. Also, ow? That was very strange. Okay, also, I just got extremely greedy there and just said, I don't care what attack you're using, I'm going to try to hit you anyway. Probably not the right approach.
Easy prey. You pay with your life.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Maybe not quite that greedy. Wolf mode? That is a window, for sure. I can't see him, and I don't know what he's doing, which is concerning. Oh, he's going this mode? Yeah. It's like you try to charge stuff proactively when he's changing phases, and you... Okay, that sounds good though. This is not that hard to dodge, theoretically. I know I did get hit by it once in the previous go-round, but... That is gonna hurt if it hits, but it didn't quite. It's like, when do I...
As night falls.
Oh, okay, it's this now?
Winter's chill.
Just periodically pressing the dodge button. Trying to guess as to when he attacks, but the other enemies are so numerous as well. That's the problem, is that if you're just dodging, you will get surrounded, and it is gonna clobber you. Which is usually the actual thing that causes the problems in this phase, for what it's worth. Because then I get stuck, like this. I can't move. I'm gonna die. Oh, or walk into that accidentally when he changes phases. I mean, it's definitely doable, but there's just that phase in particular is tough. The other ones, he has the big moves. Sometimes you mess up and accidentally get hit by them, but if you can avoid them, you have windows to deal damage, and I need to better understand once he does turn into his hybrid human/wolf form, when are the best times to attack him? Yeah, do you really want to find out what each of his attacks do? I mean, honestly, that's sort of like the thing is, on one hand, it is sometimes good to actually just deliberately get hit to understand how those things work. But sometimes in order to do that, you do need to die. Okay. Let's give it one, maybe two more tries. But it's getting late enough tonight that I also might just need to call it a night soon regardless. We also just never use that. I also don't know that it's going to be of any significance to this fight. So he spawns in here.
I'll remove your head myself.
I start charging this up, so it's immediately dealing big damage. As soon as he gets in here. Like, if I could get him with this kind of damage over time, in the later phases, that would just be so nice.
No escape. First one's iron. Run, little rabbit.
Also, if our range was slightly better, that would help a lot as well. There were definitely times during that previous encounter, or the previous fight, especially when he was in wolf phase, where he's doing things like this. So I'm like, okay, I know I want to hit you, but you're just slightly too far away for me to make that easy thing to do. Also, that, okay, he summons in Krampus, but it wasn't super clear to me to what extent that is a window. Oh, kind of stunned me after the big attack.
First dawn's frost. Run, little rabbit.
Okay, that was close. You almost skewered me. You also don't instantly turn, for what it's worth, when we're channeling this. I think he's going to change phases pretty soon now. This is it. Okay. So like, can I immediately start dealing damage to you here with a fully charged up Incinerate? Because that's what I would like to do.
Freezing gale.
Ow. Okay.
I smell your
Also, getting more health, something we haven't really talked about, but that is potentially a thing that could be helpful. Okay, here's this phase, which stinks. I'm gonna try to attack a little bit more, maybe get some of the enemies down, so that we are not completely swarmed. Like, if you can anticipate when he's going to dodge, or when he's going to attack, rather, and immediately afterward you attack, then you start dodging. That might be the balance.
Death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sow.
Now he goes
I
back.
will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation.
I mean, that is probably already the best we've done thus far. This actually does a lot of damage if it does it. Feels like it goes faster. I also have no idea what you're doing. Oh.
I am ravenous.
What are you? Oh, you're doing that. That's what you're doing. I did not read that quickly enough.
Desolation. I will take out your heart.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a window. It might not have been a window. Oh, you froze me. That's not good. I'm surprised you didn't punch me more. Back to this.
Tooth and claw. Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured.
Dodge.
And howled now
And hit.
in tune.
Could have attacked there. Dodge.
No
Attack.
tales were told.
Dodge. Heal. Oh, dear.
None knew.
Ooh, okay. That was cutting it close. Attack. Dodge. Heal.
Endless hunger grew
Still
ever stronger.
absolutely adding up. Now he's back. Ooh, okay. I did not realize he was going to do his ultimate there. I thought that was a good window.
Requiem on high.
If you somehow had confidence you were not going to get in there, you could probably deal some decent damage.
I will take out your heart and save
That actually takes a while for him to start dealing the damage for that. That's the big one.
chilling frost. Requiem on high.
This one you need to start dodging. Oh, the chill ground. That's actually devious. That makes it much harder to block. Okay, so this is the one. Don't know what he does after this.
As night falls.
Oh, this. Okay.
Winter's chill.
Attack.
Sought the unworthy.
Dodge. Dodge.
Through
Attack.
an endless night.
Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
They wither and tarry.
Heal. Don't get pulled over here.
Forsaken frosts.
That was
As
bad.
cold
That was bad.
as death.
Need to attack these guys more.
Misery. The pack won't forget.
I smell your blood.
I thought that was the ultimate. It was not the ultimate. You're gonna freeze me. Yep. I got stuck. Okay. We are out of flash charges. I would just like you to know that we are out of flash charges.
Solstice of pain.
And I did get hit by that. And I almost got hit by that. And I did get hit by that. And we don't have any flash charges, I would like to remind you. So we basically are dead already. And the chill made it so I couldn't dodge that in time.
I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Freezing gale.
That's the big move? Question mark? No, it's back to this. His face so much, but it is actually an opportunity to get flash charges back by killing their ads.
as swift as death, and imbued by the moon, cursed or gifted, branded and afflicted, your veins soon chilled, Agna shall slay again.
Big attack. Somehow hit, but did not kill. This will kill if we get hit by any of these, though. Oh. Or so I would have thought. That killed us. Wow. Okay, well, that was by far our best attempt, and it does feel like we're getting closer to succeeding. Oh. I mean, we definitely can improve our setup because this was not something that we had built our character to do in the first place. So the fact that we were able to kind of just stumble into using a completely new skill and have way more success makes me feel like maybe with a little more...
Your pulse quickens.
Maybe with a little more adjusting, we could make a significant improvement. Like here, for example, extra cold damage. Cast speed is nice, but cold damage isn't helping us anymore. Could we potentially make some other adjustments? Augment this flask, honestly, would probably help a lot, potentially. Let's quickly go back to town. Well, let's go back to town. Let's see what else we might be able to do. Mechanically, I think we're better at understanding what we should and should not do. Setup-wise, I think there is still room for improvement. This is definitely a better skill to be using, the one that we started using, Incinerate. Do we have any tools at our disposal? Oh, you know what would be incredibly helpful? Forget about fire resistance. Give me cold resistance when we take damage from a cold hit. Because he's definitely using cold damage. And just out of curiosity, what is our cold resistance right now? Armor. I want cold resistance. 10%. Which is only coming from a passive bonus that we picked up along the way. None of that is coming from our gear. So I think that's a pretty clear and obvious way for us to improve defensively, because if we can suddenly take more hits, then that could make a world of a difference. Not only just making it easier, giving us more margin for error, but potentially also making it possible for us to get greedier with when and where we do our damage. So let's do this. Chance to gain a charge when you kill an enemy. That's not great against a boss encounter. We can augment it though, see if we get something better here. Increased duration. 4.8 seconds of increased cold resistance when we get hit by a cold damaging skill. That should be better than fire resistance, because I don't think this guy's dealing any fire damage at all. So that's one improvement. Can we find other ways to get cold resistance on our gear or things that are otherwise useful? Problem is, I don't know if we have enough gold to be buying useful enough base items. At least not ones that are already rolled to have good stuff. Mana, life regen. We saw the life regen did actually bail us out on a few occasions there. The part where I thought that I was dead because we ran out of flasks. And we just gradually regenerated some life. Okay. I mean, movement speed does help us dodge stuff. Like the big circular blast skills that deal tons of damage. So I don't want to completely write that off. And that's also a lot of life regen. Where else? Rings. We don't have any rings. It's just a completely empty slot.
Finn makes fun
Really
of my
want to get
collection.
some of those.
I think
They were expensive when we saw them, and you just weren't selling any. Do you have any? You do, but it's too expensive for us. Unless
By then.
we have things we could sell here. Sell skill gems? I'll sell this. Don't know that that's going to help us that much.
It is good to see you. Please,
How much
take
is this
your
worth?
time.
42?
I will treasure it. Stay safe, if you
We
can.
could just get some... I mean, this is cold resistance. That should help, but this also isn't great for what we're trying to do.
How's the clearing? Anything take your
Offensively.
fancy?
You have wands, or is that actually
Oh,
a
well.
you thing?
Yes.
Fire damage cast speed. Okay, that's way better. Slight decrease in cast speed, 41% increased fire damage. Ignore the mana drain, that's largely irrelevant. Let's just see if there are better options here. That is also fire damage. It's crit damage rather than cast speed. That's going to be less consistent. Cold damage, not interested in this case. Cold damage, that would be great for what we were doing before. We could, oh, hold on. Can we afford both of these? These two? We can. Because this only has one modifier on it right now, so we could use an Orb of Augmentation, see if we get a good second mod. And then that could potentially outdo this. The thing is, this has two good mods already, so we can't really outdo that, to be honest. Or this one has a better okay. Let's get this.
May it serve you well.
It's the safe option. Maybe if we got lucky getting you and rolling a better cast speed mod, or getting you and rolling a better damage mod, might have surpassed this, but probably only just barely, and even then, it was unlikely for that to be the case. This should help a lot with incinerate damage. So that is actually big. Offensively, we do also have regal orbs. Or a regal orb, which we could use to add one more modifier to potentially you, or we have another blue item we like. Not really. Probably would be you. We could even exalt it if we wanted to, if we felt so desperate. I mean, half of me is tempted just to see if that 41% fire damage is enough to be the difference maker. Let's do this. The mod we add may not be any good. It's incredible. Not the highest of rolls, but spell damage is very relevant. Okay, that definitely paid off. We could add one more mod still. This Exalted Orb is maybe not as valuable as it once was in Path of Exile 1, but it is presumably still pretty valuable. And if this is just a temporary fix with a fire skill when we still intend to go back to cold spells later, then I'm a little hesitant to invest everything in it. But, oh, actually, you know what else we could do with it? We can improve the quality of it. But I'm actually not sure that would... In Path of Exile 1, that would affect the default attack effectiveness and... Well, no, it would... In Path of Exile 1, it would affect just attacks, not spells. So I'm not sure if that would help us. Armorer's Scrap would give us more defenses, which would definitely help a little bit. It's not going to be dramatic, but it might give us 1 or 2 extra energy shield. Wish this had cold resistance instead of that stun threshold. It would be so much better if it did. We do have this, which is guaranteed to give us a cold modifier on something. We don't really have anywhere to use it anymore. You're not great, to be honest. That 20 max energy shield is good.
How can I help? Take a look.
It might be more worthwhile. And your 39 energy shield is already 28. Oh, and lightning resistance is already rolled. It's kind of looking for a base. It is not pre-rolled. Is this actually better? It's 48 effective life, 39 effective life. This is a mix between health and energy shield. This might still technically be better. Slightly. These are hybrid energy shield evasion, which I don't think is really what we want. Hold on. You have a tiny bit of cold resistance. You have a tiny bit of cold resistance, but you're out of our price range. Life and cold res. We could afford you. That's a little bit tempting. We'd lose the movement speed. We'd also lose a little bit of energy shield in the process, so we wouldn't have quite as much life. We'd lose energy, or life regen. 15% cold res when we have almost none to work with. I feel like that is going to make a pretty dramatic difference. I just want to... You know what? Hold on. What if we go to another zone for a second here, and we deliberately just get pretty much any item to drop, and we... Well, we're really looking for... Well, something to drop that we want to use to give us a crafting item to throw cold resistance onto with that essence that gives us a guaranteed cold mod. That's what I want. And a little bit of gold wouldn't be the worst thing either, in case we do have interest in trying to buy more things from town. I'm definitely used to being able to freeze enemies. So, being around here like, oh, what? They can actually just attack me whenever. Means we can take more damage more easily. That leather vest... Oh, no. This is going to hurt a lot. It's going to hurt a whole lot. Yep, I'm stuck. That sapphire ring? No. No. Does it go away as soon as we die? We don't have a ring yet? That would be the perfect thing for us. Please tell me that's still there. We could not get a ring before. The game just refused to allow us to buy one. I really hope we can still pick that up. These enemies were not here previously, were they? And the fact that seemingly completely different enemies aren't in an area where we already were makes me wonder if everything is going to get reset and the ring will not be there. I am getting the feeling that's going to be the case. Oh man, that could have been so good for us. Those puddles deal damage to us. That's why we got hurt so much. And that's probably why we died there, because I was body blocked, couldn't get out of that area, and we were probably standing on top of some of those damaged puddles. Yeah, like this is right where we dropped the ring, wasn't it? I don't think it is there anymore. That stinks. That was such a tease. I wanted it so bad. I felt this so much. Who would potentially craft that belt? Our existing belt isn't that good. It's a different kind of belt. I honestly didn't realize you were still alive. Just want crafting materials. The ring is the ideal thing because we don't have any, so there's no opportunity cost at all. You just throw it on and it's a straight improvement. Whereas just about anything else we need to at least sacrifice something. Crossbow, I mean, it's something we could sell for gold to potentially buy other materials, yes. Doesn't directly help us. Let's do that. These guys are strong. And can poison us. Wait for that to go away. We are going to have to walk back to the waypoint, because otherwise we're going to have to use a portal, and if we use a portal, then we lose the thing that's taking us right next to the boss arena. Not really sure we've gotten what we were looking for. That is a rare. Hits very hard. Damage always shocks. Oh, I really want to back up in this direction. We have more friends. Almost down. Okay, he's down. Really what we're looking for? Can you see what the other stuff was though?
I have no space for that.
Oh, that's not helpful. I mean, we could potentially craft you. Give us cold res. I do kind of like some of the mods we're getting here, although not all of them are critically important. Belts might be the best as a crafting base. Okay. Slightly further. All of your damage always shot? That was just a basic enemy. Okay, let's circle back. We'll head to town. See if we can craft with any of the things we picked up. Maybe that'll help, but we theoretically improved our damage quite a bit. So maybe that alone is enough. Also, where... Oh, we moved so much.
Before me.
I'm no longer sure where the exit is, to be honest with you. Ow. Please go down.
I must travel light.
Light and cold res. Wait, what? Why do we not have a chestplate equipped? Oh. And no wand equipped? Okay, that might have been hurting us a bit. Okay. I don't remember accidentally leaving those off, but that might have helped if we had some stuff equipped. I don't remember if we had that when we died earlier. That might have been the difference between being able to pick up that ring and not being able to pick up the ring. But cold res and life. We would have to sacrifice a little bit of life regeneration stun threshold. We would basically have the same max life. Energy shield goes down ever so slightly, but for the 13% cold res, that is actually significantly better, at least against the boss we're trying to face. That's pure armor. It has a strength requirement we can't meet. But okay, we, just by picking that up and getting the other item, this little guy, gives us the damage reduction from cold hits. Those may be difference makers. Now to try to find the way back. Or to any waypoint. Can we worth? I want to see if we could get the map to overlay, as I was saying before. Difference makers being wearing armor and equipment? Yeah, you know. I've been told that can help sometimes. Who gets back this way? Down and to the right. It does have 2 sockets. Yeah, it's over here. Okay. Go here. Go back to town. Still have this portal that takes us right in front of the boss fight. We have decent confidence that that's going to persist based on what we've seen in the past. We can disenchant. I mean, I guess we might as well identify.
Seems shadows.
Quickly.
It is good to see.
Disenchant. You. You. Might hold on to this for future use after this boss fight, at least.
Be careful.
Then trying to let's do this real quick. Trying to find just little ways to carve out a little more cold resistance.
Good to see you. These are just some odds
Sell
and ends
that.
of mine. Oh, I
So
like
you
this
could
one.
be a target for that craft. Wish that had energy shield on the gloves, though. I think it might be this that is best. Technically, we lose out on some of this life recovery from flasks, which actually kind of stinks. Miss that, but oh, we could just do a transmute, or we could use the much more limited, much more valuable, guaranteed cold roll from this. Let's do it. 14 cold res. That's basically all we could have asked for. And then augment it to get a second life or increase mana recovery rate. Ooh, okay. So that's not great, but the cold res is the main thing we were looking for there. So now we previously had 10% cold res, now we have 37% cold res. So we have more than 3 times, almost 4 times as much cold res as we had before. Even more than that if we take a hit that deals cold damage. So this is helpful if we are getting stuck surrounded by enemies dealing damage to us. But a single hit, it won't help us from that. I think that means you're not as interesting to us anymore. We could throw a transmute on you and see if we get something, but have to kind of overcome how this has the extra energy shield as well. Okay. Let's just sell.
Sorry, I was just... Finn makes fun of my collection.
Oh, not this, but you...
I think it's charming. I will treasure it.
Oh! Hold on. We can potentially improve our
Goodbye.
life flask. Potentially an improvement. Ooh, I like that. Charges gained per second. We could also do this. Also, more life recovery on low life. Okay. I think we prefer the passive generation in a boss fight, specifically at least. We could hold on to that if we felt so inclined. Anything else? think we give it a go now. Let's give it one more shot before the night is through. More resistance, more damage. Oh. This did not take us... Oh. Okay. It took us to the top of this area. Not the bottom floor. That does change things. Oh, also, wait a second. What do the runes do exactly? So I didn't pay that much attention to this. Martial weapon adds fire damage, armor, fire resistance. Oh, hold on. If we can add cold resistance to armor, using those, if we have a cold version of that, then that's another way to load up on the stat we need. And now we've established that we're gonna need to do some rerunning, which I did not realize and am not thrilled about. I kind of thought we were going to be able to just poke our head back in. Fire resistance, cold resistance. 12% cold resistance to armor. And this gives armor, evasion, energy shield. Okay. So. Does that work on a shield? I don't know. Oh, and does it only work when we have a full stack? How do we actually use this? Oh, we can split it, but... Place into empty rune socket. Oh, like this. Okay. That's how that works. Okay. I get it. That doesn't give us extra sockets for support gems. It gives us ways to improve the gear, but that doesn't seem to let us do it. Apparently that doesn't count as armor. Oh no, it does. Can we take it out whenever we want? I'm not sure that we can. Well, we're getting cold res. Extra cold res. So that's not bad. We'll take it, because now up to almost 50% cold resistance. That should make a huge difference. Now, he may not be dealing 100% cold damage. There are definitely times from Path of Exile 1 where some skills that looked like they were doing purely one specific type of elemental damage were actually doing partially physical, partially, in this case, cold. So, it's not as if he's gonna just... He's not necessarily going to do a small fraction of the damage he once did, but we might see still a pretty solid improvement there. Okay. Also, our portal is gone now. I guess it doesn't make that big of a difference because we were going to be at the top of the room here. Oh, were we? Yeah, we were at the top anyway. Okay. We're going to have to rerun. I might just kind of zoom. I think we've largely done the prep. So we're having movement speed on your boots does help, but it also does mean you might find yourself getting cornered like this. We are going to die. So I was body blocked. It's like as soon as I do get trapped, I'm going to be punished for doing this. Deals so much damage though. I mean, these guys are not necessarily dealing cold damage. We did specifically try to tailor what we were doing to cold damage. Speaking of cold damage, we were spoiled a little bit with our old skills. Freezing and chilling all the enemies was functionally a defensive layer, one that we chose to forego in large part because the boss resisted / was completely immune to that. Okay, this is bad. We're gonna die here as well. Yeah. Okay. Well, Turns out the cold stuff was perhaps still pretty good. At least for clear. We're also blue enemy. Okay, well, I've made the same mistake over and over again now. Yeah, I've made the same mistake over and over again at this point. Walking into a corner when we are surrounded by enemies who are going to kill us. Okay, I think I am very noticeably getting very tired and very sloppy right now. So I think, and part of this is, you know, that we did change our skills quite a bit. Let's try this. We hadn't done this before. Or at least hadn't really used it before, and we suspected that it might have been better for area clear than it was against bosses. I was very much banking on us having a portal that was just going to take us right in front of the boss so that we could hop straight back in with a very boss-specific setup. And so I kind of immediately lost a lot of, I guess, call it motivation, as soon as I saw that that was no longer the case. That is the key. Patience, maybe, is the better word. I kind of lost patience for trying to go through all this stuff now when my expectation was it was just going to be a quick little trip straight into the boss room. Might partially explain. I also was just extremely sloppy. That's not enough range. Oh, okay. Okay. Can't tell if they only deal fire damage when we're in that circle. Or that's just sort of like a signal that it's charging up a fire projectile attack. It seems like they do. Or maybe that was just you. Ow! We were burning there, and we're taking damage over time, so we nearly died, even after the enemy was dead. Still the way we arrived. I don't remember the layouts of these areas much at all. Okay, well that's a sign.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging!
There he is. Just a man. Nothing more.
Well, I think we've... Oh, I just wasted all the life plus. I think we have proved at this point that he is definitely more than just a man. I think we have evidence to the contrary. There is a chance we could gain another level by continuing to fight the enemies along the way here. We're gonna die though. That actually could be a decent item for us, but base crafting item. Yeah, I am definitely running out of steam. Truly, all the enemies respawn? whenever we die. Excuse me, sir. So that's also kind of discouraging.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging!
There he is. Just a man. Nothing more.
Not sure how significant the next skill point will be for us in terms of what that gives us. May or may not be a significant factor. That's significant. If we were to get another piece of armor that had a socket in it to put one of these runes, get more cold resistance. At that point, we'd actually be getting it. We wouldn't be at the resistance cap, but we'd be getting kind of close. That's a good pack. Pure energy shield gloves? That's a crafting base for us, potentially. I mean, at this point, we would like for our crafting bases to have those sockets. Ideally. Uncut skill gem, per se. Of the rank 5 variety, that's actually not bad at all. So again, we're technically still picking up some things that are helpful to us along the way here. We are also getting pretty close to level, if we don't die right now. Excuse me, sir. Please don't do that. Oh, there's a lot of people up there. Also, energy shield based gloves. This looks like a way. No, it is not the way down. Not yet, at least. Here we go. Okay, but we know we have several floors left to go. There was a mini boss on one of these floors as well, but we don't really have any interest in fighting it again. What I wonder is, layout-wise, if it is basically such that we loaded into the zone in sort of the top right corner. There's our level. Does the staircase down always end up in the opposite corner? It's like it would be bottom left in that case. Okay, where were we headed? Oh, we got this already. We could do increased damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments. So if he's burning, then we get 12% increased damage. Otherwise, faster start of energy shield recharge. Defensively, could be helpful. We could go into fire stuff here. Increase fire damage, increased chance to ignite. Since we've pivoted a bit, you wouldn't usually want to mix those things. You'd want to be more decisive, unless you actually had access to both those things, which is a little unusual. That or 15% increased maximum energy shield. That's actually a lot. Wouldn't be a horrible idea. Go the defensive route instead. Maybe we do that. Okay. Little more ability to tank hits now. Little bit. I think the cold res is the main way we're getting that.
Yes,
Ooh,
another
yeah.
one. He's under there.
As we saw before, that doesn't necessarily mean we're about to climb the staircase down.
Die, scum!
Also, ow. Does take us to this floor. Does also technically mean now that we've leveled that the stock in town has reset. There's a chance we could get some useful things there. Namely rings in particular. Again, you know, I'm saying that a lot, but that's because it's the one thing we don't have.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
Heck, we have hands to do that. It's not really help us that much. It can still do damage, but it can still freeze on occasion, I suppose. That is helpful. Oh my god. Wow. Okay then. Slower though it may have been, clearing out packs with the cold skills was definitely more consistent. Maybe it's just that we have to stand still more or less when we're using Incinerate. Just making us vulnerable in several ways.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
Before me.
We're already moving in one direction. We can backpedal as we incinerate or any way around. the ones that keep dealing huge damage to us. Oh, stairs. Very nice. It's a chance that each individual floor gets smaller as well as you go down, I'm not sure. Is it one more floor still after this? Or we're about to find the boss room. Ow. This is a bad idea, dodging into an area we haven't cleared yet. Yup. Yup. Generally speaking, not a good way to go about doing it. Have we been losing experience when we die? We might be losing a little bit. Trail of fire? Okay, admittedly that's kind of hard to see, and we are also setting fire all over the place. We're on 10% health. Not that I'm planning to die. Would be good to know. Oh, I wish that was an energy shield base, because it does have that rune spot. Partially, it's a hybrid armor energy shield. What does our chest plate look like? Has cold resistance in life, that is good. We could get more, of course, if this had a socket on it, and it doesn't. This would require a good craft in order to get there. Oh, that's a good attack. We are so toast right now. We gotta flee, except that's a room that we haven't cleared. We have made this mistake many times before. Oh my gosh, we are so toast. Just go through all the areas where we haven't cleared stuff out. Then you actually go around in a circle, point where you can isolate some of the enemies, and suddenly you're actually in better shape, except that is through sheer dumb luck. I can't move. Okay. Alright, some of those guys can stun you, which when you have a whole bunch of enemies in the area is not good. I did not even see you. Getting pinned in the corner, also generally not a good strategy. Going into other areas we've not cleared, also generally not a good strategy. Topaz Charm. We don't have one of those yet. That's the type of thing that gives us resistance when we take electric, or rather lightning damage. Not really applicable much, at least in the current situation, but going forward would be nice to have. Stun. thought that was going to be around where the exit was. But it isn't. Okay. Oh, okay. His bedroom area. Saw this before. Does that mean this is the... Okay, wait.
Yes, more.
Is
Don't
this...
stop.
I know what this is.
The beast
Okay.
And
hungers.
it is
Here
not
we go.
good.
This is the arena. It took us a little while to get there. But we can now go back in, and we might be a little bit out of practice at this point. But, let's see. 49% cold resistance. That's the big difference. Again, he might not technically be doing 100% cold damage, at least not in every one of his attacks, but many of his big ones, certainly at least when he's in his human form, that seems to be the case, and then once he goes into his hybrid form near the end, that may also be the case. The first section, when he's in the wolf form, I suspect it might not be much, if any, cold damage then. So that could still be quite dangerous. We otherwise, though, did add a lot of damage relative to the last time we were down here because we significantly upgraded our gear of the weapon variety. Let's make sure we have everything equipped, perhaps, before we drop down there real quick. Okay. I think we are good to go here, unless there's another level 5 skill gem we want to throw in. I mean, we could try. Solar Orb. Creates a fire orb that periodically releases fiery pulses. Enemies are very close to the orb are ignited. Oh, we did see this previously. And that actually... It's a fire version of something we've seen.
Solar Orb repeatedly unleashes explosions. Some fire skills, such as Flame Blast, can be cast from its location.
Oh.
Solar Orb
I don't know if
repeatedly unleashes...
Incinerate can be cast from its location, but...
So
if we can potentially drop it in a place where he's standing for a little while, then that could actually be a way to deal damage while we are more focused on running. Maybe we'll drop the cold snap since we aren't really doing much in the way of freezing anymore. Port gem or that solar orb would be concentrated effect for way more damage, but less area of effect. If he's in that, it could deal a lot of damage. Actually, how much... Hold on. How much damage does this do by default? 41, that's not a lot. I know Incinerate looks like a small amount, but I think this is one of the cases where the tooltip number there is not very reflective of it, because we channel Incinerate over time, and over time it gains a lot more damage. So we do this. Do we have a better one for Incinerate? No, we looked at this before, right? Yeah. Let's go here instead. What are our other options? We can potentially place another one on the ground, but it'll have less duration. Or we do the concentrated effect. Let's try the concentrated effect. It's harder to hit in that case. Obviously, it has a smaller area of effect, but if it does hit him, it does do more. I'm not sure that's really going to be the focus, though. I feel like it's going to be a distraction for me more than anything. It's going to be focused on the positioning, and hopefully just Incinerate having more damage this time around is going to be a difference maker as well. All right, let's do it. Down the elevator we go. He does have the friends this time. For whatever reason, those stopped spawning in once we fought him a few times. Okay, so he's going to spawn in here. Oh, I also didn't put, did socket this. Didn't give the key binding.
I'll remove your head myself.
I think not, Mad Wolf.
Easy prey.
To part of me is curious just to experiment with getting hit and see how much of a difference it makes now. Well, there you go. We kind of got hit by that.
First one's higher.
Path 1, he immediately does this slam. So that, I think, is technically the most dangerous skill for us right now. Because I think that one is probably not cold damage at all. This. He's going to bounce here. Now he switches forwards. Yeah, he did hit us there. Honestly, dealt almost nothing, but that was kind of the case when he hit us with that on previous attempts as well. That just doesn't seem like a very strong skill, at least. I didn't move at all. And I also could have hit him way more than that. But technically, was missing the target. Okay, he's gonna respawn, and how much damage we deal here I don't think matters at all. I think he's gonna be back on full health when he changes forms anyway. Okay, maybe we can't completely get that attack.
Manipulative whore! How dare you abandon?
We can't kill him now, can we?
I've given you!
No, he has his monologue. Is it possible to kill him in that form? Oh, right. That's that. That is probably his most dangerous skill in this form. Look at how much less damage that does now, though.
Your pulse quickens.
Oh, okay. This is this phase. One that we hate.
The eternal and pure. With bloodlust empowered.
That certainly still works.
Our Esme endured. But soon
also out.
Were devoured.
Yeah, this is down.
In unending war.
Messed this up. Messed this up.
Waited at the door.
A lot.
Then hour by hour.
A lot. And also, I don't know if you noticed, but we are kind of teleporting around the arena quite a bit.
Solstice of pain.
I got greedy and tried to attack him during that phase, which is generally not the thing you want to do.
I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Desolation.
So that is not really a threat. That skill where he does is basically ice beam.
Solstice of pain.
This probably does still hurt, though. I don't remember if we actually got hit by it.
Breathing gale.
This I don't really care about.
Take out your heart and savor each bite.
Like this? No, it didn't.
You are hunted.
Oh, right, he's immune during that. Is he immune when he's charging that up? He might not be.
Tortured under the moon.
Might have been able to get a little more damage out of that.
Pack suffered but endured.
The big thing here is we gotta try to hit these guys at least a little bit so they don't completely swarm you.
No tales were told. None new, none old. And their endless hunger grew ever
Getting stuck in the mist. Okay, then he does the big charge attack whenever he phases here, I thought. No, he does not. Must dodge into that.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
This is what I thought he was going to do as soon as he changed phases a bit.
I smell your blood.
Okay.
And I am ravenous. Solstice of pain.
Big blast. And get this. He's doing this. I'm still doing damage to him. Eventually he does retreat. We're not doing damage anymore, but
sought the unworthy. Through an endless night, they wither and tarry.
Not a great blast there.
Forsaken frosts.
Honestly, getting the damage in this phase is probably just as relevant for flash charge sustain as it is for anything else. Okay. Oh, that's new. Different color at least. Ow. Deal some other kind of damage over time. It looked like bleed, maybe? Okay, this one we need, that one we need to take more seriously.
And I am ravenous. Freezing gale.
Time! You gotta be kidding me. I also will 100% admit I saw how much health he had, and as you could probably notice, there were a couple occasions where I just tried to poke him for a tiny bit of damage and thought, that's gonna be all we need, right? Maybe the damage over time will do it? Oh, okay. But that is very doable. Very doable now.
Swift as death.
That felt significantly easier. Significantly easier than previous attempts. I'm gonna switch this to that keybind, make that just a little bit easier to hit quickly. Because this is the kind of thing, just dropping a quick little one of these guys at the very end, as we're running around just trying not to get hit, this would have been a lot safer than trying to poke him with a little incinerate, which I did briefly. But if you just do this, it does basically nothing. So this is the hit and run technique we should have used at the end there. Maybe even that on there. That on there. It feels that felt way better. Way better that time. And I got greedy at the end. No question. And I knew I was getting greedy. I think we were also low on flash charges. We were low on life. Now we know what happens in that last phase. It's not cold damage, or at least not entirely cold damage anymore at that point.
I'll remove your head myself.
I think not,
that.
Easy.
I could get greedy. That's the thing that I have to be careful of, is that I get greedy in the earlier stages and say, we've beat him in this stage before. This is not a huge deal, right? You can't get sloppy in that regard. Okay, how he transforms. He does big... Oh no, he doesn't do the big slam first. First he summons friends. He does a charge. This is the slam. This is a slam? No, this is a charge. Transforms, that's a charge. Oh, he turned around very quickly to do that.
No escape.
That's the best window to hit him.
Run, little rabbit.
Ow.
Enough.
He's transforming. He's fully charged and ready to go. Oh no, he's going to the super form. And he's going straight to this as well. Okay. That's as much damage as we can deal to him.
Tooth and claw.
Monologue mode.
Under the moon. The pack suffered but endured.
The timing of this is significant because we oftentimes are using a lot of blast charges for this.
None new, none old.
This is honestly the hardest phase.
The endless hunger.
Especially now.
Grew ever stronger. Requiem on high.
Oh, I did let myself get hit by that kind of.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Nope, I walked into that.
Desolation.
I got hit by that too. So that's the skill that we really don't care about at all. This one's the big slam. That's the most dangerous.
I will take out your heart and savor
That we can definitely drop when he's in a phase like this, although that is also a good time for us to use the big skill. By big skill, I mean incinerate. Oh, yeah. Nice. So much of it honestly comes down to flash charge management. If I'm out of healing, we can get in trouble very quickly. Like right now.
As night falls, winter's chill sought the unworthy through an endless night. They wither and tarry, forsaken frosts, as cold as death of baleless misery.
I kind of did. Dodging him at least. I just completely ignored fighting his friends, of course. It's a slam.
Chilling frost, solstice of pain.
That does still hurt. And it freezes us. Ow, yep, okay. So that, don't do that.
And savor each bite.
Oh, I walked into that. I did walk into that. Okay, that was bad. That was bad. We're gonna die now. We don't have any flash charges.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
You can see the little preview of where that's gonna hit, so it is possible to dodge that, and I should be dodging that consistently. Although sometimes, I almost walked into that. Sometimes I try to get the damage in during that window. Oh, okay, so this is bad. It is technically an opportunity to get some charges back. But as I said, that's just so important. And to have the flash charges ready, like, we're dying now. Yeah.
Cursed or gifted.
By far, it doesn't usually it doesn't directly kill you, but it's always the thing that makes me burn all my flash charges, so that once he does change to the next phase, there's much less margin for error, and then at that point, I get hit by the follow-up attack. So that one was sloppier for sure. It's just finding a way to manage that phase. If you only had to dodge him, be fine. If you only had to deal with all of his ads, it'd be fine. The combination of those two things, the number of ads he has, and then they body block you, is the other really annoying thing. That, honestly, like the biggest issue is the ads swarm you, body block you, and then you can't dodge his attacks anymore. So it functionally just turns into a way to set him up for crazy damage. And it's not even like it's gonna one-shot you, but it's just that there's no break. So it eats away at your flash charges because you're like, okay, I took a reasonable size hit here, big enough that I feel like I need to heal again, otherwise I'm at risk of going down, so I'm gonna use the flask. Yet, you do that too many times, and you don't have any healing left to do.
No escape.
That was bad.
First one's higher.
Now he transforms. Oh no, he didn't. What? Now he does. That's. You saw that, right? Oh no. We basically just skip his original wolf phase completely.
You are hunted.
So this is the problem.
Fanged to
Drop
the
these,
claw.
maybe.
Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured.
Maybe that's the way that we deal with the ads. A little bit.
No tales were told. None new, none old. And the endless hunger grew ever stronger.
That freezing. Use the flash forward. Oh, look at the waste. Slam.
Solstice of pain.
this phase, I think we just drop that out and focus on dodging for the rest of it. Likewise here. Unless you happen to find a safe spot, which is actually really valuable. Okay, that's slam.
I will take out your
Oh, that was... Okay, this. Oh, which I did not manage well. I did not recognize what that was at first. Is this thing? Oh, this phase. He had a little bit of free damage on him, but I do hate this phase.
Sought the unworthy through an endless night. They wither.
This phase does feel like an endless night. I'll give you that.
Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of baleless misery. The pack won't forget. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous.
This is the more powerful version. One that we do not have big resistance for, and apparently we got hit by one of those. Didn't think we did. That's a slam. I was chilled, so I couldn't move quickly enough to avoid it. Nope, nope, nope.
Desolation.
Ooh. Yeah, he's using multiple skills at once now.
I will take out your heart.
He's legitimately using multiple skills at once now, which is making this much harder. Excuse me! He teleported me into his slam?
The air grows colder.
Oh, that could have been the opportunity.
And now the wound. And now the impaler. As swift as death. And imbued by the
amount of blast charges really sucks.
Cursed or gifted.
And he's still doing the bleed slams as well. Those pillars, whatever you want to call those.
Soon chilled. Agnar shall slay again.
Big slam.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! It happened again. Oh my god. That's frustrating. That's what I was trying to do at the very end there. I was trying to drop it. That's in theory what I want it there for. But it becomes so much more difficult than I realize once he is doing multiple things simultaneously. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. It becomes a lot harder.
Your pulse quickens.
The bleed damage. We spec our characters such that the cold is not nearly as worrisome as it once was, but once he starts doing the bleed and then makes it so that he's doing the bleed alongside other skills, it becomes a huge problem. And that last ads phase where he did this circle, I blew through basically all of my blast charges. I don't know if I got every last one used up, but that, once again, was all the setup he needed. So there's a little bit of luck involved, I feel like, based on how those phases work out. Let's try one more time. It is also extremely late now, and we've been going for a really long time at this point. So I think this might have to be the last attempt. I do need to get some sleep. But we are close. That one, I think he technically had a little more health than he did the other time when we got extremely close. I mean, it's close enough that we know it's within range. It's certainly possible.
Easy prey. Run, little rabbit. First one's higher.
escape.
That's a big opportunity.
First one's iron. Run, little rabbit.
Okay, I'll be honest. I also had something stuck in my eye for the first. I still have something stuck in my eye right now, which does make it hard to not get hit by things. Okay. Oh, that's not. Oh, that freezes us if we walk into it? I thought it just did damage. Okay. I thought it just did cold damage over time. I did not realize I could actually freeze this altogether.
First one's iron. You'll pay with your life.
Oh. Oops.
Easy prey.
It's transforming. Is that the super form? That is the super form. I feel like usually, ow, he drops the lower health before he does that.
Solstice of pain.
So this is still the easier version. That's the slam. There's only just barely enough time to avoid that. And if he has chilled you, which he can do
Grows colder.
from other skills, then let's see if this goes. If he chills you from other stuff, then it makes it almost impossible to be fast enough to avoid getting hit by that.
And you build by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled.
And he goes away soon. Yep. This is a slam.
I smell your blood.
Now he goes into the blood version now. Can he?
Chilling
I'm frozen. Maybe.
Solstice of pain.
I got very greedy there.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Is this slam?
Freezing gale.
Honestly, that is the way to approach that attack. Oh, he's doing the phase that I hate. Got a little more damage out of that.
The eternal impure.
I hate this phase so much. So much.
Bloodlust empowered. Our Esamir endured. But soon all were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door.
All it takes is to get one bad hit in there and we used up all of our blasts. This one seems to have gone on way longer than the other ones. Okay, that's the big one. And now I think he does skills simultaneously at this point, including the slam.
Desolation. I will take out your heart.
Nope, don't stand there. I would like to attack you during that phase. Oh, that didn't kill us. I'm amazed that it did not.
Take out your heart and savor each bite. You're hunted.
I got him.
Fang, tooth, and claw.
Oh.
Tortured.
He nearly got us at the end there as well.
Allow me to clear. The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in madness. It consumed my being, we're told. None knew.
Is he supposed to be talking to himself like this?
Where has she taken
And their endless
I found messages
grew ever
from the desert.
from the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
Okay. Cool. We've done it. It was not easy, even after we upgraded our gear. We definitely needed that. But, oh man, it was still close, even after all that. And this is our first unique item drop. The rarest item we've found thus far. What is it? It might be new. I think I could really sleep after this. Let's see, the Sentry Gothic Quarterstaff. It's a quarterstaff which I think is more melee oriented. Adds fire damage, fire resistance, increased chance to ignite, increased light radius. Okay, so basically it's all about igniting with attacks. That's probably a local chance to ignite, which means you would need to get attacks. I don't think that would apply to spells, which is what we are using right now. Well, do we stick with the Incinerate that we threw on just for this fight? I don't know. Let's see. Good life, crit chance, cold resistance, life regeneration. How does that compare to what we have? We lose all of the energy shield, which is a little bit unfortunate. It might dump you. Ooh, especially since you have a socket and you are pure energy shield with life. Ooh, I know we lose the life on kill, but that is actually really good and worth augmenting for sure. I mean, the Dex helps us to equip some things, but it's probably not what we would have preferred to have seen. Though it has a socket, so we could put in cold resistance there, or another type of bonus that is more fitting for whatever our next encounter is. But, oh, also there's an Exalted Orb that dropped. Which
rare treasure.
Is a rare treasure. Perhaps not as rare as it once was in Path of Exile 1, but we will take it nonetheless. Okay. Ooh. Let's head back to the encampment. That was not easy. That was not easy. Oh, also, it seemed to bug out when there were all those lines talking over each other, so it was a little hard to make sense out of what was happening at the end there, but it seemed like the hooded one basically had to get the finishing blow on that boss.
You've done well, stranger. No, you are no stranger now. You have become part of our song's story, and I shall sing it proudly. The darkness that crept upon our lands has been forced to flee, and I have a feeling you will pursue it to the end of the world. Good luck to you.
All right. We could I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what this gives us if we were to do this. A chance shard? No. No, thank you. We were kind of just using this specifically for this encounter because of the cold resistance. But we could potentially still dump you. Kinda like that. Kinda like this, to be honest. We'll dump you even though... Well... Actually, you might be better than our current one. It might just be that.
Count Geonor is dead. I never thought there'd come a day when such a statement brought relief. We can finally start rebuilding our poor, damaged Ogham. It's going to be a long and difficult struggle, but it's not nearly the first time we Ezamites have had to rise from the ashes.
All right.
If you find a pint out...
I would think, yeah, the hooded one must have things to talk
We must
with us
pursue
about.
Oriana. The seed of corruption has begun to grow, but there is still a chance that we can end this before it is too late. The fledgling beast is leaving corruption in its wake. so we have a trail to follow. When you are ready to part from this place, we can leave immediately.
Notice how the word beast was capitalized there, which for those of you who played Path of Exile 1 is significant. That is a proper noun. Okay, so that, oh, hold on.
The trail of corruption leads east, so east we shall go. It seems fate conspires to return me to the plains of Vastiri. The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Vastiri. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
All right. And with that, we move from Act 1 into Act 2.
Well, my lady, we have arrived. The Vastiri awaits. Good luck to you.
I think we're just going to go to wherever we confirm we have a waypoint. We probably do have one in here already, but just to make sure we save our progress here.
This outpost seems to be part of a trade route, so we should be able to find a Marikath caravan. They are an honorable people, and I have no doubt they will assist us.
Okay, earn passage on the caravan. Earn passage, you say.
The weary traveler grows close to the end of the path.
Wait, that's
the bread bowl
that
of the
line
world,
existed in a previous
the
Path of
verdant
Exile
land of 7
1
waters
part somewhere.
awaits. Be sure to have your toll ready at the gates. Cloth, gems, metalwares, and coin are all accepted.
Oh,
I
okay,
did not
this is the
know if I
town.
would see the Vastiri again. It's good to be home.
Okay, I did not realize we were in town technically already. In that case, I think this is a good place for us to wrap up. We did complete all of Act 1. Technically, we can, of course, go back if you were to, say, have not gotten all the side quests or optional bosses, or you want to just go and farm an area for whatever reason. We could always still go back. We are now in Act 2, the desert, and that is what we will focus on next time round, but that will have to wait for next time. As for overall, how the Path of Exile 2 experience has been, I mean, we've talked about it, of course, along the way, but feels like the movements and the skills are more dynamic than they were in Path of Exile 1. It is definitely more defensive-oriented than Path of Exile 1, in that it is not just a matter of spam attack skill and use move speed to get out of the way of enemies before they hit you. I mean, that is still the case to a certain extent, but there was no dodge roll in Path of Exile 1, and that has proved to be pretty important in Path of Exile 2 thus far. Also, just seeing the idle animation of our Kiwi, which is pretty funny. That, and obviously many mechanical updates, especially with skills and the way that they work, and testing out new skills. As for whether we stick with the fire, go back to the cold that we were having some luck with, at least freezing enemies consistently, or the original plan was to go with lightning stuff, so we're gonna have to figure that out. I may spend a little bit of time taking a closer look at the skill tree, since we now can see it in all of its glorious detail. But that's gonna be it for me for tonight, so thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll catch you next time.